I guess I should just start over here. Praise be to EPN. Hey, what's good, guys? How you guys doing? The fuck are half of these? Level 99 Goblin. What's this about? Manhwa. New chapter was great. New chapter was okay. I'm not. What does she have? Eyes for skulls. I wasn't that, like, I don't want to say, like, impressed by it. I don't know if that's, like, the right word by it. It was okay. Started university, he's reconnecting with a childhood friend, he's taking a tutoring job, he's not messing around with ghosts anymore, at least he thinks, until he finds out the elementary schooler he's tutoring is an occult-obsessed genius who's hunting down dangerous spirits and won't stop until she finds the one that took her mom. Ah. Yeah. Summers? Yeah, Summers was crazy. Definitely an impressive feat, for the God's Knights. How's everybody doing today? How you guys doing? Trump in World of Hell as all plans backfire. Yeah. Special Logia. Massive leaks. Yeah. All that crap. You guys are doing well. Yeah, he keeps messing up. Yeah, kind of. He does keep messing up. He does. Doing great. Just down to plate of rice and beans for breakfast. Damn. Why would you let other people know that? Why would you go out of your way to tell that to people? Which one's this one? The 11th. 6 days. So, Wednesday, 4 p.m. Fuck. At 5:12. But it's at 4. Sorry. What's up? Sorry, I just had to check a quick message. It's about an appointment. I do think Summers is the weakest God's Knight from what we've seen. He gets dunked on plenty of times so far. Yeah, I mean, are we really expecting God's Knights to be like the most powerful villains we've seen up until now? And even then, for the God's Knights, right? 1 second, let me grab. I mean, I think it's to be expected. Partially because, as the series has progressed, we've gotten obviously more and more powerful groups to show up. Going in from, like, the separate pirate crews that Luffy and the others were dealing with early on, where only the captain was really an issue, to crews with subordinates that are a lot more powerful than the average pirate, to crewmates now being actual assassins and massive issues, like, let's say, with Alabasta. Then you have, like, let's say, Enel's priests, who are not necessarily fodder. They're actually pretty strong, even by comparison to a lot of the beings in Skypiea. Then you have CP9, where they're all where every single member of CP9 is a trained combatant, besides what's his face, like the head, their head. What's that dude? I always forget his name. The guy with the weird mask looking thing. Then you have, I don't know, Spandam. Yeah. Should forgot to drop the scans. Oh yeah, no, you're fine, Jeff. Don't worry about it, man. Don't you worry about it. The God's Knights and Imu were in Naruto. Where do they stop? They don't stop. There's nothing in Naruto that stops them. You might have to just straight up use a sealing jutsu. They might unironically have to use sealing jutsu. And even then, I don't know how exactly they beat Killingham. Like, imagine an even larger nine-tailed fox just attacking people because they're still afraid of them shits. God Knights have their immortality acts and strong fruits. They don't often fight equal groups like serious pirate crews. Yeah, I think I remember Six saying that the Exorcist Fall in Love was good. It's fandom, I guess. Yeah. The only one I have any real expectations for are Shamrock and Gunko. Their fruits are also pretty busted. I have some expectations for Killingham, but that's really it. I found something interesting in SBS last night. Said that Kuro is capable of running at 100 meters in 4 seconds. That's twice the speed of Usain Bolt. That's pretty impressive. Interesting in an SBS. Interesting. Gandhi alone solos. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I started writing the script, by the way. I started writing the script. We're going to keep going through this. I'll write through the script little by little as I get through each day. I'll probably spend a good portion of next week, actually, sitting down and talking about... I'll probably spend a good portion of next week, actually. Quite a lot of writing. But most of the writing here is just for, like, the feats and statements and stuff. I actually haven't gotten to the scaling portion of it. There's actually a question that I wanted to ask you guys. I will leave this up for others to go in. I'm not going to elaborate on this entirely right now, or unless you guys want me to. It's fine if you guys want me to. Are the data books... Do you genuinely believe the data books were originally intended written What is going to be longer, Dressrosa in the anime or Leon's research for... True. Just in general, do you guys think that the data books are originally written to be used for power scaling purposes? Intention of power scaling. Do you guys genuinely believe that the data books were originally written with the intention for power scaling? Shonen Jump over the author. What's up, One Smart? Author works, which is why data books is a thing in the first place. Yeah. So there's a reason why I bring this up. I was having this discussion before because I was thinking about, I don't think authors think about power scaling like we do. Right. No, manga writers don't care for such things. Well, I would say that manga writers do care about power scaling, at least from the perspective of how strong they want their verse to be, how consistent they want the feats to be in regards to everything else, so on and so forth. But I'm not talking about in terms of versus battles either. When I mean power scaling, I don't mean in terms of like versus battles or comparing their stats to other verses. I mostly mean this from the perspective of, do you think that does an author, especially one like Kishimoto, in the case of like, let's say a data book, do you think that the original intention of the data books was to be used for the purposes of something like power scaling? Because the data books are really, they only care about scaling when it comes to relativity of certain characters in verse. Correct. I agree with that 100%. They care about how strong they want their characters to be and probably what the pinnacle of power in terms of their verse would be, right? They may not use term power scaling, but the data books are made to provide additional information on characters and abilities. Right. But if the original purpose of the data books isn't to be meant for power scaling, why then should we take things that are stated in the data books to be hyper literally, right? That's kind of my question for it. Oda definitely cares if someone like Kuro is twice as fast as the fastest human to date. Mind you, it's probably not Soru since he can't see where he goes when he's using it. Yeah. No, that's true. The reason why I bring this up is because I've been thinking about the data books for a while now. I've been thinking about how I'm going to talk about them within the context of the video, and I've been considering that, let's just be honest here. The data books, they are information on characters, but if the original intention is not to be made for power scaling, it is easy to argue that the data books shouldn't be taken as, yeah, they're meant to be informative, but they're also not. They're meant to be informative, but they're not meant to be taken literally. What I mean by they're not meant to be taken literally is that a lot of the language that is used within data books, a lot, and I really do mean a lot of the language that is used in data books is undeniably very hyperbolic in comparison to what is shown and proven within the series. So when you have a series of documents, in this case the data books, that do provide pieces of information for the story, they help give an overall summary of where the story is at, where the characters are currently at, summaries for characters, statements like what they're doing, what their motivations are, extra details about their jutsu or their techniques, but it's also written in such a way where in some cases it technically upscales the characters. In some cases where they do upscale the characters, can we really take everything about the data books to be taken seriously, right? Should we really take every single part of the data books to be taken seriously? But that's not really the question that I wanted to ask. More so, the question I wanted to ask was this. Let me see if I remember. Who decides which data book statement should be taken seriously? The reason why I ask this question is because we have to first consider the following, right? We have to first consider I don't really view it in the same vein as an SBS. I don't view them in the same vein as an SBS because an SBS is the author answering questions for readers and expanding on the story more and more. The data books don't expand on the story that much. They simply give you like pieces of information about things that you already know. And I guess you could say they do expand on jutsu and stuff, but even then the language isn't as literal as something where Oda is saying like, okay, well, here is now the birthday of these characters. This is a character like Hawkins actually has weirdly shaped eyebrows. Robin, whenever she uses her devil fruit to create a giant version of herself, she doesn't, her copy, her clone doesn't have, her sprouted clone doesn't have actual breasts, it has large onions, so on and so forth. The upscale is usually just providing a value to something that was originally vague. Well, yes and no. The upscale isn't really providing value to something that was originally vague. I wouldn't say that. It's more so Kishimoto essentially giving himself the opportunity to maybe expand upon and give some cool sounding words to things that he hasn't been able or he didn't have the opportunity to expand upon within the context of the story, right? He's basically trying to make things sound really cool and he's basically trying to make things sound a lot more impressive, but they don't always translate directly to what is shown within the context of the manga. You could look at, like, let's say one of the fire style jutsus and say that they burn down all things in this world down to ashes, but we know for a fact that it's not inherently true. A majestic destroyer flame, for example, doesn't burn all things in the universe. It's just a really big blast of hot fire, right? To me, it depends on the author's intent. It's not from the author himself. I don't care. Well, I actually don't know. Does anybody know who actually wrote the Naruto data books? Who wrote the Naruto data books? First of all, okay, here's a translation from Google and the Yandex. First of all, thank you all and everyone who picked up this book. With the support of fans worldwide, has expanded steadily. This is, for me, a wonderful book could be published. I'm really happy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Hagiwara and other Caramel Moms, Mr. Takuma, and other designers for great effort in making this book. I would like to thank you. Thank you very much. Please continue to work. And please continue to work next time. I actually, when the book came out, I was planning of the next Soldier book had started. So I think that the fan book will be like a collaborative production with fans. I will do my best, so I hope all fans will be involved with this book. Yeah. This clearly states that the authors and designers worked on the data book 1. The official translated data book 3 says something like this. Next data book 4 also says this. This is a book with all the staff have worked on to create. I hope this book is important book for everyone. Now I add Kishimoto's hectic schedule. It makes me wonder whether Kishimoto wrote or the staff wrote it, compiling stuff from the manga. Was Kishimoto even credited as the author? I am now using Google Lens to translate these stuff. He literally said Jin's book. I hope it's not Jin from Jin no Sho, which is the fourth data book. When he means all staff, I think he's implying himself and the staff of Shonen Jump. More than likely, it wasn't written directly by him, but content was approved by him at the time. It's supplementary content that's rarely ever directed, written by the original author. I don't know, man. Yeah, supervision or approval is possible. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think that the issue with the data books is that you have to sort of consider whether or not, like, okay, Kishimoto can write it off, but it's not like Kishimoto saying, like, yeah, this can be taken as literally as fucking possible. You guys are right. I don't think that's necessarily the case of what Kishimoto's doing. He's essentially writing, like, okay, does this pertain to something cool with, like, what's being written with, like, let's say the, I don't know, the laser circus jutsu, or is it okay for, like, the water fang bullet, or the earth style mud wall? People are just speculating. I'm not saying that those people are stating literally whether or not Kishimoto wrote the books. They do expand on the story because they give even more information on whether its abilities, motivation, and characters. The SPA, at least as Oda, tend to be very minute details, but it still does the same. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get to, you have to dodge at the speed of light in order to beat an out. Yeah, the data books usually have a source on them with writer's info. Yeah, but have fun trying to find those fucking that writer's info shit. I'm not buying a data book myself. I'm not doing that shit. Created by Shueisha. Let's see right here. The main thing who scaled Naruto tend to use the data books, which is definitely not written by Kishimoto. The official character data book, at least in the last few pages, Kishimoto thanks the people who created the book. The reason Kishimoto is even considered the writer is because retailers credit Kishimoto because it is his property, it is his IP, but you have to credit the IP creator. If you look at the actual book, it doesn't give Kishimoto a writer's credit. The book also fails to meet the context of the actual manga and tends to exaggerate character ability and profile. The data books themselves should be taken with a grain of salt and should be considered, and they shouldn't be considered. They shouldn't be considered whatsoever. It's non-canon. Using the actual manga is the best source of information instead of things. So what's the question? Did you just want to rant about the data books? Pretty much just a discussion. I think fun and games is the plays, not question and answers. Also, it doesn't really make sense to have questions in the title of a rant, but you do you. There are official supplementary guides created by Suhei in collaboration with Kishimoto and Caramel Mama. Caramel Mama being responsible for creating the data books of One Piece, Dragon Ball, Daizenshu, and of course Bleach and Naruto. They are official guides. Kishimoto's obviously not the sole writer, but it doesn't mean anything because Kishi doesn't own Naruto. Shueisha does. They work so closely with the mangaka. They sometimes reveal information ahead of time, like the Boruto data books, which also distributed by that. Yes, this will be obviously a secondary main material that's absolutely valid as a supplementary guide. That's the whole point of them. I don't know about this one, G, unless you're referring to what people use as outside the site, which makes this question here useless. The only thing you used in the data books is heavily affected. We scale here is the light thing. At a heavy stretch is considering that there are more people who don't scale to it and those who do. Plus, an author doesn't need personally write material before it's incorporated with canon. That's why it's supplementary. Right. Is a selective burn. Yeah, but that's the thing. Oh, so it's selective burn even though there's no statement that the Amaterasu only burns the target and it doesn't actually emit any kind of heat, right? The point I'm trying to really just get with this is that, like, okay, a data book isn't necessarily... If a data book isn't necessarily written by Kishimoto, but it still uses the supplementary material, then we have to consider, okay, well, what's the writing like of a data book, right? Within the context of the actual story, what does a data book actually do for it, and how does a data book add to it? Part of the thing that makes me kind of put this question into the conversation, as I mentioned earlier, is that who decides which data book statements should be taken seriously? Now, listen, I know before anyone even wants to write that, but it's a mistranslation, but it's a mistranslation, but it's a mistranslation. It doesn't actually mean that. It means this. Let's take Tamari can blow away the universe. Yes. It is a mistranslation, and meant it can blow away everyone, blah, 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 all that dog shit. Please don't go out of your way to write that crap in my comments right now. I don't need to hear that. What I'm trying to get at is that, what I'm trying to get with this is that, okay, so Tamari can blow away everyone, right? But then what about the Anbu Black Ops being light speed, but then the Raikage also being stated to be close to the speed of light, right? The fastest narratively implied shinobi, right? The data books inherently contradict one another, and they contradict the story itself. Kirin being light speed versus Kirin being stated to be lightning, being just to be tamed lightning. Sasuke saying that he is just redirecting it. Like, the data books are inherently contradictory, even as a supplementary source to the actual material. If the manga is the main source of the canon, and it's meant to be taken as the source material, and the data books are a supplementary source, then that means by sheer virtue, the supplementary source has to be taken less seriously, right? You cannot take a supplementary source, or at least in my opinion, one should not take a supplementary source to be the actual objective piece of evidence over the manga material. Now, here's the issue. Here's the second issue that comes in, right? You have statements like, okay, well, the Water Fang bullet. The Water Fang bullet has two separate translations. One which says that it is light speed, the other which says that it is lightning speed, right? That it is lightning fast, right? At that point, who gets to decide which of these two translations is the right one and the wrong one? There's examples of Aramasu burning through a fireproof toad. It could be really hot, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it actually burns as hot as the sun within the context of the story. Because again, you have no piece of objective evidence that even remotely implies that the Amaterasu flames, which are as hot as the sun, only burn the target themselves and they don't actually emit heat. There's no statement within the context of the story that they emit heat. You can believe that. I don't have a reason to. So then again, it brings up that topic of conversation. When it says that they are as hot as the sun, it could be another way to say they are really fucking hot. Now, that's where kind of the discrepancy comes in, right? Which statements do we use and which statements do we not use, right? Because certain data book statements could be taken completely out of proportion, while other data book statements may not be. I think that the issue here mostly just comes from the idea that, like, we can't just selectively nitpick which data book statements are viable to use within the context of a conversation, and which data book statements are not used within, which should not be used within the context of the conversation. I personally believe either you use the whole piece of source material, you use either the entire piece of, or use the entire book, you use the entire data book, you use the entire source as evidence, or you do not use the source as evidence at all. I don't like the idea, personally, of having to simply nitpick which I don't like the idea of having to nitpick which statements are viable to use and which statements aren't viable. I don't like the idea of saying, well, the Anbu Black Ops statement, that one can be disregarded, but the data book statement for the Raikage should be taken in seriously. I mean, yeah, but it's still a data book statement, so why shouldn't the light speed Anbu Black Ops statement be used, right? It goes both ways. In the same way, you could say, well, the Anbu Black Ops are light speed, we just have to ignore the fact that, hey, the Raikage's lightspeed statement, almost lightspeed statement, isn't actually close. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get to, the perspective I'm really just trying to get to you guys here is that, like, the data books kind of bring a whole can of worms in and of themselves that I feel like people in general don't want to talk about. They don't have to radiate a large area of heat to burn, but if they did, but they still cover a massive amount of area, okay, what about this? What about this exactly? Because you say they don't really cover a large area, they don't have to radiate anything, but what about this then? Let's see. Pain Assault, Itachi Pain. Yeah, Itachi Pain. No, not that one. Is it Pain Assault? Yeah, it was Pain Assault. Why not this then? Why not this then? That's a massive amount of fire. They don't have to radiate a large area to burn. The air. The statement is about burning. Okay, that's your interpretation. But if they were really that hot, why isn't the water immediately evaporating? Why isn't this water immediately evaporating if these giant flames that are entering them are hitting them? Why doesn't it evaporate? Why doesn't the water around them quite literally light into flames? Why doesn't this immediately evaporate then? If they're really as hot as the sun. If they were really as hot as a star, if they were really as hot as a sun, this water around them would evaporate. Karin would be evaporating. Amaterasu is so weird because it doesn't emit electromagnetic radiation as a result of heat, which puts the question whether or not it's actually as hot as the sun. Isn't that appeal to reality? You could say it's appeal to reality, and sure, I mean, I guess, but at the same time, if I'm meant to believe that these are as hot as the sun, and at the same time there is no statement within the entire context of the story that implies that they only burn the target and nothing else feels the heat, why shouldn't I bring this up into question? Isn't being put out by the water? Yeah, but why isn't the water evaporating if they're as hot as the sun? I don't bring up that they're not being put out by the water. Answer my question. Why aren't they evaporating the water itself? Shouldn't the water itself evaporate if these flames are touching it? Even if it doesn't put them out, the flames should still be evaporating the water if they are truly as hot as the sun. It's not about them covering a large area. I don't give a shit if they cover the large area. I'm just saying. Sure, like, come on now. Just burns the target. Why does it just burn the target, though? Where is that implied? Where is that stated? It just burns the target. You are making an assertion by just saying, well, it doesn't ever burn anything else. So maybe it's as hot as the sun, but it doesn't actually emit heat to anything else. That's not stated anywhere. It's not stated anywhere that Amaterasu flames don't emit heat. That doesn't make any sense. As Amaterasu and Fire Style, I think Itachi killed one of his Akatsuki members with Amaterasu. Like, look at this. I don't see any water evaporating, and his entire body is covered up in the flames. If it's 5,000, the sea should have immediately evaporated. Yeah. I'm not saying that the Amaterasu can't be the heat of the sun, but what I am saying is that nothing in the series implies that. Again, using a data book statement that, once again, we know for a fact it killed Danzo. Yeah. That's also true. At least Sakazuki's magma burns water or melts anything that it's near. These flames are not even real, made of chakra. And yet other chakra-based jutsu also generate heat, so again, what's the problem? So now Amaterasu's a specific type of fire that only affects itself and only burns the target and doesn't generate any kind of heat anywhere else? Come on, man. That's the problem that I'm trying to cover. Listen, data books were not originally intended to be... Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Data books were never written with the intention of them being used for power scaling. Data books were not written with the original intention of them... Is that not steam around B? Yeah. What about... Yeah. After it's already been turned off. Yes. After it's already been turned off. What about steam right here? Where's the steam here? Actually, is that really steam? Is that really steam? Because that might be... Those might be the clouds, I ain't gonna lie. Actually, not really. Yeah, that's a little bit of steam. Sure. So you're gonna sit there and tell me that those little steam vents that happened after Sasuke turned off the fire is an indication that this thing's as hot as the sun? If we're not arguing the effect of the environment, what is the reason for arguing sun level heat? Simple. Because the data books say that they're as hot as the sun, yet they never emit heat anywhere else. Nothing is ever affected by the heat of the Amaterasu flames. Nothing. Literally. As a matter of fact, even when Sasuke uses them while encased in ice, they don't melt the ice, they simply break through it. Naruto, 4th Great Ninja War Part 2. Oh no! Even like right here, they don't really melt the ice. They just sort of, I mean, kind of they did. They kind of just sort of literally rip right through it. Yeah. It's the same thing with Yamamoto's Bankai. That blonde femboy legit says afterwards there's no way it's the heat of the sun, it's just really hot. Same shit, different manga. Yeah, except Yamamoto's Bankai does radiate heat. The thing you're forgetting is that Yamamoto's Bankai does radiate said heat. Where the fuck is it? Yeah. Yamamoto's Bankai literally already started to evaporate everything around him. I wouldn't say they'll tank it though. I guess point being it's just hot and burns the target, but what implies that within the context of the story? Where is it stated or implied that the Amaterasu, even within its own, is the boiling point? Look at the panel before the slice. The spawn point is the boiling point above the slice. Which slice? What slice are you talking about? And yet the rest of the ice wasn't, and yet the rest of the ice was simply split up. It's broken into chunks. If this shit was really as hot as the sun, it would have melted this ice in an instant. The black flames work however the plot allows it, which seems to be the reasoning, which is why it's bad. Yeah, I guess. I'm lost. So Amaterasu doesn't burn the target or wherever it touches? I mean, listen, it seems to generate heat, but why doesn't it then burn this? So if it generates heat then, so if that example right there is the Amaterasu generating heat, why is all of this not instantly melting then? Why all of this water is it not melting? Why is it not instantly evaporating? I'm lost. Does Amaterasu not burn the target, whatever else it touches? It does burn the target and wherever else it touches. What I'm saying is, if the argument is that Amaterasu is not as hot as the sun because it doesn't emit the level of heat necessary, maybe the flame is like chemical. Why would it be chemical? I thought it was chakra. Isn't it implied that an OG Naruto's never-ending flame that burns you up until they're turned to ash, or am I just tripping? That's what it's. I'm not arguing the consistency of Naruto. I just got into discussion. No, I know what you mean. I'm not. Okay. Let me give you the context of the discussion. So we can go back. I have been putting it just doesn't give outward heat. No, it does give outward heat, because if it's burning this right here and it's creating boiling water, that means that the Amaterasu naturally emits heat. So if it naturally emits heat, this ice would be instantly melted, and this large amount of water here would instantly evaporate. But that's not the case. So, to go back into this discussion, because I'm sure there are a couple of you that are wondering why the hell are we talking about this? The true attack potency type flame only affects the opponent. Yeah, basically. The reason why I bring this up is back to the question that we have up here. Do you believe that the data books were originally written with the intention for power scaling? The reason why I bring this up is because there are a lot of data book statements that are not directly supported by... There are a lot of... Not data book statements. There are a lot of data book statements that aren't supported by the actual manga. They're not supported by the manga. I was talking about a couple of other examples, but then we kind of devolved into the Amaterasu being as hot as the sun. If the Amaterasu really was as hot as the sun, then that would mean that it would generate heat of the sun, or at least it would generate it to at least within a certain extent of its range, right? But that's obviously not the case. One of our other members here said that Amaterasu does not actually give outward heat. But, it does not actually give outward heat, which I said... That doesn't make any sense because that's not stated anywhere. Where is it even remotely stated or implied that it does not give out outward heat? That only the person is feeling sun level burns. Because if a person like Karin, for example, was hit with these with these flames that are as hot as the sun, her clothes would immediately burn to ashes. But that's not the case. I have no reason to believe that an Akatsuki cloak can withstand the heat of the sun even for a moment. Then we have to talk about the water. Well, why isn't the water evaporating if it's literally being encapsulated within this area? That does not happen, right? But then one of our members here wants to say, well, look at the panel right here, right? This panel right here says, that the Amaterasu is literally melting the ice right here and it's causing the water to boil. So that means that it does give out outward heat. And if the Amaterasu gives out outward heat, then that means that this water should be evaporated. Burns the user's focus. We see how it works for its first appearance. It doesn't burn the entire toad. It makes a hole through it that Itachi wanted. The spawn point burns the hottest. So you're telling me that you believe that it's the scent that is as hot as the sun where it touches, and yet everywhere else it just massively decreases in heat. Yeah, I don't believe that. I have no reason to believe that. My point comparing it to Yama's Banka is that even a character can call it a sun's heat, but it isn't exactly that hot. It is hot, just not whatever the sun admits. That is also true. It doesn't have to be as hot as the sun. I brought that up earlier. It can be the term hot as the sun could be a term simply to describe the flames being extremely hot. Why? Because it was able to overheat a flame-proof toad. However, if you go outside of noon under the sun, far away from Earth, your skin will burn like hell after 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Amaterasu. Yeah. However, we also see it literally burn a girl from behind. It's literally touching the girl, lighting her on fire. This right here should have instantly have killed Karin. This right here should have instantly have killed Karin. It's what is shown on the page. No, it's how you're choosing to interpret it. It's how you're choosing to interpret it. Karin here, especially with the amount of time that she had these flames on her back, you should have seen her skeleton. There is no way that Karin, especially of all characters, has enough durability to withstand flames of the sun and then for it to only do a surface level wound like that. If they were really as hot as the sun, they would have instantly have burned through her clothes. Or fire. Yeah, but holy shit, sun level potency wouldn't just make the ground split. Now, even though it burns the user, wants it to be a problem, it's an AoE environmental damage and burning speed, though you can say it, I'm getting too realistic with fiction manga. But manga isn't canon, data books are. Ah, yeah, but the manga isn't canon, the data books are canon. Yeah. So, that's basically my whole point with this. It's inconsistent as fuck. It's inconsistent at best. It's really inconsistent at best. You're basically taking a single statement to be objectively 100% true, and then wrapping around a bunch of logic to try and make it sound, which, I mean, if you try to wrap your entire logic around a single point, and you're choosing to view things in such a way that it allows that point to be truthful, it allows it to be consistent, that's just an interpretation at that point. Because you still have to jump through a couple of mental hoops in order to say, yeah, they're as hot as the sun, even though they don't emit any heat outwardly. But then they do emit heat when they're encapsulated in ice, which does show that heat is being emitted by it, since it's also showing that there is an outline of it melting, of the flames melting, of the ice melting, but somehow it only affects the focal point of the user, but then at the same time, the flames that were burning Karin, which weren't the focal point of the user, means that those black flames, for whatever reason, weren't as hot as the sun, right? Because if they were as hot as the sun, then Karin's back, we would have been seeing like an ashed out skeleton from her back. We wouldn't have seen just the skin itself fucking burn at a very surface level heat. Otherwise, you know, Karin probably has higher durability than a vast majority of Bleach characters, is what I'm getting at. Sweating after hearing the speech from Eon. I don't know about Kishimoto sweating, I'm just saying. The data books are not, they can literally move Amaterasu with their eyes. Karin was, back was injured, not as much as B because of the intent of the user. So you're telling me now that Sasuke, before learning Kagutsuchi, intended, right? Because he didn't have Kagutsuchi yet. Sasuke did not have Kagutsuchi yet, right? Sasuke doesn't actually have Kagutsuchi until this point right here, after the fire is already on his back. So you're telling me that the flame that is covering this tentacle right here is less hot than the rest of the body? You're telling me that Sasuke had intended for the flames that are burning Killer Bee, specifically that tentacle, before he learns Kagutsuchi, before he unlocks the ability for the first time, you're telling me that this flame in particular is way less hot, by like a massive margin, way less hot than the rest of Killer Bee, who's right there, even though there's no visual distinction, there is no... Put another option on the poll that says didn't read them, I'm not a nerd. Not really. And yes, you are. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? Like, why should I believe that? Under what context of logic should I believe that? Because now you're telling me that Sasuke, before unlocking Kagutsuchi, is able to manipulate the flames? I don't believe that. I think that's bullshit. This is becoming a movie goalpost situation. The data book is clearly wrong to what the manga presents Amaterasu. Who was more injured after Amaterasu on that page? Killer B, but that's because his entire body was covered and only Karin's back was covered. And by the way, the guy whose entire body was covered, yeah, the clone, I should mean. The clone whose body was covered in those flames, yeah, look at that. His body wasn't turned reduced to a skeleton. Man, so, I don't know. He seems to have about the same amount of damage on him that Karin does, except it's full body instead of just on his back. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You can look at it whatever way you want. You're not really making a strong point here. The data book might just be wrong. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying it might just be wrong. The data book statement cannot be correct if it is this. If you have to go through this many mental hoops to prove that it is, maybe it burns like the sun felt from Earth. You realize that the flames of the sun felt from Earth go to like the hottest point on Earth. You'll probably get to like 150 degrees Fahrenheit at best. It's like 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. That's still not as hot as the sun anywhere. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know you're making a joke, but it's what's the argument here, right? How can they be as hot as the sun if they don't melt anything and there is no statement that even remotely implies it? If there were a statement that said the flames of the Amaterasu only burn the target, it only makes that part of the target burn, it only damages the target itself, the heat doesn't pass onward to... Yeah, like Appa said, it's comparing 50 degrees Celsius to 5,000 degrees Celsius. That's just so much of a massive margin to simply say that, like, the Amaterasu flame, yeah, no, it only burns, and only the victim, only the person or thing that is being burned by this is actually feeling this. And this isn't even just like the first example of this. There's other examples that you could bring up, like when Sasuke fights Itachi. There, literally the entirety of the Uchiha hideout is covered around with flames. Yeah, the Raikage, I guess the Raikage just has the capacity, just has the capability of withstanding flames as hot as the sun. Misunderstanding it mechanically. How can we misunderstand it mechanically if the mechanics that you're bringing up aren't even remotely stated anywhere? Because the mechanics that you're bringing up, One Smart, aren't explained or even remotely taken from anywhere other than just saying, well, it just burns the target. 451 degrees Fahrenheit is able to make paper and books combust instantly. Let's see. Itachi pain arcs right here. When Sasuke fights Itachi, let's see. Why aren't any of these trees then burning up? Those trees were basically at the focal point. They're definitely spreading like wildfire. It's definitely a massive amount of flames here, but why isn't the rest of the forest instantly burning into ashes? Why is it only this part right here? Why is it only this area right here that's being lit up into flames, but the heat from these flames up here, or these flames even here, why are they not just catching the other trees? It's not a complicated ability like Naruto, it's just people overcomplicate to feel their idea of scaling. Yep, I agree with that, because it seems to be what the status quo is. Every mechanic I mentioned is part of the story. They explained that Amaterasu... Okay, so can you give me the chapter and manga panel where it is stated that Amaterasu only burns the target and it doesn't burn anything else? Amaterasu's heat only works at the focal point, and every other bit of Amaterasu flames that touches anybody or anything else doesn't burn as hot as it. Can you please give me the statement? Can you please give me the page and chapter number? When you can do that, I'll agree with you. Anyway, that was kind of just the whole thing I wanted to go into. That was kind of just the whole point I kind of wanted to talk about in regards to this. It's definitely it definitely just brings up like a lot of like the data book points into contention, because at that point then we then have to ask ourselves, right? Are we going to take every single data book statement hyper literally, or are we going to just take them with a grain of salt? Is there room for interpretation based on actual statements given in? Yeah, it says it burns the target, but if it's true, once things get caught, they should also burn the same. 100%. But he said earlier, but see, Jeff, that's not true, because One Smart earlier said that the Amaterasu only burns to that high level of heat when it is close, when it is on the focal point of the target. So by his logic, if you get hit by if Sasuke lights somebody with Amaterasu and then something else catches on fire, those Amaterasu flames are just not going to burn as hot. I explained it easily and provided on-page examples. People jump through hoops to reject it. What hoops are we jumping through? We're not really jumping through hoops. By your logic, which you stated earlier, let's go back. Burning through the fire toad, with the context, they don't have to generate a large area of heat. Yeah, they do. Is that not steam around B? Let's see. You said Amaterasu burns where the user focuses. We see how it works first appearance. It doesn't burn the entire toad, the whole, let's see. Nah, even though it burns that. Okay, we can literally see the Amaterasu move with their eyes. Karen's back was injured, but not as much as B because of the intent of the user. So can you tell me where exactly that's stated? That she wasn't burned as much because of the intent of the user. I think data books are just an extra lore world building for details that might not have had the chance to fit into the story but wasn't fully explained. It's always context dependent in my opinion. I agree with you, but then that also brings up a point that I talked about before. Which data book statements should we then take seriously, and which data book statements should we say that it doesn't? Because if we can't, not just as a community, but as a collective, agree which data book statements are or aren't, actually, matter of fact, we don't really have that right, since we're not the ones who designed the data books, we're not the ones who wrote them, we're not the ones who know what their true intentions are. You can't really sit here and argue which data book statements only work when they don't contradict the manga, right? But then that means that the entirety of the data book can't be used. Because you can't just sit here and say that we can only use some data book statements and we can't use others. I don't believe that. I think you either have to use the entirety of the document or you don't use the document at all. I don't think it's fair to nitpick data book statements that should be taken seriously and nitpick data book statements that shouldn't be taken seriously, because then it becomes a back and forth. It becomes an entire dilemma of who gets to decide which ones are and which ones aren't. Backs up the example. What does it back up exactly? What does that moment back up exactly? Can you explain to me what exactly does the Toad moment back up? Why the fuck don't I have this? Let me see. I'm gonna open up an extra page real quick. What exactly does it back up? Oh, no, wait, no. Let's go here. 148. Why the fuck don't I have this? It's so weird. If you can't provide it, then you should stop debating this so we can move on. I only debate those who can provide evidence. That's right. If you cannot provide the evidence, you are talking entirely out of your own personal opinion, and while it is fine to do so, it is not. Personal opinions do not make for an actual argument. Okay. Let me download these, because I don't know why the fuck I didn't have these. No, not One Piece. Naruto. Kazekage, Land of Waves, Kazekage, Search for Tsunade. Yeah, there we go. 148. Uh-huh. 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 Also, this is a kind of a weird application of Amaterasu, because this version of Amaterasu also doesn't continue to burn forever. What exactly does this point prove for you, One Smart? What exactly does this point prove? To take seriously whatever describes what the author realistically can't. Sizes, databook, maps, and so on. Yeah, but the databooks aren't just that. The databooks are also statements for jutsu, explanations for characters, expansions on the story, so on and so forth. If it's an explanation on the jutsu, do we take the data book seriously or do we not? Do you have the Jaya section in the library? I'll post the scans once I get back home. I should. I know the moment, not the numbers off the top of my head. I can put it in the comments later. Nope. I need you to tell me where exactly that's stated. Right here. Here is the here are the quite literal statements. How did they get out? And what are these black flames? The rock toad spews himself for his natural fireproof innards to get charred, right? So they're fireproof in general. So that means they have to be hotter than the actual sun. Has to seal away the Amaterasu. Okay, and what does that do for your argument? What does that do for your argument? How does him sealing away the black flames have anything to do with Karin and Killer Bee? Please explain to me your line of logic. Those two, it's just the Naruto ones contradict the story, so I don't know if I want to consider them at all. That's the point. They're gone. They're powerful enough to burst through the wall. Why did you retreat? With your power, there's no need to be impatient. Besides which, I must also rest my body in one place for the foreseeable future, for not only I force myself to use Sokyobi, the Nightmare Realm, I also use the Materasu as well. Don't look now, but there's a wall of flesh coming after us. They run. Yeah. How does this remotely help or support your argument for Killer Bee and Karin? How does this support it? Target the wall and puts a hole in the wall. If it did its job there. Yeah. You claim the flames stopped burning, but they were still alive. You claim that the flames stopped burning? Yes, Sasuke stopped the flames. You claimed that the flames stopped burning, but they were still there. Not really. Only a tiny bit of the flames. Don't move the goalpost. How does this support your previous comment? How does this help support your previous comment? I'll read it for you. The toad stomach example backs up the Karin and Bee example. I don't care. Don't bring up anything else. How does that support that? How does it support that? Please give me that. Please give me that line of logic first before we move on to anything else. In my opinion, the data books are written after the fact to expand on stuff presented in the manga, so as long as it doesn't directly contradict the source, it's fair to use. So then Kirin isn't light speed. The Raikage isn't light speed either then. I take all data books as fact. However, if the data book contradicts the source for a specific point, I take the original over the data book. I think that's fine. But at the end of the day, then what? Did the entire toad burn? It should have. If we're being honest here, it should have. It should have. Because the flames don't continue to stop burning. They continue to expand and burn. The toad flames quite literally continue. The flames literally continue to expand. You can literally see it in the Itachi fight. You can literally see it in the Killer Bee fight. Because here's the issue that I have with this idea, Mungus. You could say that if it doesn't directly contradict the source material, but at the end of the day, it is still a statement designed for the data books, right? So either the data books aren't an entire source to be taken seriously, or they are. I don't like this idea of nitpicking which do and which don't adhere to the story, because at that point, everyone and anyone can make the argument. Anyone and everyone can make the argument that every single data book statement should be taken as either canon or they should not be taken as canon. That is the issue. There is a massive dilemma that comes from which statements should be taken seriously and which statements shouldn't. Do some contradict? No, but do... absolutely. If you ask me, Raikage is above lightning speed, but only light speed dudes are Minato, his teleportation thing, and Naruto, his flicker thing. Anyway. I don't know, just food for thought. This is something that I was definitely considering for the video because the data books are annoying to talk about, dude. If I have to just be honest, the data books are very annoying to talk about. It kind of does bring up a discussion. Has brain rotted Naruto fans so much that they consider it the manga. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright. So, Kishimoto worked on Retsuden, but it was only the cover page. He had nothing to do with it. Kishimoto, I don't believe, has actually written any of the novels. He simply writes off whether or not they're good for this. They're good. If people take data books super seriously, then Bleach is in the same realms as Demon Slayer and Speed or JJK. I mean, true. Yeah, shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think data books should be taken in with a grain of salt. I don't think data books should be used as a main source to support all your arguments, because if they're used to support all your arguments at that point, it's like, how do I put it? How do I explain this properly? It's like, if you're nitpicking which statements can be used and which statements can't be used for one reason or another, either because A, they contradict the story, B, because they contradict other data book statements, or C, because they upscale the story, they upscale feats or statements in the story that don't even remotely back any of this up, it then creates a bit of a dilemma where you have to ask yourself, which statements do we use and which statements do we not use? What's up, Aster? It brings up these discussions. And I think that's my biggest gripe with them, right? I do think that that's my honest biggest gripe with the data books as a whole, because it's not a matter of whether or not the entirety of the book should be used, it's whether or not we should specifically hyper focus on certain statements. And even then, it's like, do we have to hyper focus on certain statements that are either use flowery language, or do I feel like it has to be a choose what fits deal, because we have data books that state actual canon facts and we can't just disregard those. That's what I mean. Okay, but see, that's what I mean. Should we take data book statements? Should we take the data books with a grain of salt, or should we take them as objective fact, right? A data book can have objective evidence into it, right? After all, the data books also go into detail to try and explain what certain things, like for example, they go into explain things like Naruto. They explain characters like Mabui. They go into detail even for characters themselves, and they give us information about the characters throughout the story. My issue is that within the context of power scaling, people kind of use these as word of law, but at the end of the day, you also have to ask yourself the writing behind the data books, right? Some of it is objectively canon because it takes information directly from the manga, or it takes information like, for example, birthdays, height, weight, etc., to try and explain what the character does, right? But then we kind of come into a bit of an issue. Where we have to actually wonder if the translations of the data books are correct. Why do certain data book statements inherently contradict one another? Why do certain lightspeed statements inherently contradict one another? We have to talk about the interpretation that these characters might have. For example, with a speed invisible to the eye, which could be interpreted as light speed, we then have to ask ourselves, how seriously do we take statements like this? Especially when, once again, the story just does not support it, right? The data books offer information that is objectively canon to the story. Mabui is, objectively speaking, 29 years old, 5'5". She weighs 115 pounds. She has a good, calm nature, demeanor about herself. However, then we also have to consider, things like the Waterfang bullet literally contradicting its own statement versus the other Waterfang bullet statement. We have to consider the Raikage being almost the speed of light, but then the Anbu Black Ops being as fast as light, their deadly techniques. That's kind of the issue that I'm trying to sort of explain. If we have to take the data books to be objectively correct statements for the story, objectively correct piece of information that backs up everything in the story, then it inherently contradicts the story. It inherently contradicts the source material, and it inherently contradicts itself. If we talk about the data books as something that you can take with a grain of salt, does it offer pieces of information that can be taken as canon? Yes, I do agree with that, but at the same time, it also creates a bit of a dilemma where now we have to ask ourselves, is the language being used? Isn't that fast? Sorry about that, guys. I had to step out for a second because I smelled smoke. It smelled like something was burning. I had to just go make sure. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm going to still use the data books when I talk about this video, but I do not think I think from like here on out, I might actually start just taking data book statements with a massive grain of salt. The smell was you reading the data books? I'm being so serious, I actually smelled something burning. I had to go to my kitchen real quick just to make sure I didn't leave the stove on. Books there are a lot of ages and dates that contradicts the story. There are a lot of ages or dates that contradict the story or other data book entries. Can you give me some examples? But yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, yeah, it's just an expansion on the fucking story, dude. The pattern of a cursed seal is carved in the sandy body, and it feels proud of its automatic defense. Amongst that is Kiara a guy? Who's Kiara? Or Kurara? Are you talking about Kurara? Pure white body violently and dashes across. Horns on its head, it smashes through giant rocks. Instead, Hiruzen's age makes no sense based on the data books. Okay, let's look up, which data book entry is that? I imagine it's like, what, data book entry 1? Hiruzen data books. So-called Hirukin retcon is an ass or groundbreaking, but I decided a lot of weirdness. People saying Hishirama's strength, so on and so forth. Superlative, the statements across the data book, being the top dog. Superlative strength of the Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage of all time. Most powerful of all time, strongest Hokage of all time. Hiruzen. Isn't it a predecessor? Is the predecessor's point from the data book? Nope, the first fan book. Okay, so that's that. Let's see, Hiruzen. It says that he is 69 years old. The data book says that he is 69 years old. And to be clear, it's not just Naruto Vive cards. Head Garp has no conquerors for years until the Beehive raid. Just give the Raikage's relativistic plus scale Naruto above it to light speed like all the other videos. I don't know what this penguin emoji is supposed to mean in all honesty. But yeah. 68 to 69 years old. What exactly doesn't make sense about the Hiruzen age in the data books? Eon, it's simple. Manga over data books, unless the manga makes a real feat look less impressive, then it's data books over manga. But I'm not putting the data books ever over the manga. So God Jinrobi until Hashirama stole that shit. Hiruzen didn't know what to do with that title. The whole spiritual light shit makes things so complicated as well as the night novels. Data book reminds me of the big comic book character, big books for comic book characters. They gave breakdowns of powers, feats, and major events, but they were quite short-handed. Handed details, at least they sourced comic book issues. Alright, what does this say? Concentrated, developed, the final moments were naturally, the circle of eternity, that he was a great mind, an appearance, the light of the village, pure blood type, pickled in sake. Yeah, the protector of Konoha wishes. Yeah. Let's check out this one. Mentor, train Jiraiya, third greatness, ability. Everybody's father, Hokage versus Hokage, the second Hokage, suppress, the third village, Orochimaru, the last moments, protect the village, Hokage versus Hokage, had no regrets, It's like full stop, end of sentence type shit. I have to find it again. The issue would be the age of Hiruzen compared to Jiraiya when he was training him. He should have been training Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya was 50 when he died, right? Jiraiya was 50. Jiraiya. So Hiruzen would be 17 years older than Jiraiya. Hiruzen would be 17 to 18 years. 17 to 19 years older than Jiraiya, so he should be right here in like his late 20s. He should be right here, somewhere around like his, yeah. Everybody's father, overlapping, and experienced shinobi, feelings, inherently relief, young people, Hokage versus Hokage, yeah. Are you still researching this throughout the data books and YouTube videos? We alone are brainwashed, one blind Naruto fan. But I do give Ichigo light speed just cause, even though everything contradicts these speeds for Bleach. Uses spherical particles too, but it's outright said to be slower than lightning, so Bleach isn't light speed at all. But I do give Ichigo light speed because even though everything contradicts these speeds for Bleach. Yeah, I'm still researching this, yeah. It's a fucking pain in the ass. I don't care about the professor or any of that crap. I need to know where it stated that he was, like, objectively speaking, like, the strongest of all the shinobi Hokage, and the man actively the foundation of suitable person. In the last years, he didn't fight personally, but in a seldom chance, but he only talented is called the professor, as he keeps gathering everyone's respect as the strongest Hokage. So people believe that he's the strongest Hokage. People believe that he's the strongest Hokage. Okay. Training rigorously to fight Hashirama, ended up third Hokage. He took both Professor because he explained all the jutsu that exist in Konoha and the true nature. Not only that, but he was able to watch over all the people who live in kindness. Alright. People also believe Trump's a good guy, yeah. I think I remember the problem is it should date to Tobirama's death versus age when he was teaching Jiraiya. Tobirama's death versus age when he was teaching Jiraiya. Okay. I know Yoruichi, some things about her lightning not being lightning speed because it's spiritual. However, I'm not sure about the Sero, but I am willing to cap it at relativistic. Yeah. Well, whatever. We don't need to be hung up on Hiruzen. I do need to write the rest of the script. I've already started writing it. The fight location is sort of irrelevant. Neither character really gets a bonus from typing a specific type of environment. There will be no verse equalization, since Naruto would be the only one to benefit from it. I will consider both characters as close to the canon as possible, and as if they're trying to end the fight as quickly as possible. I will also reference the characters. Reference the characters. I will also reference the characters. It's the bane of Hashirama fans. The legend period inverse scaling discussion went on for years. Yeah. The whole, who is stronger between all of the fucking Kage? Who's actually the truly strongest Kage? Is it Hiruzen from a bunch of random statements, or is it Hashirama through actual objective feats? You know? Yeah, it's just that old topic. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, let me ask you guys a fucking question. Let me ask you guys an actual, like, real question. Do you guys think that, like, the Admirals versus Yonko debate is basically, like, the One Piece equivalent of the Hashirama versus Hiruzen debate? You guys think so? You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it's the One Piece version of that, where it's like there's like an argument that could be made, but like, man, is it fucking annoying to like have to talk about. Moving beyond light speed really doesn't make any sense, but what are you seeing? The speed of light means you're fighting blindly. Wasn't there for those debates, to be honest. That back in the day, dude, Marcos, there was so much fucking back and forth. I'm talking about like 6-7 years ago. Fuck, I just said the funny number. It was like 6 to 8 years ago. Like, there was a massive discussion throughout forums and stuff like that. You can even probably go up to like 10 years ago, where people were like basically arguing about which of the Kage was actually the strongest. Some people were like debating hard for Hiruzen. Other people were saying that, like, you know, oh, Minato for Tobirama still happens a lot. Yeah, Minato versus Tobirama versus Hiruzen. The whole topic of conversation of like which of the Kage actually stand in terms of the others, like where Kakashi should span instead of like all the other Kage and all that crap. I know a YouTuber named Sage the Thick Cat provided a different translation from the strongest. Provided a different translation. Sage of the Thick Calves. Yeah. Sage of Thick Calves. The Phantom Thieves versus the X-Men. Neji versus Haku is closer than you think. Seems interesting. Hashirama is way stronger than you think. Stronger than Jubito? Yeah, I'm not watching this. Fair enough. What else do we have? Guy and Kakashi swapped fights. Yeah, I think we've seen their content once or twice, right? The jury's still out on the admirals, though. Yeah, until one of them beats a Yonko, I don't know about the jury still being out on them. But I'm not gonna go into that whole rant from yesterday. We'll also reference the character. I will discuss the characters. Not that far into Bleach. From what I've seen, he glazes Hashirama. I've seen that video. He glazes Hashirama like crazy. You guys want to have the video in the background? Type in 1 if you want me to have the video in the background while I work on this. What is the, I'm not that far into Bleach, so you can get me a statement for that, just so we're 100% clear. You guys want it in the background, let me know. Okay, I will also discuss the characters based on 5 different iterations. Done 5 different iterations. Naruto and Luffy. Then Luffy within the first 100 chapters of the series. Naruto... iterations. Naruto and Luffy within the first series. All of the Hokages were resurrected, and the only Tobirama was somewhat useful. He created Edo Tensei and Shadow Clones and established the Konoha. Enough said. I mean, dude, listen, I'm not here to debate which of the Hokage is actually stronger. If you want to have that debate with anybody else, you can totally do it with like anybody here if they'd want to have a back and forth with you. If you want to have like a back and forth with anybody here, you can. I'm just saying I'm not here. I don't really care like which of the Hokage is actually the strongest. All I know is Naruto is, and that's really it. The new chapter, yes, I did. It was okay. The new chapter was fine. Let me your support, Kurama Daddy. This is Prime Hashirama we're up against. Candace Arrows. This is the light novel. I'll tag you in the Discord later once I get home, or it might be, I don't know. This is just so much shit I forget because all the fucking plot holes in Bleach. Lapis, I swear to God. Yo, I don't know what it is about Lapis, the shit that he says sometimes, but the way he words things sometimes is just so fucking funny to me. Tobirama is wild for the jutsu he made. Yeah, no, Tobirama really is fucking wild. Tobirama made some real fuck-ass jutsu, I'm not gonna lie. Who the fuck thinks making a jutsu about bringing the people back from the dead and sticking them into immortal bodies was a good fucking idea? Who the fuck even wrote... He thought, what, that jutsu was gonna help Konoha? Fantastic, my guy. You literally created the jutsu that kind of helped spiral the 4th Great Shinobi War into a bunch of bullshit. The Zoro feat was dope. It wasn't it that he did something to the giants, right? Yeah, I forgot. It was, and then he like blasted himself off of them. What does treasure summon? The 9th strongest tailed beast of the verse, Chakra General Kurama. The Edo Jutsu was to make spies and suicide bombers. That's what I'm saying. Make Konoha great again. Yo, that is such a fucked line, especially after all the shit that's been happening in terms of like the actual MAGA movement, bro. This shit's so funny. All right, Naruto and Luffy within the first 100 chapters of the series. Then we'll talk. I will also discuss. Then we'll discuss series. Then their end of pre-time skip. Versions. Followed by post-time skip. Followed by post-time skip. Followed by post-time skip. By by post time skip. Then we'll do War Arc Naruto versus Wano Luffy. And finally, Hokage. And then finally, we'll talk about War Arc Naruto. And finally, we'll end things off. Naruto from Sage of Six Paths. And Egghead and Gear 5 Luffy. 5 Luffy from Wano to Egghead. Everything in post times. Knuckle Ninja. Zoro gets buffed when he fights Cloud Ninja. That's crazy. How many ones did we get, and how many, we got 1, 2, 3... We got 3 ones and more 2s, so we're not gonna do it then. We're not gonna watch the video then. What do people even call Zoro racist? I never got that. At least he created the Ninja Academy system so the child soldiers wouldn't exist for Konoha. I guess. Yeah, no, we just indoctrinized them. We just indoctrinized them by first giving them a formal education. And while we do that, we'll also train ourselves some child soldiers. Like, come on now. Imagine you're Zoro and Tobirama's op, and you're a Black Uchiha. The minority tag team gonna cook. Dude. That would be absolutely insane. Like, imagine like the first Black Uchiha, and then just Zoro and Tobirama are just standing there menacingly. Like, they just step out of there. They're not even doing anything. There's no coup d'etat. They're not trying to usurp the leaf. They're just a guy. He's just a random dude that is walking to open up his store in like the early morning. I'm talking about like a convenience store, right? Like, he was like one of the few Uchiha who, like, you know, he wasn't part of the coup. He lived with the other villagers. He was chilling, and then he's just walking in to his home on like a winter's evening at like 6 in the morning to open up his deli for people to, you know, come in and get their wears and tears and all that shit. And then all of a sudden you see across the fucking road a silent dark winter morning under a street lamp. You see Tobirama Senju. And then in another one, and then as it flickers, you also see Zoro. Then you see them both there, and then the light flickers again, and they're both gone. That shit would be fucking frightening, man. If killing him, yo, what do you mean chilling? He was clearly resisting arrest. What the fuck? The 4 Emperor of the racist slurs: Frieza, Zoro, Geto, and Tobirama. That's what I'm saying, bro. Zoro gets a rage amp fighting Darui and hey, that's crazy. Mayuri and Orochimaru would be in the files. Who in One Piece would be in the files? Celestial Dragons are 100% in the files. Now imagine he's part Saiyan. Oh! No! Don't tell me he's part Saiyan. Wait, he's half Saiyan, half human, and he can't use Jujutsu. As a matter of fact, he is a black Saiyan, half human, who also can't use cursed energy. Oh man, this would be like the ultimate victim for the 4 horsemen of the racist apocalypse. That shit is crazy. Mei gonna be in the files? Yeah, Mei might actually be in the files. I'm not gonna hold you. Who are you talking about? Ichigo? Damn, I didn't know Ichigo was also an Uchiha. That's crazy. Rip Bozo times 4. Yeah, no, Rip Bozo times infinity. Those motherfuckers are gonna tear him a new shreds. Frieza's out there sitting in the back sipping on some tea while Zoro is slashing the dude up, and What are their faces? Gato and Toby Rum are just kicking the guy up. They're just constantly kicking him. Tekika. Zoro versus Monkey Girl, Mr. One, African Giraffe, Filthy Fishman. All right, now that's just all right. That's come on now. No, come on now. Vanderdecken, Hisoka, Mei, Orochimaru are all in the files. To a certain extent, let's not push with the things too much either. Orochimaru joining the Diddy Force. Yeah, Orochimaru's definitely joining the Diddy Force. Dude, that is so fucking funny though. Yeah, Hisoka's definitely in the files. Who's in the files? Who's in the files? The anime struggle final boss. One Piece characters. Let me look this up on the wiki. Let's see. I need a character list of the wiki now. Now we need to actually talk about this because I'm more invested in. Why the fuck am I even calling this research at this point, dude? I'm not even actually. Fuck me, man. All right. Antagonist, category A, antagonist. All right. What the fuck is this? One shot cover story. Come on, just give me. By Saga. There we go. I'm gonna fucking crash out, dude. Give me the fucking list of characters. Stop fucking with me. Where's the list? Damn it. Domain expansion, Epstein Island Temple. That's crazy. Did you read? Yep, I read it. Absalom. Yeah, Absalom is definitely in the fucking files. Absalom is definitely in the fucking files, dude. Alright. No, come on. Give me just a list of characters, man. Sure, alright, whatever. We'll do this by, like, one at a time because apparently this shit wants to be fucking stupid. Start with Alabasta, alright? Let's start with Alabasta. Which villains in Alabasta would be a part of the Epstein files? Would be a part of the file list, alright? Mr. 7, no. Mr. 9, no. Miss Friday. I don't think anyone in Baroque Works, off the top of my mind, would be on the files. Maybe Galdino. Maybe Galdino's in the files. The guy seems to me like he would probably be in the fucking files, dude. Igaram, definitely not. Igaram's not in the files. Karu's definitely not in the files. Wapple, I wouldn't be. You know what? I would definitely believe that Wapple is in the files. Wapple is 100 fucking % in the files, man. Let's see. Baby 5, no. Actually, maybe 5, maybe. Monet, Marshall D. Teach, Caesar Clown. I feel like Caesar Clown would 100% be in the files. Toye, one Sanji in the files, type shit. 47th. All the Celestial Dragons are in the files, 100%. Caesar Clown is definitely in the files. 100% in the fucking files. Let's see. Del Quixote do Flamingo. Or maybe not him. Spartan, Sugar, Giola, Gladius, Hajrudin, Tamago, Treble, Virgo. I feel like... I don't want to say Virgo is... I feel like Virgo might be in the files, though. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Virgo in the files. Alvida, Branu, Bucci, Lord of the Coast, Kuro, Nezumi. I feel like Nezumi would 1000% be in the files if he could be. He's not in the files, but he definitely hit up Jeffrey Epstein a couple of times because he thought that he was important enough to get in there, but he's not actually in the files. He wanted to, but he couldn't be in the files. Definitely could not get into the files. Or I guess I should say he couldn't get into the actual island. Let's see, the Final Saga antagonist, Fishman Island antagonists. Definitely, you know what, Vanderdecken is definitely in the fucking files, dude. There's no way Vanderdecken isn't in the fucking files. I'd be hard pressed to believe that he wasn't. Boa's definitely there. What makes Boa in the file? Well, I guess Luffy was 17 and she was in love with him. I guess. Yeah, sure. We could throw Boa Hancock in the files. Van Augur, Wiper, Jesus Burgess, Brahm, Sky Island, come on now. Is Enel not here? Why the fuck is Eneru not here? Alright, whatever, I guess he just doesn't count. The Summit War? Who could possibly be in the Summit War files? Magellan, Bastille, Boa Hancock, for sure. Minotaurus, not really. Monkey D. Garp, Coffee Monkeys? Who the fuck are Coffee Monkeys? That's crazy. There really are just monkeys. Doberman, Dracula Mihawk, Rindo, definitely any of the Celestial Dragons, Sakazuki. Sakazuki. Here, I'm gonna say this. Akainu isn't in the files, but he's definitely referenced in the files. He is definitely referenced in the files. There is no way. Yeah, I definitely read it. By the way, do you remember Ichibe's line, and just like a black ant you will die? The fan translator forgot the word ant. Really? That's funny. It's funny as fuck. Live chat, can read my comments? Sure. Bruh, what's the name of that? King Stelly? I don't know who that is. Let's see. Absalom is definitely in the fucking files, dude. There's no way Absalom isn't in the files. I would actually be willing to say that Hogback is also in the Epstein files. I would also say that Hogback is in the Epstein files. Let's see, Kumadori, yada yada yada, Kuni. You know what? I'll just say it. Kanjuro 100% would make me believe that he's in the fucking files, and so would Orochi. I would have no reason to believe that they're not in the fucking files, those goddamn freaks. Katarina Devon, Charlotte motherfuckers, page 1. Queen Mama Chanter, Doubt Brothers, Ethan, Venus Juro, Fukuro, Garudon, Zazaki, yeah. I feel like the worst part about Sakazuki, about like Akainu, is that like he definitely knows about the files, he knows what's inside the files, but he never wanted to go out of his way. Yeah, is it crazy to me to say that there's probably nobody like in Wano that is actually part of the files? I don't know. Release the Celestial Files? I'm not the one who has to release them shits, bro. I don't know what we're doing. Well, we're doing, who is in the files tier list? Caesar would be a handler. Caesar would 100% be a handler and he would definitely be a transporter of the files. There's no way I would sit here and believe anyone who told me that, like, Caesar Clown isn't part of, like, a group of people that's willing to, like, traffic these children, especially kids, in order to turn them into giants so that they can use them for their, evil purposes. This shit is crazy. This shit is absolutely crazy, dude. Alright, I'm over this. Gotta get back to this. Alright. Whenever eat. I'll discuss the characters based on 5 different iterations, Naruto and Luffy within the first 100 chapters of the series, then their end of pre-time skip versions, followed by post-time skip, then followed by their post-time skip. Then we'll talk about War Arc Naruto and Wano Luffy, and finally we'll end things off with Sage of Six Paths and the Sage of Six Paths slash the last Naruto and Gear 5 Luffy from Wano and Egghead. Okay, definitely Pero. Yeah. Will we get an Epstein list section in the Naruto versus Luffy video? Probably. Depending on how much the people ask for it. So, does the recent chapter provide an upscale of a certain skeleton? I mean, he blocked an attack, so probably. Yeah, it's pretty good. He definitely blocked an attack. Although I do wonder where the hell Brook got the shield from. It didn't seem like he had that shield on before. Each version of the characters will depending on the winner, each version of the characters will fight this won't be a straight 1-to-1 matchup. This won't be a straight one-on-one matchup. I'd like to also discuss about which iterations of Naruto can beat which. Cover which versions of the characters can win matchup. I'd like to if a version of either character around, then we'll compare them to the next version or Luffy run out of forms. That way, I'm not just talking about... that would be a good idea for a future non-power scaling video. I think it would be very fun. I think the Celestial Files would be very fun to make. I definitely need a little bit of help, like, writing it through and through, but I think it'd be interesting. Most good cop scheme members are dying to Moria, but it seems even once captured, you wouldn't escape her arrows. Her powers are busted every single chapter. Yeah. Like, she has to basically, like, let go of you completely, and even then, I think, like, she has to do it. By the way, guys, let me ask you a question. Do you guys believe... Let me get a nail clip real quick. Do you guys believe that, zombie apocalypse, right? Zombie apocalypse, specifically the zombies that Gecko Moria can make. Do you think if Gecko Moria and the Thriller Bark ship with none of his crewmates, just he himself, do you think the world would be screwed if Gecko Moria and the Thriller Bark ship were both dropped in the middle of the ocean, and he had at least a year's worth of prep time in order to make zombies before he has to take on the world? Do you think do you think Gecko Moria can win? I was having this discussion with a couple friends of mine yesterday. This fucking hurts. 1 second. I can't stop thinking about this. Okay. You don't think so? Kinda. I mean, nukes exist, so just drop it on the island. That's what I was telling one of my friends. They said that like Gecko Moria should be easily capable of like handling like even the U.S. military, and I'm like, dude, a giant island-sized ship just floating around in the middle of the ocean. People are gonna find that shit. People are going to easily find that shit, and they're gonna wonder why the fuck people are suddenly, mysteriously disappearing. No, our world. We're not talking about the One Piece world. We're talking about if Gecko Moria pops out in our world. How long? Because as long as you stay alive during the night, the sun will save you. But if you're caught, GG's, you're erased from existence. He has a win con, but I think we got it. Moria on land is more dangerous than on Thriller Bark. Yeah, but then you have to think about it. Like, where does the guy hide himself? Where does the guy go? How does the guy move around? You know what I mean? It's like just dropping Gecko Moria in the middle of somewhere. Looked in tech with his leg was restrained too. Yeah, he did do that. Don't forget, saltwater destroys zombies. Yeah. Like, my question is, like, how does he stop the U.S. military from, like, carpet bombing him? Moria doesn't even need the zombies? You sure about that? Because a random island floating in the middle of the water, people are disappearing, and it's everywhere that island goes. I'm pretty sure people would, like, literally show up with, like, military ships. Sure, they might be smaller than the island themselves, but, like, if Gecko Moria shows himself to be, like, an actual threat to the military, I don't know what's stopping them from just nuking him. Yeah, but what happens if Thriller Bark is destroyed? What does he do then? How does he survive if Thriller Bark itself is destroyed? Because Moria's not like a mobile character. He doesn't like travel across island to island. He's not going to cross the entirety of Thriller Bark, take down a bunch of ships on his own, and then, you know, do that stuff. I don't know. Trumpja, Soundwave, and Bunker Bust diff, US air diffs, India submarine, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that. Alright. I mean, we have our own island in the real world where countless people disappeared to. We haven't seemed to be able to do anything about it. Yeah, all the nukes dropped at once would create a force equal to roughly 10 teratons TNT in our country level. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, wouldn't that blow up? Wouldn't that blow up the entirety of? Wouldn't that just blow up the boat? U.S. satellite can get 4K video view through a window right now. They are going to turn him into a weapon or a memory. Type shit. No, he doesn't have ores. We actually made the stipulation that he doesn't specifically have ores. And he has to build up his army from scratch. Sorry, I'm trying to, like, get something with my nail. So I'm not really typing anything. I'm assuming you mean, like, lack of an island to stand on, because I don't think that an island level explosion does anything to Mora. That's what I basically mean, yeah. Like, if you destroy Thriller Bark, let's say, like, the island of Thriller Bark is destroyed, right? The island of Thriller Bark is destroyed. How does Gecko Moria get out of that? Because turning himself into a shadow, I don't know if it necessarily gets him out of it. You know what I mean? Especially, like, if he's just in the middle of the ocean with, like, nowhere else to go. I don't know. I feel like you have to give Moria, like, a lot of benefit of doubt, and then somehow assume that he's, like, close enough to inland, where, like, he can, like, I don't know, blitz his way to it. But even then, I don't know. Gonna survive radioactive waves and shit. 1 year's prep, I think he got it. Depends on, would Moria take over aircrafts? Would he even know how to utilize them? That's kind of a question. I don't think so. At best, tickles him, but even then, he's multi-continental. Whether or not he's the kind, he has any kind of flight ability. He does not have any kind of flying ability as far as I'm concerned. You can maybe argue that he can turn himself into, like, bats. He can maybe, like, turn himself into bats and disappear through them, but, like, Also, Moria would know they're coming because ICBMs are only hypersonic in Mach speed. Yeah, but he wouldn't know that they're being fired at him. You wouldn't know until he's already, like, they're already, like, within visual range, and even then, he wouldn't know what they are. Like, if he sees a giant, like, if he sees projectiles coming at his island, he'll wonder, like, what the hell is that? Because he's never seen missiles themselves. That's the other thing, right? Like, he's never seen missiles, he's never seen, like, torpedoes. He's seen cannon fire, sure, but they don't look like cannon fire. What would he assume? I mean, I guess you could argue that he assumed. Tanked Ursa's shock. I don't think nukes can destroy it. I don't know. All they have to do is kind of just damage the island enough to where, like, it starts to sink. And even then, how powerful is Ursa's shock in comparison? Everyone tanked Ursa's shock, yeah. Alright, that's over. That's enough of that. I think I'm gonna rip my nail off if I do that. Alright, Alright, I think I'm done. I don't want to focus on this. He could intercept them. I think he would know why they would try to destroy his ship with that. Their projectiles. I guess that's fair. You think he's gonna blitz that all the way back in his home? I guess that's possible. Yeah. If we had the knowledge of our world, I think he could. One Piece humans are just durable. Are just that durable. Yeah, they are. All right. I don't know, man. I don't know how Moria's tanking. I don't know how Moria's tanking radiation. But anyway. That way, we have... It's a version of either character. If a version of either character wins a round, they'll compare them to the next version until either Naruto or Luffy run out of work. That way, we can figure out... truly compare to one another. No. I know the intro has been a... So, now that we have all that out of the way. Now that we have all that out of the way, let's begin. Okay. You think there's levels to the water prison jutsu? As far as I can tell, Zabuza's was way weaker than Kizame's. Zabuza's wasn't even 100% water, just a thin outer bubble. There was air inside. Was there air inside? Interesting. I don't recall that. But if that's true, then would he would just use one of his attacks to make them detonate at a safe distance. Maybe. What if they're attacking like the outside of the ship though? What if they're attacking like the borderlines of the ship? Because I don't know if like Gecko Moria is just spreading himself out through a distance of like the entire island. I don't know if I would agree with that, especially from like multiple different directions. I don't know, man. You could have Perona keep her surveillance with her ghost. Anyway, okay, let's begin. Considering the Shadow's owner of his zombies could still need to be alive, if Moria knew of our world, he could leverage having a ship full of hostages. Maybe. Kakashi could breathe and speak through it. Team 7 could hear him. His hair didn't become wet until he got out of with a wave of a bottle or something. Okay. So there was like a thin veil of water around it. Okay. That's fine then. I mean, there's probably levels to it. I mean, there are different levels to jutsus, right? Like, there's a Rasengan, and then if you just pour more chakra into it, it's a giant Rasengan. You know, so on and so forth, right? I feel like I guess like not every jutsu can have like an enormous amount of chakra poured into it in relative to what the jutsu requires, but there's also an argument to be made that like it depends on what the jutsu is. Like Rasengan is a jutsu and like the tailed beast spawn that directly correlates with how much powerful. We're in Team Guy drowning though. They were drowning. I think that's the point that Straw Hat Aura is trying to make. I think that's the point that they're trying to make. Let's see, library, let's go back to One Piece. Alright, let's get this out of the way. He has FTL plus reaction speed. Things traveling at Mach 23 appear pathetically motionless to him. That's fair. Okay, I can see your point then. Skypea. That's what I'm saying. I think Zabuza is functionally weaker because it allows people to breathe. Yeah, I think that's fair interpretation. Okay. Right here. Alright. Our scenery really is amazing. I forgot to set. I dropped it in that fluffy cloud stuff. Looks like lovely stuff here. So this is Skypea, and the name on the map Luffy found. The galleon that fell from the sky did come here 400 years ago. Frankly, when I first heard of this island, I didn't believe it existed. Look, here we are. It's real. What about you? I'm going to shore too. So sailing and seas exploring is your idea of an adventure? I never thought about it that way. Mirai, I love this place. The smell of adventure is overpowering. The Marines will never find us here. We can relax at last. It's been such a long time since I went to the beach. We also always stop at port. This is the captain. It's also much fun. I don't know where to begin. Usopp, don't relax. Hey Usopp, I found a nut. What is this? Found it. Oi, I'll get you for that. Ow, why you all get you for that? Chopper, what is it? Nami, look, it's a flower. Is this really a cloud? Aha, what is this? A mysterious flower. The petals are like balloons. It's funny. Wow, even this chair is made of clouds. There must be some technique for molding them. It's different from the fuzzy wuzzy cloud. You kind of sink into it. Look, Nami, flowers. Huh? What's that? Is that a fox? Look, a person. Is that a gorilla? Is that an angel? She's an angel. Did you people come from the Blue Sea? Come here, Sue. We flew up on our ship. Do you live up here? This is Angel Beach in Skypea. Do you like Konok? Or Konach? Konok. The top of the shell is as hard as a rock. It's no use biting it. Here you are. I love Conus when she had more screen time. Yeah. I'm Conus. Yummy! Really? Let me try it. If you're in trouble, I'll be happy to help you. Hey, can you open this one too? Conus and the Cloud Fox Sue, resident of Angel Beach, Skypea. Whoa, you could melt a man's heart with that look. You're in my way. We have a lot of questions. All of this is very strange to us. I'm glad to be of help. I can answer them. Here he comes. He's my father, Conus. Hesso. Hesso, father. What's Hesso mean? What's that he's writing? Oh, it's a waiver. Pardon me. Okay. Is anyone hurt? You're the one that crashed. Luffy, didn't you salvage something like that? It was a waiver Nolan mentioned in his diary. Boats that run without wind. To put into a slaughter into comparison, Moria versus the entire Earth Alliance would be like Muzan were to fight someone like Law or Ace. I guess. It's White Sea Cloudbed with a breath dial AC sounds so good right now. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, imagine being on a sky island on a cloud-like bed with like some really nice chilling fucking dials, just hitting you with a nice little breeze as you're sleeping, and then you wake up to a nice warm summer's day, bro. Yo, especially with like a really comfy, especially with like a really like nice comforter and a cool little blanket on top, bruh. Yo, you would not be able to get me out of that fucking bed, bruh. You would not be able to get me out of that bed, dude. Are these people friends of yours, Conus? Yes, father, I just met them. They're from the Blue Sea. When they must feel rather lost. You've reached the White Sea. Well, the White Sea. We're not lost. Pardon me, I've introduced myself. I'm Pagaya. Alright. Would you hate summers in Georgia and South Carolina? I would hate summers in Georgia and South Carolina. Why? Why is that the case? Oh, this is perfect. I was just out fishing for the finest catch in the White Sea. White Sea, a sky lobster. Won't you come in and enjoy our food? Will she come in? Sky Pean Cuisine. Let me help you cook. Can I ask you something? How does this operate? There's no sail to catch the winds, and you weren't rowing, so how does it work? You must not know what a dial is. A dial? Really hot and humid. Dude, I've been to the lower parts of South America during the summer and during their winters. That shit is... That shit has high levels of heat and humidity too. I actually handle heat relatively well. My girlfriend is actually surprised like at how well I handle both cold and heat, especially relative to like, you know, the actual like weather outside. When I'm out like in especially like when I'm out at like a beach, like let's say like 90 to like 100-degree humid weather, it honestly like doesn't bother me that much. I usually just take a nap. Like, when it comes to that kind of heat, it doesn't bother me as much as, like, the average person. What bothers me is more so sunlight. And I mean so from, like, the perspective of, like, I don't like putting on sunscreen, so I never put that shit on. So I usually don't like getting, like, a lot of sun, specifically when I'm at the beach. I usually, like, just like lying on umbrellas and stuff, and I just, like, lie down on a beach blanket with, like, an umbrella, and I just, like, sleep. I don't really... the heat itself doesn't bother me. It's more so just getting burned by the sunlight. The temperature for it, that's fine. It's a man-made cloud canal. There are two types of natural clouds. The one that ship traverse through is a sea cloud. The fluffy clouds that you walk on are island clouds. Give me water and I'm good with the heat too. Yeah, I just need a little bit of water. Like, give me like a bottle of water. Especially like a liter bottle of water. I can handle that. I can handle like high heat for like a whole day, dude. Especially if like there's a place nearby to like refill it up. Can you swim or ride a waver on a normal cloud? No, these clouds have entirely different condensation nuclei from normal clouds. I know you saw the debate. I was wondering if you saw my tier list and what you thought. I didn't see the tier list. I didn't know what your debate was about. What was it about exactly again? I know that Six mentioned it. I don't recall. I saw I think a leak for 1173. I don't know how real it is though. The chapter's already out, Strawhead. If you want to check it out, just go to Weeb Central. It's already out, man. You can check out the whole chapter. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm not going to put it up for the rest of you guys, though, if you guys don't want to be spoiled. You can swim and ride. There are minerals of the sea stone. And a sea stone in the blue sea. Sea stone, it's in your clouds. Sea stone, it's in your clouds. They are an ingredient in it called pyrobloin. The particles of keratin are hurled into the sky by volcanoes and they absorb moisture depending on their density. They can become sea clouds or island clouds. Oh yeah, that stuff. Yeah, that stuff. I used to play with that stuff as a child. Keratin particles. Stop lying. As I mentioned earlier, the milky roads and the chairs you saw are made of what about those slides over there? Those are milky roads. Island clouds are cut at cloud quarry, then compressed and achieve the desired density. They are man-made clouds. Okay. It was about Shaki and the validity of her feats, hurting Gabon and Roger. Okay. Personally, I think their durability was weakened due to a mental nerf. It was about Shaki and the validity of her feats hurting them. I thought it wasn't out yet. I don't know what it's for, but it has something to do with Brooke. Yeah, gotta go. Gotta get back to Act 2 of Expedition 33. Best of luck, Lapis. I hope you enjoyed, man. Thanks for sticking around. I really appreciate you. My house, please come in. Yada, yada, yada. What? These trees are enormous. Oh, we just skipped through a fuck ton of things. I hear someone's voices. Get me out of here. I'm sorry too. He's mine. Ho ho, don't interfere. Holy shit, we're just jumping in from thing to thing. What's the ball guy? What is that? Hey, help me get out of here. I missed the ship, please. I'll pay you whatever you want. I'll pay you whatever you want, but this is a one-man craft. I don't know if it can carry the both of us. We might sink, huh? Gorilla, ooh. No, it's an L. Huff, huff, how dare you do that to the Verth? Okay. Let's go back. Nami sees a Shandian warrior get blasted by Enel's lightning, which oh, we're just skipping straight to the next thing, bruh. Nah, I need to have the full context of what is happening, or else I just don't feel comfortable with it. I really do want to have the context. I've realized that I really do need to have just the context of what's happening. Also, do we have this one already? What's the matter? The blue sky colored sauce is too weird. I tasted it, but it's disgusting. My tongue is going, oh, I'm sorry, that's spoiled. Then throw it away. Dinner is served. Seafood extravaganza featuring the products of the Sky Island to delight your palates. Dude, that looks so fucking good. Oh my god! Why don't I have a friend that's a chef that also just cooks for me for free? God damn! Yo, nah, I would absolutely fuck this up, dude. I'm talking about I would dog the fuck out of this. I'm talking about no forks, no knives. Fuck all that shit, bro. I'm putting my face on that plate and I'm harking down on it, bro. God damn, that shit looks good. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I can smell the fucking butter on that lobster, yo. Come on, man. Stop playing with me, bro. Just stop playing with me. Yo. Damn. That looks really good, though. Fuck me. No. Okay. JPEG. And then when I go through it again, JPEG, PNG. When it feels so good, but it's bad for you. Can't say I don't want it, I don't know what to do. Come on out, I need your company. Living that synergy. Sure, whatever, we'll go through. We'll go up to chapter 250 and just download things on our own time. Yeah, we'll go up to 250 and we'll just download things on our own time because I just can't handle like having the pages like look different and then be written different, and then yeah, I just can't do that. Can't say I don't wanna even know what to do. GTA before Eon's GTA 6 before Eon's video? Fuck no. Now I'm craving Cajun shrimp. Yeah, Cajun shrimp sounds absolutely fucking heavenly, dude. Yeah, we'll go up to 250. Hey, help me get out of here. I missed the ship. Okay, gasp. Kicks it away. That's my prey. Sorry about that. I'm sorry too. He's mine. Don't interfere. Ho ho. You're the one who's interfering. And then they blast. Evade. They evaded the blast. Help me get out of here. What is it? But it's a one-man thing. Okay. Gorilla. Uh-huh. And then he gets wiped out. No, it's an L. How dare he? Yeah. I think that the ship only gave him DC he needed. I think he always had country level AP. Maybe. I don't know if I'm okay with saying that like Enel naturally has country level AP. I mean, you could argue based on the ship, but I'll see how my opinion changes as I read through this again. The ship was needed to create the clouds with the powers from Enel. It sounded like he was talking to someone. He was a gorilla, but he ran away. Skype has insane scaling, Loki. Makes the pre-timescope Straw Hat solar because of the cover story scaling. Make that dog shut up. He was begging for his life. Okay, that completely wipes out a massive tree and a chunk of the earth. No, not this. I need to go back here. Which took out off a giant tree and a portion of land. Yeah, he states at his own mouth that the Archmagism is entirely powered by him. The ship just enables him to produce storm clouds, which should be useful if he didn't have country level AP to give him. Okay, okay. I just need the statements for later, just so that I can. Thanks for that, by the way, Straw Hat. I'm just gonna call you Aura. My bad, cause yeah. Thanks for that, Aura. I'm definitely gonna like add this stuff to the scaling. I'm just gonna like, as I look through it, I'm just gonna take the statements. I don't get Lord Enel sometimes. If he's just going to settle things himself, what are we supposed to do? He wanted to save time. Save time. More illegal trespassers have arrived. More old lady Amazon said there should be a ship with 7 blue sea people aboard. 7 blue sea people? Is he talking about us trespassers because we didn't pay the entry fee? No way. They have to pay the entry fee of 1 billion berry per person. They hunt down people for that. Only 7? That's not good. You can't divide 7 heads amongst 4 people. What was that blast? Who are those men? What is this place? Yep. So everyone, it's the White Barretts. Did something happen? Be on alert. Several illegal entrants arrived at Angel Beach yesterday. The White Berets are now conducting a search for these criminals. Oh, do I have to tell the others? Yeah. Who are those guys? Can you fix it? I have to take it apart to find out. We're going to... Hey, Luffy, get on board. What's that suspicious ship? Yeah, everyone does. He has... If he states it's his own power, yeah, everyone does. You have a Discord I could dig up the statements for you. I don't know if that's uncomfortable. No, you're fine. We'll get it through. I'm already looking through the chapters myself anyway, so I'll just download them as I get the chance. But I appreciate it regardless. And in terms of Discord server, I have as technically it's the only thing that I really have to offer people in terms of like, you know. It's the only thing that I really have to like offer people in terms of like in terms of just something for like them supporting me or whatever. So I kind of just have a rule about like if anybody wants the Discord server, it's like $2. I know that a lot of people can't pay that, which does make me feel like a bit of an asshole for it to like limit it to that. But it's the only thing I can necessarily offer right now, especially since I'm kind of working on the channel on my own. Besides with the mods obviously helping me out with the channel with the Discord server, and then with also like a lot of the research that I've done. In terms of like most of the other stuff, though, I kind of do it on my own. In terms of like the actual editing stuff, which is also why I don't like put out special content for only members, because I mean, I don't have much to offer other than like, yeah, maybe releasing them early. If I could generate at least enough income to help to have somebody help me like do the editing, I can probably get out content at least a little more consistently, and then if I can get some like short videos that I can work on the side out, it'd probably be a fun idea to like even have them out specifically for like only members. Shows you the panel, the arc maximum, it only created thunderclouds. It's like yeah, has no thunderclouds. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I forget shit too sometimes. I'm gonna be honest. Even I forget shit too. 1 second. Anyway, back to this. Holy upscale. Now Sage can't drag the Arc Maxim debunk. I feel like an elk can create his own clouds without the ship. We've been tricked. You must pass. You may pass, but when we did, we became trespassers. No fair. I'll say that. But then she told us that we couldn't pass. We could have just forced our way through. Shut up. In that case, it's a terrible predicament. Now that you've been branded Class 2 criminals, there's no way we can help you. How come you're over there? Oh well, we're used to being hunted. Why do you have to come back anyway? We're a real genius. Adventure. What adventure? This is really... These guys... They are scary guys on this island, and if you don't want to do that... I don't know if they're gods or what, but they definitely have godlike powers. I'm never going back there again. Then we'll go without you. You can wait here. No way. We'll come after this. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Now that I think about it, we figured out how to get to Skypiea, but we never gave thought of where we go back. We will see. There's a Robin statement in 274. Your powers could make that happen talking to an L. Okay. Yeah, people forget since an L used it, so everyone forgot that under normal circumstances, L spamming his attacks without the arc. Yeah. I wouldn't advise you to try and escape that way. I'd have to cross the vast sea. Okay, let's see let's set sail. Can we have the rest of the food from before? Certainly in a bento box. Uh-huh. We'll ever see. How come we ever go home? It's very perilous. But there is a way down to the Blue Sea. You have to go down one level to sail far east of the White Sea, then a place known as Cloud End. Cloud End. But I wouldn't advertise you try to escape that way. You have to cross the vast sea in the sky. What do you mean? Yeah. Where are you going? The ship's already he seriously wants us to get killed. Those guys are dangerous. Luffy doesn't care. Neither do I. So expect him to get a talk out of. Uh-huh. Well, I'm not going. Suit yourself. I'm going to drop the ladder. I was going to drop the ladder. Uh-huh. Bad people, fools, gods, and his priests will crush you. They live to punish. You will be guided to the forbidden place, the upper yard. Sure. With my energy, Death Pia will spew a massive jet stream made of lightning clouds and LN-281. Got you. Are you carpenter, Usopp? No, I'm the sharpshooter. We don't have a carpenter. But those guys depend on me for everything. It's a real pain. Sometimes without me, the ship wouldn't sail. I'm like a second captain, but everybody calls me captain. Your arrangement of the food is very artistic with lovely colors. Your presentation is crucial. No, red would look better over there, and some emerald green. Oh, sky bee. Oh, that's crazy. I can't believe this is food. I've never seen such a beautiful thing. Of course. I call it my love is a dilemma, falling for an angel bento box. Well, it looks the same once it's in my belly. Quite you uncouth rube. Sanji out here bringing out the thesaurus. Son out here attacking Luffy. What was changed over time? It was charged over time. Oh, charged over time. Ah. Why'd she put on a t-shirt? What's going on? The Super Express Speed Shrimp. It's carrying us away. Jump overboard. There's still time. What about the Going Merry? Without the ship, don't worry. I'll stay with it. But what can you do by yourself? They've made sure we can't abandon the ship. Yep. Jeez, I'm going to have to cover everything up until... Those are gigantic skyfish. They're chasing after us with their mouths wide open. If we jump before they'd get us for sure. But we can't beat up the shrimp. It probably wouldn't do any good. It's already begun Heaven's judgment. Instead of coming after us, they're bringing us to them. Okay. Why'd you put on a t-shirt? Are you still seeing that? Luffy, this is bad. What do we do? Where do they go? Where's that? The Super Expanse is one of God's servants. Everything carries off as I'm referring to the god. It's headed to the northeast of Upper Yard, the sacrificial altar. Sacrificial? You mean Nami and the others are going to be sacrificed to that god guy? That jerk, he'd better not hurt them. Okay, it's all part of heaven's judgment. Criminals either become sacrificial, alright? So I've heard they're in God's hands. Yeah. Scale them since the users scale to their fruit. This is very old, but it looks accurate enough. This is our present location. The sacrificial altar lies northeast. There's only one way to get there, to find a dial boat and follow the Milky Road through the forest where God's priests are. Wait, mister, instead of crossing the island, wouldn't we sail over to the nearest, to the coast nearest to the altar? No, the altar cannot be reached on foot even from a nearby coast. There's one important detail of Upper Yard that's missing from the old camp. You mean those clouds and rivers? Yes, there are several cloud rivers in all. The only way you can get to this altar is follow the Milky Road, so no matter where you land, we'll run into rivers. Yes, and it's teeming with man-eating fish. That was nice of them. So if our friends are back to the ship, then we get to face these priests. That's our trial, Heaven's judgment. Then we just have to clobber those guys Nami told us about, right? Ha 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 ha. What are you so happy about? You mustn't let your guard down. God's 4 priests are unimaginably strong, and above them in the upper yard, God and El awaits. Alright. Alright. Lovely Street is the busiest street on Angel Island. Its builders took advantage of the special properties of the Cloud Island and its construction. Yeah, they did. Holy shit. You guys think... What do you guys think the property value here would be, right? Like, the property value here has to be kind of crazy, especially since we have, like, bridge that essentially extend from, like, one mini cloud to, like, another. They're avoiding us. They must think that we're the outlaws. They sell us stuff. Yeah. Don't worry, Zoro's with them. You trust that guy to protect them? I hope the ship doesn't get damaged any worse than it was. We've been pretty hard on her lately. What's the middle of the road? What a funny face. It looks like a seal. What's the big deal? It's something probably some pagan idol. This is a work of art, I can tell. That's Verth. To the inhabitants of the sky, it's an object of eternal admiration. You guys are worshipping that thing? Must be nuts. I suppose Blue Sea people would understand. The wharves are this way. We're leading. We're not here. Alright. He's staying low. Staying frosty. And L should be far into light speed off of scaling to base Luffy, who blitzes Foxy. Well, Luffy blitzes Foxy after this arc. And the characters only get stronger from arc to arc. You can't really argue Luffy has light speed reaction time here, or combat speed, unless you're going with the Oda statement, right? 300 million plus berries for the whole island? I'm talking about the property value for like one of the houses, not the whole freaking island. I guess 300 million isn't bad estimation, right? Never really blitzed an L though, like he did against Foxy twice. I see boats, yeah. Look at the gondola, how cool. Let's rent it. Hey, look back there. It's self-propelled like a waver. Blah, 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 blah. This is Karasumaru. Might get a cool gondola journey. This is Karasumaru. That's crazy. A crow? Why not a seabird? I used to use it all the time before I learned how to ride a waver. It's not as fast as a waver, but it's got 2 wind dials. Please use it. but I like that one better. I don't, you don't like it? I'm sorry, but I don't have the money to rent that one for you. Luffy, you ingrate, apologize. Tell Conus you're sorry and mean it, you human scum. Sorry. Huh. The way out is through gate 2. Uh-huh. Yeah. Million berries should do. A million berries just to like go into that take one of these houses? I guess that's fine. Are you guys yeah, people, yeah, trouble, pale. Ever since we left the house you've been shaking. How come, huh? I have? It's like you're scared of something. Worried about us, Conus. So sweet. What are you gonna do? The people of Sun are obviously avoiding us. They're lending us your boat and helping us. You're pale. No. I'm not. You're not? Keep your mouth shut. Don't think it's strange that I tell you how to get to the trial and even lend you my boat. It's almost as though I'm leading you to your doom. Hey, stop. Are you insane? Are you all... Yeah. Are they all in on it? Yeah. Yeah. Please run away. I'm sorry. Run away. What are you saying? I was the one who summoned the Super Express Speedy Shrimp. That thing that came off, and Nami and the others, you summoned it, Conus? That fool. Do you want to die? It was your duty. If a citizen of Skypiea knows that someone is a criminal and doesn't lead him to the judgment site, the citizen is killed. Stop it. You do realize what you're saying. Blasphemy. Grab that girl. It's a duty of every citizen. Grab that. That's crazy. Please forgive me. Isn't it insane? The whole place is insane. Dummy, you had no choice, right? So why? Why did you tell us that just now? You're in trouble. It's all over. It's too late for her. Don't go near her. It's coming. Gra. What the... Choom. Luffy grabs Conus and moves her out of the way when he sees a giant bolt of lightning coming their way. See you later, nothingness. Hope you have a good one, man. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, dude. Alright. There left was a giant hole that was pitch black. Will Anel find out about armament hockey? I mean, hopefully. Huh? What happened? What was that? Codis? Where did she go? It's no use. God, the Almighty Anel sees everything. Don't worry about your friends. Hey, it's that strange old man. Please call me the Knight of the Sky. Consider this a favor. We're saved. Entrust this girl to me. I will not allow Anel to harm her. Now you know the truth. Nature of the country and on of its powers. Yeah. It's Ganfall. I could care less about this country. My friends are on God's island. The sea. May luck be with you. Get in the boat and we'll get pushed and we'll go in confidence. Alright, let's go to Upper Yard. Please come back to us, God. Everybody, I know who you are. I know I am the Knight of the Sky. Everybody knows. Please come back to us, God. Will they be alright? They chose the path. It's not their fault. You have to prove that the heavily injured Long Luffy is relativistic to all-out Skypian Luffy. That's your burden. Devil fruits are strong as the user, stated twice in Alabasta in the data books. They're your genes. We know that the story and data book statements, devil fruits grow alongside their strength, hence why, yeah. A massive hole was left in the cloud, and Luffy, the pair are saved by Ganfall. Is it Ganfall or Ganfall? Ganfall. Are saved by Ganfall and Pierre. Pierre! It's so crazy that its name, it's actually Pierre. Imagine your name being Pierre. I don't know. That's funny. It's like, actually, no. Imagine naming Humphrey. That's got to be worse, right? No, 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 no. The what's a worse name than Humphrey? Who here? Some translations read Ganfor. Ah, Ganforu. Yeah, that's fair. Wapples omnivorous. Hoorah. Yeah. Damn, he got a little dog tinkling on him. What do you guys think is a worse name than Humphrey? Will Conus be okay? Well, that strange old man seems alright. He protected her as well as we can. Can protect her as well as we can. We can bring her with us. The boat's too slow. I can't help. It's a lot heavier than a waver. So don't expect much. What's that? A huge forest? Okay. There's no forest like that. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's something else. There's somewhere in the forest. Okay. All sorts of things on this jungle. Speed up. Give it full speed. Okay. Sickle monster. Row as hard as you can. Okay. Luffy ahead. Break, Luffy. We can't. No good. We can't stop in time. Switch places with me. Usopp. Gum Gum. What are you going to do? Never mind. Just keep going straight ahead. Bazooka. Okay. Sure. Could those statements be in reference to the way you use it? There are examples of devil fruits not scaling to their devil fruit. Yeah. Yeah, but it's mostly with like devil fruit users that literally create things like Mont d'Or. The entrance is way over there. Should we get off here? Are you crazy? We'll be all killed. Maybe so. A snack? Yeah. It's a lamprey. They probably call it a sky lamprey. It's a bloodsucker and it's huge. The Milky Road is bad news. If we hang here, we're doomed. What? A giant. It's a statue. It's a dead end. There are 4 entrances. Does each one lead to a different place? Ordeal of the swamp, ordeal of iron, ordeal of strings, or ordeal of ball? Gua. Alright. Ching. Zoro. It's a sky shark. A sky shark's got Zoro. He's not coming up. Did it eat him? Zoro's been eaten. If he had been eaten, the clouds would have turned red. That's a gruesome thing to say, Robin. What a pain. Jeez, there's no way I can swim to the bank when it comes from here. From where? What is this place? I'm sure. One thing's for sure. We're in the upper yard. It looks like a sacrificial altar. The river. Traveling to a single island is unquantifiable. Strength increase. It's not exactly an unquantifiable strength increase. You can actually quantify it if you go by Doriki, which does scale to physical capabilities, including speed. The bare minimum that you can argue that Luffy gets, that Luffy increases in power, Jake and Aura. The bare minimum that, like, Luffy increases in power by is 4.8 times, after fighting Bluno, since he fights Rob Lucci in base afterwards, and he's able to keep up with him pretty relatively, even though, Frankie, who had also fought Fukuro, who is only 20 Doriki points weaker than Bluno, got you couldn't do anything. So you kind of have to then argue the following point. If Luffy through a no-diff fight became 4.8 times stronger against Bluno, you can argue that every single fight where Luffy pushes himself harder than he did against Bluno and then has a meal afterwards pushes Luffy's body to a greater extent. He was mentally nerfed in Water 7. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the mental nerf thing. I go by the Doriki scaling. You can't quantify it. You can quantify Doriki. You can't quantify a mental lamp. I have no reason to believe in I don't have a reason to believe in a mental nerf. I only have a reason to believe in Doriki because it actually gives you quantifiable values. And arguing that he can get stronger after every island, in addition to having a quantifiable metric between the 8,000 and the 4,000, there's no reason for me to believe that after his first fight with Bluno, second fight with Bluno, I should say, on top of the, right in front of the Gates of Justice, you can definitely argue that Luffy and all the other characters do it, though Luffy tanked a Gear 2 punch in base. I mean, he did. So did Bluno. Bluno tanked Gear 2 punches in base. Just because Luffy's 10 times stronger doesn't mean that he's going to one-shot any of these guys. Luffy had to land multiple strikes on Bluno to knock him out, and he was on par with him before. The 10 times increase in strength doesn't inherently mean that if Luffy punched Rob Lucci while he was in base with Gear 2, that doesn't mean he should have one-shot him. As a matter of fact, you can't even remotely argue that because there's nothing in the story to imply that it would have happened anyway. What I'm getting at, though, is that If Luffy does quantifiably become 4 point, yeah, that's the point of their convention was restored by the end of Water 7. Yes, and the fight that I'm talking about is the one in Enies Lobby. I was thinking about the topic in the morning, like Rob Lucci, Bluno aren't the same speed. They're not the same speed. They are, Rob Lucci would be at least 5 times stronger, 5 times faster, and 5 times more durable than Fukuro and, Bluno. Slightly different for Bluno, like 4.8, but he would be faster than the two of them by about 5 times. But Frankie, with less than 5 times strength, one-shot him. Not really. He didn't one-shot him. That's objectively not true. That is an objective lie. That is an objective lie. He did not one-shot Fukuro. He punches Fukuro in the face and sent him flying. Fukuro was still up. Frankie only beat Fukuro only after he hit him with a coup de vent, which he didn't hit Rob Lucci with. So that's not really an argument. Luffy with country level AP was relativistic to Bluno with a Doriki of 820. Fodder Marines of a Doriki of 10 to calc. Still comes to island level for Marines. Strawhead, I got Marine fodder to large country with Ore's kinetic energy scaling. One Piece, humans are busted. Yeah. Oh, I already downloaded this. Okay. We're paddling. Stupid shrimp. What's this place that thing brought us to, stupid shrimp? You knocked that thing out with your bare fists. Zoro knocked out the giant. Zoro KO'd the giant shrimp that moved the Mary to the altar with his bare fists. Frankie only started to deal damage to Fukuro after he got his soda. His cola amp. You knocked that thing out with your bare fist. Zoro is strong. I wonder if Heaven's Judgment means starving to death at the altar. Do you think this God guy would be that nice? Hard to say, I've never met him. The hull's too badly damaged for us to sail. We'll have to do some repairs somehow, Chopper. Me? Alright. Make repairs. Do you have a plan? We'll have to get into the forest. This will be our base of operations. I'm sure Luffy and the others will come looking for us. You know what they say, if you get lost, stay where you are. Then why don't you? This God guy's here somewhere, right? I'll have a talk with him. What would you say to somebody that's scary? I don't know. Depends on his attitude, I guess. Zoro, you're even stronger than the God. No, you can't go make the God mad, and there are his priests to worry about. Don't you know better than to anger the God? Sorry, but I don't pray to God, so I don't owe him anything. Well, yeah, people ignoring Doriki scaling is odd. And here's the thing, I'm not going to ignore Doriki scaling. I'm going to use it in the video, and I'm going to talk about it. I'm actually going to go through a vast majority of the video without Doriki scaling, but then I'm going to explain that why shouldn't I use it. If power levels are justifiable to use in Dragon Ball because they can help quantify how powerful the characters are in reference to one another, even if it isn't expanded upon, past, I don't know what, the Namek Saga. Even if they aren't expanded past upon the Namek Saga, people still use them for the arcs that they are relevant in. Why can't I use those same power levels for those things? But an off-guard punch is supposedly 10 times power. Lucci's power didn't send him flying. I don't care if it didn't send him flying. That's not a reason for me to believe that he should have gotten one shot. Why would I believe that Lucci would have gotten one shot? Like, who cares? Why would Lucci get one shot by that? Okay. Do you see? Did you not notice the amount of punches that Luffy needed to land on Lucci in addition to a third gear punch? Luffy had to land so many punches, kicks, strikes on Lucci consistently. You think that saying, okay, but he got off guarded by a 10 times stronger punch. Why wouldn't that just send him flying or knock him out? Did we not see Lucci just fight Luffy near to the point of death? And so clearly Rob Lucci's durability and his toughness, his endurance, all those things are to the point where Luffy with a 10 times amp is still not enough to bring him down. I don't know what the thing is. To be fair, calling power levels linear would assert that the farmer with a shotgun is multi-continental via Roshi's moon-busting comment. But no one's saying that the power levels themselves are linear. No one's saying the power levels themselves are linear in the slightest bit. What I'm saying is that they are a metric that people use to quantify scaling in Dragon Ball. Why shouldn't we use the same thing for One Piece? Like, the scaling is validated by the simple fact that Oda gives us an actual scale for how strong a weak soldier is and how strong one needs to be superhuman and so on and so forth. Rob Lucci is at least 8 times stronger than a superhuman, and we know that it at least scales up relatively speaking because Fukuro, and we know that this in the case of Doriki, it is linear because he literally states that his Doriki, his toughness, is 5 times greater than Fukuro's. So it's not like Dragon Balls, where in Dragon Balls it's exponential and this one's linear, but it is still a power level that is quantifiable within the context of a story, within the context of a story. It is still quantifiable, therefore it should still be valid to use. It's like saying, well, we should just ignore these statements and words here for the series. Why should we? And then it goes back to the same thing of like, we're just nitpicking things that we want to include for the scaling, then we don't want to. And that's kind of like, that goes back to my issue with the data books in general. That then goes back to the issue that I was telling you guys before about the data books, where it's like, I'm saying I think Doriki can be linear and not contradictory via the multiple city via fodder. The argument is kind of impossible in the case of DBZ specifically. Okay, so in an argument for, like, let's say, like, DBZ specifically, like, yeah, I do agree. It is exponential, and I think that most scalers would probably say that it is exponential by the sheer virtue that Goku shooting up from, like, a difference of, like, let's say, a power level of, like, over 300 to, like, 4-something, 5-something, when he was fighting with Piccolo against Raditz, since he should have been stronger than someone like King Piccolo, is then having a power level of 1 million, which would make him tens of thousands of times stronger than, like, it would make him like tens of thousands of times stronger than like planet level, right? Which would put him around that same level of like Frieza, where it's like star level, so on and so forth, greater. But we know it should be greater because Frieza already has the capacity to wipe these large space objects. I guess I shouldn't say space objects. I guess I should say more like celestial bodies. Frieza's able to wipe them out, especially with a single finger in his first form. Like, the argument doesn't mean that it necessarily is going to equate directly in the sense of like, yeah, it's not going to be linear like it is. Yeah, it's not to say that like power levels are linear. They're not linear, but you can definitely make the argument for One Piece, which honestly just makes it more consistent in the slightest bit. Also, when Vegeta stops suppressing himself, going from 18,000 equal to Kui to 24,000, that makes him like 25% faster or something, but he blitzes and no dips Kui. Yeah. Power levels definitely have more of an implication. So you'd argue Luffy has 4.8 times 4,000 Doriki in base for Thriller Bark. Yes, I would argue that every single fight... No. I would actually go up that to 5 times. 1, for simplicity's sake, but 2, I would up the value to at least 5 times, which I think a 0.2 times increase considering the fight that Luffy had with Lucci. I would say that a bare minimum of a 0.2 times... a 0.2 plus increase to like just to round it up to 5 would be a fair estimation from his base form. Specifically because of Doriki. As a matter of fact, you can unironically quantify it because Luffy did not struggle. Yes, Luffy did not struggle against Bluno even remotely as much as Rob Lucci. There is no argument anyone who is genuinely trying to have this discussion could even remotely make to imply that. And B, the Bluno fight specifically, and the reason why I think just upping it to 5 is simple. The reason why I think upping it to 5 is simple is because in every single battle that Luffy has against Gecko Moria, against Magellan, against the Pacifista, against, what's-his-face, Horty Jones, against Caesar Clown, against Doflamingo, technically the guys in the Corridor Coliseum, but we don't have to throw them in there, Cracker, Katakuri, Kaido, what's-his-face, Kizaru, and Saturn, that's multiple times that Luffy is fighting against opponents. That is multiple times that Luffy fights an opponent that pushes his body way fucking harder than Bluno ever did. So I would say that yes, multiplying Luffy's Doriki every single time by 5 at the very least is the bare minimum you should be allowed. I probably won't use that for simplicity when I eventually get around to my video, but I do think Luffy runs the Naruto Gauntlet. It desperately needs remastering. If you know, you know. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm going to use this concept, but I'm going to basically separate my video into the following different types of logic, right? Hear me out on this, right? I'm going to separate my video into the following. I'm going to talk about scaling from sheer narrative, right? So I'm going to provide scaling from sheer narrative. For example, if I want to describe the differences between Naruto and One Piece in terms of speed, I'm going to say how many arcs and how much time frame has the One Piece cast had when they reached light speed to the current point in the story now versus how long that Naruto did it, right? Where are we today? We're still in Skypiea, but we're cruising by. So for example, How long have the characters been Lightspeed? How long have the characters been Lightspeed, for example? But then I will also add a separate line of scaling where because my specific metric of scaling usually goes into canon, implied, narratively implied multipliers. Narratively implied multipliers, right? Narratively implied multipliers, right? That's the second line of it. I'm going to separate it into two different sides so that one, I just use statements and feats, while the other one, I am trying to essentially apply multipliers that I can extrapolate from the context of the story to better quantify the characters. By both of these metrics, there is no way you can even remotely compare Naruto or any of his cast to One Piece characters either, because A, they do not have statements and consistent statements at that even put the characters at anywhere above country level to continental to even planetary. There are no statements that even remotely imply that. And then I'm going to also go with multipliers. For example, Naruto with the one-tailed Naruto, for example, one-tailed KCM1, we'll just call it one-tailed Naruto. One-tailed Naruto, for example, would be a 10 times amp. Each of the tails would equal a 10 times amp, for example, right? And then I will go from there and I would move onward from that point onward, right? For Luffy, I would say instead, well, second gear is a 10 times multiplier. The several times statement makes fourth gear at least several times greater than second gear and third gear. But we also know for a fact that Haki does amplify. No, I'm not using Boruto scaling, but I will be talking about Boruto towards the end of the video because I have to bring up some discrepancies that people might have, since there was a dude. I was already gonna do this. I was already gonna bring this up. I've talked about it before in my previous streams. But essentially, there was a dude that that ended up reacting to one of my videos. What water does he canonically have? Canonically, Mars provision in all 5. That's why Kakashi. Okay, but what water style jutsu does he canonically know? Because you're... Okay, but what water style jutsu does he canonically know? Yeah. There was a video that a guy had tagged me in a while back, like earlier this week. That's from 11 months? What the fuck? Why am I getting comments from like a year? Oh, that's because that's that, yeah. I ended up getting a notification from a dude that ended up commenting... responding to Eon. It was like something like this. Responding to Eon. Something like that. No. Fuck, I'd have to find the video first. And then I'd have to like put it in my my watch list. Anyway, because wood style requires, would Madara have or not? I mean, you can argue he has water style. You cannot argue what water style jutsu he actually knows. There's no argument to be made for what water style jutsu he actually knows. You mean from Vader? Ah, yes, Vader. That was the guy. Yes, Vader. That was the guy. Vader responding to Eon. There it is. So this guy Vader was in our chat a couple of weeks, like I think it was like last week, a couple of streams ago. He was here last week. I already commented on this myself. I already commented on this video myself. Where the fuck is the comment section? Ah, it's right here. There's a couple of replies here. That's basically like the only comment within the context of the thing. I go into like the scaling or whatever. Vader goes in here and it basically, the whole point of this, you guys can watch it on your own time. You guys can watch my response right afterwards if you guys would like. But essentially through this, Vader essentially brings up a couple of nitpicks and points saying that, okay, there is a star within the solar system, yada yada yada. There are stars here, etc. He brings up a specific statement from Momoshiki. Let's see. He brings up a specific statement from Momoshiki. Did he delete that portion? Oh, wait. Yeah. He's going through them. Yeah, oh, now I know what he's talking about. Yeah. Okay. So he goes into this one, give it a second, because he's basically making the argument that, like, Momoshiki punches with, like, the force of a star. The point of his video is that, like, he's making an argument that, like, Momoshiki punches with, like, the force to, like, destroy stars. There's actually a statement right here. One second. This right here is actually the same page that he likes to talk about, differently from Momoshiki when he brings it up. It wasn't this one, it was... He brings it up later. I think it's around this point right here. He basically talks about how, like, Naruto is tanking internal destruction hits from Momoshiki and stuff like that. The only real point I have to this is that, like, there's no evidence that actually implies Momoshiki punches with the same thing. You can tell me which video you discussed about the photo frame episode, only if you remember it. I don't know if you replied to my answer, but if you did, can you tell me which video you discussed about the photo frame episode, if you only remember it? I don't know what exactly you're referencing. Can you give me a bit more context, dude? I appreciate it. To defeat the One Piece, you gotta submerge them. I feel like you can argue basic water wall. Not really. Blackbeard's also stated to have infinite power. Yeah, there's a lot of uni stuff. Absolute zero. You think that Naruto Tails is a multiplicative, so it's a times 20 stat. So let me explain why it's a times 20 stat, right? The thing with Naruto scaling is that you either think that it's the highest metric possible, or you try to scale it while trying to maintain some level of boundaries. The reason why, by the way, KCM, I would say, is a 90 times amp. The reason why I think KCM is a 90 times amp, KCM equals a 90 times amp, is specifically because if you were to unironically believe, from the bottom of your heart believe that Naruto's tails are exponential instead of multiplicative. So if you think that Naruto has, with the 4 tails, a 10,000 times multiplier, then you would have to also unironically believe that Naruto with the 4 tails transformation is over 10,000 times stronger, and that a version of Orochimaru with a body that is literally breaking down and rejecting him, a sick version of Orochimaru without his arms, remember, he still doesn't have his own arms technically, a version of Orochimaru without his arms that has a body that is rejecting him is still over 10,000 times stronger than Naruto in terms of power. That I do not believe that. I have no reason to believe that. It then brings up a discussion. If you think that Naruto, for example, has that the KCM is 10 to the 9th, if you for whatever reason believe that Naruto's power is 10 to the 9th power, you would unironically believe that Naruto's power increases by over 1,000,000-fold, right? Sorry, 1,000,000,000-fold. So, if you believe that Naruto's speed increases towards 1,000,000,000-fold, do you want to know what the exact speed of light speed is? 299,792,458 meters per second, which would be less than a third. In terms of speed, it would be less than a third times of an amp. Now, I know that people would then like to make the argument that, well, you know, what are you telling me? That you don't think Naruto's over 1,000,000,000 times stronger with KCM? I mean, he's blowing up mountains versus what? Not blowing up mountains? Maybe, but then you also have to consider this. If Naruto's top speed in KCM, You would generally have to believe that Naruto's top running speed is less than 1 kilometer per hour. It's less than 1 meter per second. You have to believe that Naruto's top running speed as a healthy shinobi boy, but after fighting pain, is less than 1 meter per second if you genuinely believe that the Nine Tails body, the Nine Tails chakra, multiplies his power 1,000,000,000-fold. It just doesn't make any sense. Say unironically. I mostly say it because it just means that, like, you would have to believe it just for the sake of believing it. It just doesn't make any sense. Without the data books that were not made by Kishimoto and contradict the canon manga like Kirin, there is no Lightspeed Naruto at all, and that's okay. Yeah, it is. You can argue it, but it's still not. Anyway, I mean, I don't take the info statement seriously in most regards. Take the INF statements. What's your thought about the episode where the Straw Hats were underwater to explore the drowning ship? Sanji found a photo frame of the girl. Do you think it's a big mystery reveal or not? I think it was just some girl. Oh, yeah, no, I just think it's some girl. Unless Oda throws something in, I don't really know why that girl should have any kind of level of importance within the story. Oh, you don't take the Infinity Statement seriously in most regards? Yeah, I think that's fair. If I'm going to scale One Piece that high, I use the cosmology via Montdor. Nah, I get it, but you, Polar Stone, Tyler, and Verdicts always say unironically. That's fine. Yeah, okay. That's fair. That's fair, Shake. Okay. Balls made of island cloud. They're gigantic, they're like gigantic snowballs. The Milky Road wind winds through the forest. I hate how winds and winds it's just spelled the same, bro. I really fucking hate English sometimes. What's the trial supposed to be? Who knows? Maybe we're completely safe now. Doubt it. Okay. Oh, did I have to download these? Hearing Tyler and lowball Luffy that one time gave me a brain aneurysm. I mean, hey, listen, people downplay One Piece. It's nothing. It's nothing to be even remotely like surprised by at this point. When people do it, I'm just like, okay, I disagree. Okay, I agree. Yada yada yada. Yeah. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp enter the trial of balls and make contact with a ball that explodes. They'll be trapped. They're not island clouds. Heso. Okay, bro, watch the latest video by Window Life. The ranking is crazy. I just wish the debunks were in better faith. Were better faith arguments than Gazelman and Apu. They have those, or ass. Yeah. I mean, all you have to really do is just see the following, right? Or like, if a person is trying to quote unquote debunk a video and they talk about it and blah 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 blah, and you can see that the arguments are disingenuous, just leave the video where it's at. You don't even have to finish reading it or watching it. Just leave it where it is, you know? It's like, more often than not, that's why I don't like the idea of like debunks, because it's really just, well, I disagree with their take, so I'm going to give you my idea, my opinion on why they're wrong, and then, so this opinion that I gave you is a debunk. This opinion based on entirely arbitrary metrics is a debunk of what it is. Like, I don't know. I don't really take the terms debunk. If you could eat any devil fruit, which one would you eat except the Hito no Mi Moro San Gatika? We'd all agree we'd all eat the Yopi Yopi no Mi. I would definitely actually eat the Yopi Yopi no Mi. Or the warp fruit. I like the idea of like warping anywhere I want. Like, it just makes things so much easier, dude. Like, just being able to warp anywhere that you can visually see even in midair. Like, I feel like that's just so useful. Make contact in the ball that explodes. I'm with Ora on this one. Debunks are for Doriki Kuma, Air Deflex, Kizaru, Lightspeed are never made with the sense outside of obvious dislike for the series. Oh, I agree, but at some point you just gotta at that point you just gotta shrug your shoulders and just say like, fuck it, dude. You can't exactly expect everybody, especially people that are within the context of this conversation of power scaling, to always have the most fair opinions possible. But that's just in anything, right? Especially anything that's subjective. Like, people are gonna bring up conversations, people are gonna bring up debunks, people are gonna bring up all this kind of stuff that if you follow their logic, you can say, well, it makes sense, but you'd also have to ignore a lot of evidence. I'm gonna focus eventually making a video on FTL Kizaru. Maybe you'll watch it. Who knows? I'll probably check it out. Yeah. If you ever I don't really watch a lot of other power scaling YouTubers. I think the only ones I still follow are Swag and Six, and Swag hasn't made any videos, and Six hasn't really been putting out that much content either. But just in general, I mean, if you ever whenever you put out the video, just let me know, man. I'll check it out. Shit. I don't mind. Venauger with his warp fruit is broken, but I'm waiting to see what Loki's fruit is. I find the Gazelle Man debunk so funny because Luffy is faster than bullets, which is faster than 250 kilometers per hour. I'm telling you, we need to start using durability arguments from tanking Kizaru's attack. It's so easy, man. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people think One Piece is only getting into light speed when we have immediate pre-time skip Luffy saying too slow. You don't even have to do that. You just have to literally just argue that Luffy pre-time skip is light speed. I mean, what makes him not light speed? There are too many statements and feats within the context of pre-time skip that for me to just sit here and say, yeah, no, for me to like seriously jump through mental hoops every single time when the story itself is telling you that Luffy is light speed multiple times in pre-time. I mean, like, I don't know what to do at that point. Like, just here's the information. You can take it for what it is, but if you say that they're not, at that point, you're just saying that the story is objectively wrong. And like, how can you, a random individual, tell a random individual tell the author that their takes are wrong? I gotta start making a CP9 versus Akatsuki script. The most you can get them to is Continental, whereas Lucci pre-time skip is Continental himself. You can easily say him fighting Foxy makes him light speed. Yeah, you can. Yeah, basically Zoro was light speed. Yeah, so much stronger and faster than we are. One Piece metas were girls. If One Piece metas were girls, which one would be the most crackable? If One Piece metas were girls, the light speed meta would be like the most in the nose, I'm flirting with you and I want you badly, like my loins ache for you type shit. Like the One Piece light speed meta is unironically like the most in your face, I want to crack. I want to crack you right now. I am, like, if you say no to me, I will actually pull down your own pants. Yeah. I will actually pull down your pants for you. High uni to 4D is slept on? Yeah, that's more, I feel like that's more of like a high society type lady that, like, you would genuinely have to, like, wank the fuck out of her. You would have to, like, just sweeten her up so much just to even get her to, like, open up her arm out for you just to start kissing. I feel like that's what the high uni to 4D stuff meta would be if it were like a chick. I'm dead tired. Zoro covered more distance than a light beam that was fired in his direction, and he moved so fast it seemed the beam of light was frozen in place. One Piece speed is crazy. That's what I'm saying. That's impossible. He anticipated my move. Mantra is a power granted only to the faithful. Sanji kick. It destroys the body. Boom. Impact. It destroys the body starting with the spinal cord. Okay. Hattori, right? Satori. Gazelle Man metas are the one old femme who is still trying to get ya, I guess. Yeah, the Gazelle Man argument is like... The Gazelle Man argument is like a really unattractive person that's like really bitter about life. And they want to... And they essentially, like, they want you to crack them. But it's like, no part of you and no part of any decent human being would even remotely want to crack that. Nah, he did more to cover distance and the beam was pretty far. He was standing right in front of Kuma. Energy steroid meta, gotta have a Mermussy. You didn't have to say that. Yo, you didn't have to say Mermussy. Why did you have to say Mermussy? Like, what do you gain out of that? What exactly do you gain out of that? Yeah, let's see. The guys end up meeting with Satori, who talks about mantra, COO, and uses mantra. He evades their attacks and blasts Usopp with an impact dial that which he states destroys the body starting with the spinal cord. Yeah. Cough, cough. What is that guy? I don't know what he's made out of. My name is Satori. I'm one of the priests. Is it the omnipotent? Yeah, yeah, yeah. All that crap. We'll be lost in the great. Your boat will be lost in the great. Hey, leave our boat alone. It will roam this road, a milky road, and eventually find its existence on its own. Perhaps you would find a sacrificial altar offering without that boat. You already know this, but you'll never find your way. You must find your boat and board it. When that happens, before it, of course, the countless surprises and clouds around here. I won't allow that. Welcome to the forbidden, sacred land upper yard. Ho, only 10% survive the forest of no return. This is the ordeal of the ball. What was your last comment, Julio? I'm sorry. So, Eon, how do you feel about the Yonko equals planetary via Whitebeard statement? I'm fine with that. Like, I'm okay with it. Like, here's the thing. I don't care if the characters are planetary. I don't actually care about what the actual upper end of One Piece is. I'm willing to keep my opinions open until we get to the end of the story. I don't personally care if One Piece is planetary now, or if we're going to get a planetary feed later. And if we never get it, I mean, I'm cool with that too. I don't personally care, but, like, I also don't believe that Whitebeard is the strongest or even, like, top. I honestly, I gotta be honest with you, like, I don't think Whitebeard's any stronger than Big Mom or Kaido. I just don't have a reason to believe that. Like, he was called the world's strongest man, but then White Kaido was called the world's strongest creature. I mean, like, titles don't really mean anything. I don't think he cares. He just argues Speedblood's Jurinek as far as I know. Yeah, I don't really need to care about where Naruto, where, like, Luffy. I'm not talking about prime Whitebeard. I'm talking about old, sick Whitebeard that is stated to still have the capacity to destroy the world. Like, at the end of the day, all I really need to argue is that Luffy punches with more force than the average human, with a massive amount of more force than the average human, and then he blows up Naruto's heart. There's no argument against that. What's the argument, right? Kaido's title is the King of the Beasts, though. Yeah, he's also known as the world's strongest creature. Now, you better hurry and get your boat further. Okay, none of this matters. In sight, disastrous. It's disastrous. We get separated. Luffy, take the ship. I'm gonna bust up this ball guy's bubble. Yeah. Do I really have a copy? Oh, unfortunate. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We're gonna go... delete. Keep going. Big Mom says even Whitebeard, when referencing the other Yonko, the implication is pretty strong. There are guides saying old Whitebeard is the strongest pirate alive. Yeah, but those guides are also old and before Kaido and Big Mom were introduced. There's also the fact that like, people still believe that, like, Whitebeard was one of the most powerful pirates in existence, even in his old age. It actually wasn't until, like, we got to Marineford where we know that, like, the guy's definitely not at the peak of his strength yet. He might have been the strongest pirate alive. He might have been the strongest pirate alive when he was in his prime, but I don't know if you can really argue that in his old age. Or at least it's not consistent with his old age. Here, I do think Kaido is stronger, but I think in a fight, Whitebeard might take Big Mom in the early fight, but if it drags on, Big Mom got that. You can definitely argue that Whitebeard hurts them. Oh, what's good, Six? You can definitely argue that Whitebeard fucks them up. Like, I don't think that, like, Whitebeard is, well, maybe not Kaido, but at least Big Mom, you can definitely argue that his shockwaves can at least hurt her in addition to Kaido. I just don't think that Whitebeard himself is, like, outlasting a fight, especially if Kaido and Big Mom just decide to, like, I don't know, whack him in the head when he's like fully down by his whatchamacallit, by his sickness. I'm still getting sick of that meatball man. His time has come. Don't get reckless. He's more powerful than he looks. Okay, gum pistol, ho ho. Which Straw Hat power-ups do you like to see? Usopp with Ragnir, mostly just that. Maybe I'd like to see Nami get a bit of observation hockey so she can start avoiding attacks. No need to rush, take it slow. There are the other two. Won't let a single one of them get away. There they are. Hey, Usopp, any sign of the boat? Satori can react to... Read my comment 2 comments ago, or you'll get the multi-complicated for relativistic speeds. There's something that implies that old Whitebeard is weaker than Kaido or Big Mom? Not really. Besides the fact that he's old and sick. And he can't dish out the kind of Conqueror's Haki that he wants to dish out. I don't think he actually doesn't have Conqueror's Haki. I think it was stated in an SBS. It was either in an SBS or it was stated in a fan book. I think it was one of the favorite cards that states that, like, Whitebeard specifically couldn't use Conqueror's Haki to shut down everybody. He couldn't access his Conqueror's Haki anymore. So you said 2 comments ago, right? 1, 2. When it's done, I might run it by you, kind of like 6 ran his Goku versus script. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. I'd be totally down for that. Run it by me. Give me like, honestly, I don't think I'm the best writer myself. I don't think I'm the best writer myself, but I can at least, if you guys ever do want to like just run by like the ideas or how you guys want to start off your videos and stuff like that, your content, please run it by me. Yeah, I'd love to do that. I'd love to at least give you a couple of like tips in terms of like, you know, maybe like formatting and stuff like that, just like I did with 6. It'd be my pleasure, dude. Put white hair beard and a blindfold on the bald priest. Call that Satori Gojo. Alright. Old Whitebeard, at least when he jumped off his ship after the stab, is the weakest Yonko. I would argue weaker than Akainu, but no need for that. Yeah, old Whitebeard versus Prime Gabon. I can't believe people chose Whitebeard. I mean, he has his stamina issues in a fight, I get it, but is there something that implies old Whitebeard doesn't hit harder than Kaido? He doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. How would we DM you, though? They just hit me up on the Discord, on our Discord servers. He doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. That's my reason. Or at least he doesn't have it at this point anymore. Fuck it, I'll do this one, too. Dude, I just don't like the fact that, like, the chapters are just not well kept together, because then I can just miss stuff. How would you scale Nightmare Luffy? I have no fucking clue. Nightmare Luffy only scales to beating the fuck out of a zombie version of Ors, and that's it. It doesn't really have the best scaling, I'm gonna be so honest. Like, in terms of quantifiable, I mean, you can maybe say that Nightmare Luffy's like continental because of Ors. He's completely overpowering Ors who could pull continents, but at that point you'd also have to argue that Ors is just as strong as when he was alive, right? Yes, I have read the new chapter. Shake. People underestimate how much of a game changer Advanced Armament Haki is. It really is a fucking game changer. That's the thing. It wasn't stated. It's a fan theory. Whitebeard can't use Conquerors because he was sick and old. No, I think it was stated in one. I remember reading something about that, and it wasn't from a fan base. It wasn't from like the fan base. It wasn't from a forum either. How would you scale Nightmare? I'm going to give Akainu the Akatsuki Lightspeed bare minimum and the CP still wash. My day's been good, 6. My day's been good. I was actually bringing up a conversation before about the data books and why I don't think that like the data books. I think that like the data books are a massive topic of discussion in terms of like their actual validity within the context of like scaling. Is it required to have good AP? I mean, it's not a requirement to have good AP, but having having a power that is literally a fucking stat amp, a power that made Luffy go from someone who in Gear 4 could not deal as much damage to Kaido as he could when he unlocked Advanced Conqueror's Haki. I mean, yeah, I would say that an amp that is greater than Gear 4, an amp that would give Whitebeard an objective increase in attack potency, yeah, I would say so. I would 100,000% say so, yeah. Yeah. I would say that Whitebeard, without that specifically, I don't think he's beating Kaido. What's the current convo about? What were we talking about? Some guys here are talking about Akatsuki, others are talking about, like, who's the weakest of the Yonko. Before we were talking about the data books, early into the stream, if anything, we were talking about the data books and just discussing why like the data books just don't seem like a source, or at least I don't feel like they're a source that while I will still be using them, I feel like they're not originally intended to be used for the purposes of power scaling, but we as power scalers obviously adopted them because they're a supplementary source for Naruto, and the issue with the data books is then that like they have some statements that are completely contradictory towards the story, contradictory within themselves, or you know, for the statements that aren't contradictory towards the story and that just add some level of advancement, a lot of the language is also flowery. So I am going to, from after this video onward, I'm just going to take the data books with like the biggest grain of salt. I really don't care what they say. Like, I've really come to the conclusion that like, when it comes to data books specifically, if it really just always comes down to a discussion about what statements should be used, what statements shouldn't be used, and I don't like the idea. I don't agree with the concept of having a supplementary source where you have to now nitpick which statements are fair to use and which statements are obvious hyperboles and obvious Obviously, just not actually relevant towards the actual scaling of the story. I added a slender manga panel, so that alone might warrant me covering East Blue, Luffy versus Jogo or something. Not gonna like Leaf's kick might take off Kizame's head. I'm straight ahead of you. Climb the second tree. You might be able to jump from branch to branch. This is the tree. Let's see how you handle my surprise ball. It isn't good, Sanji. Watch out. The ball's coming for you. I thought the Luffy was taking care of him. Okay. It bounces. It bounces back. Yikes, I'm the target. Oh, it's gonna blow. Wrong ball. I should never have let go. Usopp falls from a giant tree on his head. Usopp falls from a giant tree on his head. If the data book statements are consistent, I'm fine with them. For example, there's a complete distinction between spiritual light and regular light. Spiritual lightning is not lightning speed. But that's the issue, right? It's like if some of the statements in the data books shouldn't be taken seriously, at that point we're basically nitpicking which can and which can't, right? I don't like the idea of like either not using a I don't like the idea of like having a piece of a piece of text that you can't use the entirety of it. You have to use like very specific excerpts from it, because at that point to me it's just nitpicking, right? At that point to me it's like you either use the entirety of it or you just don't use it at all. I have just an inherent issue with data book, because here's the thing: the data book statements do give objectively true information. They give you heights of characters, they give you an explanation of what's happening in the story. They're essentially a mini encyclopedia of Naruto facts and statements, but at the same time, they're not originally written by Kishimoto. He sort of just like signs off on them and says like, yeah, this is good. But that's the thing. Because they're not written by Kishimoto, they're written by people who offer flowery bits of language, flowery language, hyperbolic statements, so on and so forth, that at that point, we then run into, again, a dilemma of discussing with an individual. For example, if one, that's fine, that's a fine interpretation to have. Yeah, like, I'm not saying that, like, listen, the data books are impossible to use, like, you shouldn't use them. I'm not saying that they aren't, but what I am saying is that I don't think it's entirely fair to say that they are objectively correct pieces of evidence that we have to use the entirety of, because it then causes, again, a discrepancy of like, well, what about this statement? Well, we're talking about interpretations, or we're talking about like translations. Like, they just bring up a whole can of worms in it of themselves, that like for that point, you just use the actual fucking story, right? At that point, if you have statements that contradict themselves, statements that contradict the story, statements that contradict each other, what the fuck do we use them for, right? At that point, it's like, well, how many of the data book statements can be used, right? And even then, who gets to decide which data book statements can be used? Do we just accept Kieran being light speed because it's stated in a data book? Or do we ignore it because it's objectively contradicting the actual statement in the manga? That's my issue. If you take the Naruto data books into consideration, Kid Neji is faster than the third Hokage. Why is he faster than the third Hokage? Can you explain to me, Julio? Is there a specific Neji databook statement that says he's faster than the third Hokage? You'll pay for that, huh? Gum, Gatling, Satori and his balls are so elusive. He can bounce them off one another in order to make a barrage attack. Directions. And also has the capacity to blitz Luffy. In the data book, they gave out numbers for stats, and they give Neji a higher number in speed than the third Hokage. Neji data book stats. Wait, hold on. Okay. First, second, and third data books. Okay. Intelligence, speed. Let's see this. Okay. Let's save type as a PNG. Adding this to the data book debunk list. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. I find it a bit strange. It is a PNG. Interesting. Okay. Satori's balls solo Naruto. Damn. Whoa, no, do not fucking do that. Naruto. Yes, Naruto. Neji. DB stats. Hokage Naruto is dumber than Sarada at 12 and weaker than 12-year-old Boruto. Why is he weaker and what exactly implies that? Hiruzen data book stats. I don't see the stat list for Hiruzen. Oh, right here. Let's just go here. Documents. Kishimoto didn't write them, so I wouldn't be surprised if editors were just biased for their favorite characters. Maybe. Damn, bro, you really researched so much these datas you saved. Is crazy. W Workman, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's nice to know that, like, you know, oftentimes I actually feel like I don't get enough in a day done. Like, I really do often feel like I just don't get that much done throughout a day. So, like, it's nice to see, like, you know, somebody say that. Because, honestly, I tend to get in my head a lot about this, right? Okay, so Neji speed hits about this point right here, and Kiruzen hits about here. So, yeah, that would just essentially make it clear that, like, even by, like, the very stats that they're adding, it's just so strange. It's like Hiruzen just having been written to be, like, around the same speed tier as what's-his-face. Then write the data books as editor did. Yeah. Yeah, it was the editor. But still. Hiruzen DB stats. Okay, don't hit those balls at random. Okay, he hit them. Oh no, that was Luffy. And Satori is so elusive, he can. Capacity. He can. The capacity to evade. Gatling. If there are like 10 inconsistencies, I would still use them, but there's so much more than that. But Neji can rotate fast as hell, so maybe. I mean, yeah, but like, is that then? But then, like, is the stat talking about how fast you can spin? Like, what is it? Like, is the stat relative to like the fastest jutsu in a character's arsenal? You know what I mean? It's like at that point we have to like jump through some. At that point, I can't buy your membership right now. I have some problems, but wait for... No, don't worry about buying the subscription or a membership or anything like that. Unless you really want to be part of the Discord. It's the only thing I can offer. I just say just be part of the community. Show up to the streams. Watch the content if you'd like. If not, it's always good. I was away for a moment. Why are we checking the individual stat charts? One of our members here was just bringing up that, like, Neji essentially has the same speed stat as Hiruzen. Neji has the exact same speed stat as Hiruzen. You can see right here that his speed stat hits the second line right here. This is speed. It hits the second bar line right here. And yet, Hiruzen's stats is right here, hitting the second bar as well. To account. They're probably insanely inconsistent. They are inconsistent. I would agree so. They are inconsistent. If Sartori looks like this in a fight, he could have won... Does Satori look in this fight? I mean, if he tried? Whoa, spear ball, a crab ball. Oh no, 4 at one's a bird. Squaw, 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 squaw. Oh, and then they just beat the shit out of them. Okay, balls of different... His balls also have different weapons and creatures in them. Hey, what's up, Sui? Stat charts suck most of the times. They're only accurate in Toriko. Didn't the data book also say Choji has the most destructive jutsu? Yep. Julio, welcome as a member, man. What's up? Thank you so much. Appreciate that, dude. I fell through. If you don't fall in the river, it may be bottomless. Grabs a branch. Ah, crazy. That's it. Now's the time to try out the latest invention. I see the boat. Here goes. What's that up to? Whis. Perfect. It's a straight shot to the boat. What if I miss? The boat will get drift. Yeah. W membership. Guys, let's get some W's. Those stats have always been ass and Bleach, and Soifon is as strong as Yamamoto. Does One Piece have his charts? No, I don't think so. Mountain-sized Choji that expands to the speed of lightning if you follow the data books. Yeah. Maybe we'll get a chat ban less now. I don't know about that. I can't promise that you'll get chat banned less, but we'll definitely, you'll always be welcome back. Not bad at all. Just don't forget to watch out for flying ball. As if I just make a mistake. Call me the king of the jungle. Usopp. Oh nuts. The rope is stuck on the belt. I can't drop down. You idiots. We need to talk. Let's forget about this little incident. You two... Are you two through monkeying around? Yeah. What happened again? Forget about the boat for a minute. Right now, the three of us need to... Ooh. 1 down, 2 to go. After Sanji stops the general silly antics of Luffy and Usopp, he gets blitzed by Satori and gets hit with an impact dial that makes him bleed through his mouth and nose. Jesus Christ. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Okay. I thought the stat charts like that were for individual stat distributions, not actual cross comparison. That would make absolutely no sense for, like, stat... I don't know if I would exactly agree, because it doesn't make, like, a lot of sense to me. You know what I mean? I just don't think that makes a lot of sense, because, like, what's the point of having a character stat chart if each character stat chart is supposed to be different between each character? At that point, there's no point in a stat chart, because there's no metric. The reason for the stat chart is that there is a quantifiable metric by which you can compare characters, even if the quantifiable metric isn't... Even though the metrics aren't, like, exactly... laid out. For example, we don't know what a stat chart of 2 exactly means, but we know that it at least is a 2 in comparison to someone else's 2, which is in comparison to someone else's 2. To say that, like, they're singular for each depending person would just mean that Neji's 2 would be like a Hiruzen 1, which would be like a Kakashi 3, which would be like, I don't know, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm a girl. How should I hold? I should be the one holding the whistle. Beans to homeless people who can't afford food, or give beans to starving orphans. I would offer them real food instead of that bullshit. How about that? What if I just give them, I don't know, what if I just give them, like, good food? Like actual, like meat. What if I give them, like, ground beef? What if I give them, like, a soup? What if I give them anything else that doesn't have beans in it? What then? That would make it pointless. Yeah, Chopper taking a knee is funny as fuck. That's what I'm saying. That settles it. Come on, Luffy. I just want to blow the whistle for fun and get lost. You just want to blow the whistle for... I just want to call the old man right now. Look at me. I'm tiny and I'm weak. I should get to carry it. Stupid Ranger. I'm the weakest one here. No, I'm the weakest. Gimme. What a strange argument. We'll settle it. We'll in the middle of the ship. The mess in the middle of the ship. That way, if anyone's getting into trouble, we know where to find it. But that's anyone except for you four. If you blow it, I will kick you to the ends of the earth myself. Yes, we'll be careful. Ha! I love this scene so much. Chopper blows it. 1 second. I just need to see this real quick. Okay. Chopper blows the whistle. I just need to see this real quick. I love this scene so much. Let's move this. Let's put the playback speed at like 1.5. I just want to see this real quick. Alright, like right here. I love this so much. Dude, I love this scene so much. That's great, but you only have beans either way. Either they go hungry or eat beans. Why would I allow them to eat something so terrible as beans? Why don't I just give them actual food? Why don't I just give them something that's actually nutritious for them instead of that bullshit? Perfect backstep into action. That's what I'm saying. Chopper's form was absolutely perfect. Nobody could have called Ganfall better than Chopper, if I had to be honest with you. So you would let them die? I'm not saying I would let them die. I'm saying I would give them other styles of food. I would give them quite literally anything else to eat. I would go out of my way to give them something else. Would you rather give them beans or would you rather give them money to do drugs? Eon is evil confirmed? How does that make me evil when I'm telling you that I want to give them better food, something that's more filling? That's crazy. You don't have any other food. Yes, I do. Why would I of all people randomly have beans? First of all, if we're gonna start even with talking about like this fake concept that you make up, why we have to first start off with the complete lack of logic of saying Eon of all people has beans. Fuck are we talking about now? And I'm not even giving money. No, I would take them to. And if anything, for example, this is a hypothetical, right? It's its favorite. What are you talking about? It's its favorite. You don't even consider them. No, that's fucked up, Julio. You're not even considering these people actual people. You're just considering them. Just consider them it things. That's crazy, dude. I had beans today, but not whatever British make the real food. I'm getting teriyaki very soon. Nice, nice. I had some Japanese yesterday. I met up with my girlfriend. I met up with my girlfriend. We were walking around and we found a restaurant real quick because she was offering to like get. She was offering to like to buy me dinner. Ended up ordering like an all-you-can-eat from like a buffet. It wasn't too expensive, all things considered. It really wasn't too expensive. I ended up feeling bad and I ended up like paying for it myself because I was like, I don't know, like it's more than what like you were going for. But dude, I ate like 27 little bits of sushi. That shit was so great. The type of guy that has a pantry of mildly expired broad beans. You know what? I feel the emo. You know what? That's a 1 minute timeout. I do not seem like that at all. Don't even remotely put that on me. I feel like the emotions, Eon. I feel the emotions, Eon. I hate beans too. Yeah, but I'm not talking about like beans, the actual food. I'm talking about like the colloquial term that I have presented to my chat that now they use to weaponize it against me. What about some soya beans? I'm just gonna remove this comment as well. You're not gonna get timed out. You're just gonna get I'm actually on my way to Chipotle. Got 2 kinds of beans, pinto and black beans. You sicken me. Don't never send me your bean-filled scans again. All right, don't you dare attack me. Don't you dare. Chipotle is fire too. Yeah, Chipotle is fire, but I always make sure they always ask me, "Would you like me?" No beans. No beans whatsoever. And then my girlfriend looks at me last time we went to Chipotle. And she was like, "Really, you're gonna maintain the bit even in real life? Like nobody here is nobody knows who you are. You're not streaming right now." And I'm like, "Yeah." But the bit must continue. I'm not gonna eat any beans. No beans, please. She was like, put some beans on it. I was like, don't put beans on my meal. It's my meal. I get to pay for it. No one's gonna put beans on my shit. I use beans to buy this membership. Fuck out of here. You did not. You did not use beans. 100% you did not use beans. The bit must continue. That's what I'm saying. Have same stat charts and distribution. Yeah, but unless you have a way to, one part, you could believe that like the stat charts for like One Piece characters are like that, but again, that's just something that people don't really have to. That's something that people just don't have to agree to. I saw someone get stabbed at Chipotle once. That's crazy. Is it probably because they ordered beans? It's probably because they got a big ass burrito and they said pour in only beans in there. That was probably the reason they got stabbed. Hey bro, you watch football? If so, which team do you support? Are you talking about like football, like American football, or are you talking about football, like everywhere else in the world? Are you talking about soccer, or are you talking about like football, like American football? Because either way, I don't care for it. And if you're asking me what my favorite team in football is, I fuck with the Blue Lock, The Blue Lock 11. I fuck with Blue Lock specifically. That team specifically, that's my favorite football team of all time. Anything else, I don't care for. This will be our running gag for 20 years, yeah. Bro, what the fuck are beans and restaurants? My grandma makes real shit. Whatever is in marker is disgusting looking. Yeah, basically, I live near a shopping mall, and every New Year's they throw fireworks there. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Somebody actually got stabbed at a Chipotle. We were doing so good avoiding Beanstalk, but I guess it's unavoidable. Skypea when Giant Jack is right there, yeah. Barnard is an accomplice. You will understand you're in danger. Nell's mantra won't reach us here. What of Angel Island? Yes, how are the crops this year? What of Angel Island? Yes. How are the crops this year? Oh, is that so? I see, that's good. Try the juice there, freshly pressed from the pumpkins in my garden. It's delicious, if I do say so myself. Indeed it is. Thank you, Conus. Have some too. Child, on the blue sea below, there are a class of people called pirates. Have you heard of them? No. They're criminals who sail the seas and plunder in search of plunder. These people fly a black flag with a skull atop of their ship's mast. Those straw hats are probably such people. What? You're saying they were criminals from the start? Well, perhaps outsiders is a better term. In every realm, there are those who refuse to play by the rules. Right now, are you any different from them? It's all a matter of perspective. Those whose actions makes them heroes in times of war might, under other circumstances, be branded as murderers. I too have made friends with pirates over 20 years ago when I was still God. They came here. Yeah, this is important for, not for the scaling itself, but I do want this for, just for the sake of it. I do shit from One Piece, Naruto to beans, because people like to bring up beans because they all like eating beans. That's why. Inazuma 11, nice. So for New Year's, it was always packed. Then we went to Chipotle's. 2 hooligans got into a fight, and someone got stabbed. It was because one of them said you eat beans, right? That's the reason. This shit is crazy. I'm surprised you called them hooligans. I saw this dude choke out this other dude in Five Guys. I saw this dude choke out another dude. Yeah, it was one of these 5 guys. Yeah. I know you're talking about the restaurant, but it's still funny. Eon got his rocks off when Giant Jack went down. Down from the beanstalk? Dude, I threw a whole fucking party. And then when everyone was asking me, so what's the party for? I said, oh yeah, because I read Jack and the Giant Beanstalk, and the giant fell down from the beanstalk. And everyone just kept partying. Nah, bro, I'm actually flabbergasted at what swung on Google when I typed bean stew or something like that. How we shift from there. Hockey is arguably, even in Alabasta, when Croco comments on Luffy's strength increasing by the moment. For sure in Mocktown, when Blackbeard comments on Luffy's hockey. Methuen, Massachusetts, it's Kirkenuingly crazy. Someone got pressed because their nick got stolen. Their NIC got stolen today by the guy who stole it and almost got his ass beat. That's crazy. I don't know what any of that even remotely meant, but sure. This guy, do you have a food market? Probably. You check your Discord, Eon. It's gonna be some bullshit. I swear to God, 6 of it's some bullshit. I swear to God, it better not be some bullshit. General. I saw someone get stabbed at Chipotle once. That's crazy. Is it probably because they ordered beans? It's probably because they got a big ass burrito and they said pour in only beans in there. That was probably the reason they got. That's crazy. So. Alright, that's enough of that. I knew it was gonna be some bullshit. Fucking knew it, dude. Fucking knew it. Always some bullshit. That's crazy. Alright. Don't let Eon lie to the people. I still remember the mukbang stream where he ate. Alright. That's a 10-minute timeout. I'm low-key a bean hater. We have to destroy all beans except for navy beans. Navy beans are superior beans. That one just gets you time. That one just gets you removed. That just gets a comment removed, man. What the fuck? Alright. Sacred Land. What are you saying? There's no need to apologize. Yeah. Oh, wait. They were heroic, lively bunch. It was a sad to part with them. You wouldn't know it now, but Skypiea is a land that has always had fighting. Our kind, the Sky People and the Gorillas, the Shandians, have been locked in perpetual war. The Shandians continue to challenge Enel to this day. When you were God, you sought to appease the Shandians as a way of to end hundreds of years of bloodshed and to bring peace to our last stand. And I was close to succeeding when Enel stole my seat as God. Forgive me for all my efforts. I've accomplished nothing. There's no need to apologize. There is an ancient legend here in Skypiea. Many eons ago. Yo! Yeah! He said the thing! I'm in the series! Yep. Eon's evil agenda has started. Oh, so now I'm evil, right? So now I'm just an evil, despicable piece of shit, right? A girl beat another girl with a yart. She stole its ghetto as fuck. What the fuck is a yart? Nick is a vape? Ah. So what the fuck is a yart? I live in the hood, and it's safer than where Jake lives? That's what I'm saying. I live in the hood too. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is a yart? I ran New England since I was young. That's crazy. She literally took it in her hand and bashed it in her head in the locker room. That's crazy. Hey, Eon, would you like to become a member of the Bohemian Grove? I don't know what the fuck that means, so I'd rather just say no to that. My school is the opposite. It's chill as fuck. Oh god, now the Snyder Bros. Think the Snyder Bros should direct the live-action DBZ movie? That sounds horrible. I think it's fine. Encyclopedia, many eons ago, the sacred upper yard was born. A beautiful sound rang from the island that enveloped the land. It was the day that the fighting began between the Shandians and the Sky People began. That is why I believe that the next time we hear the song on the island, the fighting will stop. The song on the island, the sacred land, will sing once more. I believe this with all my heart. What is this? What's wrong? Watch this place. Duty calls. Let's go, Pierre. Pierre! Okay, Father, this pumpkin juice is so delicious. Indeed it is. I'm glad you like it. Wes, stop it. Please stop. Stop. Please stop. Not the ship. Please, not the ship. And then you have to throw it into the fucking water. Huff, no. What an asshole. It's a rock. Follow my agenda spreaders. Let us spread the new Eon agenda. Don't spread the agenda. Bohemian Grove is Epstein's dad. Yo, whoever the fuck asked me to do that, Peds, you are fucking wild for that. Virtually met. I will let you know our secrets. Yeah, alright. Enough already. I'm responsible for the ship. I'm going to fail in my duty, Wheeze. So what shall we do then, Fuza? Okay. You don't want me to attack your comrades, you don't want me to destroy your ship, and you don't want to die. You don't leave me with a lot of options. What a spoiled brat you are. People like you make me sick. Skyrider Shura. If you care so much about living, why are you so weak? Hey, stop. The spear is burning hot. No. Stop. Why you are not prepared to make a sacrifice, and yet you intend to live? Okay. What's with this guy? It's like he can predict every move. Chopper runs into... What the fuck was this dude's name? Shura. Priest Shura. Who also has COO. That instantly ignites into flames. People will always fight over vapes, puffs, snakes, and yards. What the fuck is a yart? Alright, I'm just looking it up. What is a yart? Is a slang for a THC vape cartridge. These are small, often flavored... Okay, so it's a fucking... Okay, so it's an oil cartridge then. All the priests have COO. No, yeah, I'm aware that all the priests have COO. It's still nice to just type in. Priest Ashura. It's like you can predict my moves. For one to live, another must die. That is the way of this world. You are aware you stand atop the sacrificial altar. They did mention it. Quite so, and your friends are desperately trying to reach his place. On this island are 4 areas, each ruled by a different priest. When a target sets foot on one of these areas, the priest cannot touch him. Which is the rule. The sacrificial altar however, is not a part of any domain. Targets in this free area are considered fair game. Of course, before they can come here, they'd have to survive the trials. It's not part of any domain. Okay. So the sacrificial altar is not a part of their domain. You're gonna get addicted. At least be something productive and something less destructive like gooning. Drugs and smoking literally kills you. Shaking my head. You know what's crazy? When I was in high school, I remember that there was a conversation that one of my classmates, one of my upperclassmen, were talking about, because he got into a discussion with like I think it was like the PE teacher during a class, and they were talking about how like, hey, yo, Mr. So and so, did you hear that like my school is the Grand Line? Don't do drugs, kids. The only ones that should be consuming that are adrenochrome. Anyway, he was bringing up that like nobody has ever died from like smoking marijuana, and at the time I couldn't fucking believe it myself. Then the next day we had health class again, and the teacher showed up and he was like, "Yo," so I ended up doing a little bit of research as to what you were talking about. He was like, "You know, you were right. There's actually." At least at the time, there was nobody that had ever been. There was like no actual case of somebody dying from overusing marijuana. Now, obviously, I'm not saying this to like support marijuana of any kind. It was just one of those things that like I just found very interesting at the time. Obviously, it does help affect. No, yeah, still, it does help. It does negatively help affect your ability to not only work on things. What are the thing? What are like some of like the negative side effects again? It's like it prevents you from it technically negatively impacts your aspiration, your ambitions. It can make you durdle a lot. It can make you like essentially like shut off a lot of brain functions. And depending on the type of drug that you're doing, not to say that like THC or marijuana in general, but to say that like depending on like whether or not it's laced or not with anything, especially if you're not getting it from like a viable source, from my understanding, it can even like affect your brain and actually kill brain cells. Still no death. Your school was all delinquents? Weed makes you fat and lazy, basically. You love THC, Julio? I think the first time I ever tried anything, because like when I was growing up, I didn't like drinking. And I don't mean this like in terms of like high school or whatever. I mean like I didn't start drinking until I was like 18, but that was like outside the country mostly, because outside the country, the legal drinking age is actually 18. I tried it out at my home country for like a summer. And I mean, I like cocktails and stuff like that. I like sweet drinks and stuff, but I never got into beer. Even to this day, I don't drink. Dream killer for real? Yeah. I don't like drinking personally. Even when I was like drinking, even like after I turned 21 and I was still in high school, not high school, college. What the fuck am I talking about? When I was in college and I had like turned 21, I remember like a couple of my friends of mine went out and drinking and stuff like that. I remember one of my friends even like we were out like at some festival and one of my friends even bought like some cigarettes. They bought cigars and they smoked them for the first time. It was pretty cool. We were going out and going like from alcohol in general tastes bad. I feel like for the people that think that like alcohol, especially like raw, I'm talking about whiskey, I'm talking about vodka, I'm talking about tequila, I'm talking about like really hard alcohols, especially like clear alcohols or even like the dark ones. All that shit tastes like ass. I've never really liked drinking. I remember I would drink and like, I remember I would drink at like parties and stuff and I would like, you know, get a couple beers in. Whenever somebody didn't want to like do beer pong or whatever, I had like a really high tolerance and stuff, but I never really cared for it myself. So it kind of then created a bit of a situation where like, I eventually got to the point where like, I was just like, dude, why am I drinking? Like, I drank, I think, up till I was like 23. I think I drank up until I was like 23, 24, and I just never drank again. Actually, when the fuck did I go on that trip with my boy? I went on a trip with a friend of mine. We were trying to do like a whole like guys trip. We were all gonna like go party out back in my home country since it would be like a cheaper trip in general, for us. I think I was 25 at the time. When I was 25, I think that was the last time I had like an actual like alcoholic drink on my own. I think that was like the last time I got drunk. That was like how many years ago? I don't even know how many years ago that was at this point. But yeah, it's been a couple of years. I eventually got to like I think I eventually like spoke to one of my doctors and said that you shouldn't just have alcohol in general because of like a condition that I have, and I was like, all right, shit, fuck it. No loss from me. I mixed alcohols and juice together. You unk. Nah, beer is trash. I'm sorry. I've tried multiple types of beers. Beer. I've tried lagers. I've tried fucking IPs. I've tried beers in different countries, bro. That shit tastes like absolute ass. What are y'all on about, man? Man. I'm from India. I have no experience. Like, y'all, I'm 100% clean. No alcohol, no nothing. Yeah, that's also fair. It's actually good. I tried it once. I shut off the instinct that says you should respond to someone when they talk to you. Also felt like there was a layer of warm jelly between me and the world. Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about specifically, Lasso? You're talking about, like, beer? Or are you talking about, like THC and stuff like that? I mean, as far as like the states go, I think a good number of states already like legalized this stuff. But at least me personally, like even the times that I got drunk, and I remember one time I got so fucking. I think that last time that I got drunk, I got so wasted with my boy that I ended up waking up like what was it, 8 hours later in the middle of the afternoon, drunk. Still, I was still fucked up. And, like, I never had a hangover. I can definitely say, as someone who, like, just doesn't ever want to drink again, I am so grateful I have never had to withstand a hangover. You only like girly drinks that you can taste the alcohol. That's the thing. They're not girly drinks. They're just cocktails. Listen, even when I was like going out and all this shit, and my boy was like having like his beers and stuff like that, and he was having like his pina coladas, like the most he would go to was like a pina colada and stuff like that. I was like, bruh, I'm having pina coladas, strawberry daiquiris, I'm having an apple teeny, I'm having all the fucking drinks. I don't give a fuck if it's a pink ass drink with fruit in it. I'm eating that shit up, bro. There is no way I'm having straight up raw alcohol. That shit tastes like fucking ass. And even then, I'm so happy that no matter how drunk I ever got, and sometimes it would be kind of hard for me to get drunk, I never once had a fucking hangover, dude. Walking out of my drinking years, my early 20s drinking years, never getting a hangover, I view that as a fucking win, man. All right, man, I gotta go. It's 3 a.m. Have a good one. Have a good one, Ace. Thanks for coming around, man. Beer is trash. Henny is the only thing I can drink. Henny isn't bad, but even then, I don't really care for the flavor. I drink small amounts of alcohol on special occasions, but it just never tasted so good. I started rejecting it. Yeah, no, you can just reject it. It's not something nice to drink. Let's see. This man out here drinking intellectual property. Alcohol is a curse. Before I was gay, my ex-girlfriend was addicted to vodka. It was genuinely so sad. What? Did you guys... What kind of, like... Oh. I once had a shot of almond extract. It tasted more like burning than... Oh, you had edibles specifically? I remember when I had an edible for the first time. That was like during one of my parties after I graduated college. I told myself I wasn't going to try any kind of drug until I at least like graduated from college, and it was just some edible brownie a friend of mine, a good friend of mine got me, because they already did this stuff. So I was like, just get me something that's like safe, something that's like not too strong, and something like I could just try out for once. And I had it at a party after when I graduated college. Dude, that shit was so fucking funny. I think it did feel like a warm jelly feeling, but I also felt like I was just laughing everywhere. When I'm a drunk, I'm or at least when I was drinking, I would be a happy drunk. I'll be like a very happy vocal drunk, and whenever I was smacked, I was just laughing to edit everything, bro. It's crazy. Damn, triple AAA new allegations unlocked. Damn, triple A. Damn. I mean, I haven't really drank in like I don't know how long at this point. I once drank a ton of whiskey, and that shit felt like projection sorcery. Yeah, nah, see, that's the thing. Whenever I did drink, I would drink at least to the point where I was like, I'm good, I feel nice, I feel like I'm there, but like I wouldn't drink past that. I hated the idea of having to drink to the point where like I was sick. That legitimately did not just feel good for me. Sabo was a fan-made character, JK. The augment I hear from Sabo nowadays. Greatest profile picture of all time. Thoughts on Six's profile picture? Yeah. He's a fan-made character. Sabo's not real. He can't hurt you. Alright. Luffy wondering where the others came from. To rescue me, we can run away. Yes, that's right. You're free to go, provided that you survive being in this free area. Those are the rules of the judged. Of course, in exchange for this exception, things change slightly. Exceptions, yes. For example, it's 3 sacrificial lambs. Use a hoist and escape into the forest over there. So that's happened before. This guy somewhere, I'll talk to him. Wait, that's all his fault. If one escapes, another must pay with death. There must be sacrifice. Sacrifice is law. If that one returns, even more so, in order to show you the severity of your crimes, offer your light to the Almighty. I won't let you. Okay. Chopper takes the hit. Ganfall comes in, is at least relative to Shura. Okay, Ganfall is relative to Shura. Sorry to keep you waiting. The night of the sky. What an unexpected surprise. Ganfall. Yeah, the night of the sky came. Shura is a formidable foe. Things are going to get rough, Pierre. Pierre! What's business? I see. Does a has-been god like you have in Ninel's domain? Let's have some fun, Fuza. Cacaw. W must push agenda. Arguments fall apart with basic logic, reasoning, and reading comprehension. We must push the agenda. Is it okay to ask permission about this new chapter? Yeah, you can ask me a question about the new chapter. You're more than welcome to. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I usually don't bite. The only thing I don't care for is just straight spoilers. I actually do appreciate you for asking first. I appreciate that, man. My One Piece OC's name is named Naruto. His Devil Fruit is the Juraneg no Mi, and basically perception blitzes and could one-shot Emu because I say so. Ah, yes, the most powerful OC of all time. How could anyone write a more powerful OC than you, Jake? Do your worst. There's only room for one god on this island. They strike. Okay, Pierre, watch, swing, boom, eep, the night of the sky. Okay, yeah. Thoughts on the Brook and Emu scaling? You can probably make the argument that like Imu isn't fully manifested, so they aren't as powerful as they could be at you know, if they were fighting at full, if they were fighting like at full I guess I should say like full manifestation, right? I don't know. I'm not really thinking about it too much for now. I want to see where this continues on because I don't know where exactly Brook also pulled the shield out of. I think he pulled up a shield. I have no fucking clue where he pulled that out of, Bruce. So it's kind of hard to tell. I don't drink almost at all. But the most I've ever did was on a dare where I downed like 1/4 of a 750 milliliter rum. I ended up freeing somebody's dog from an electric collar, then blacking out later. That's crazy, dude. That's a lot of alcohol, dude. Yeah, you really need to be careful. I'm glad you don't do it a lot anymore. But yeah, all I'm saying is for anyone here that's like below the age of like below the drinking age, I think it's kind of become like very consistent consensus from like most people that like drinking just doesn't taste good. If you end up liking the taste of alcohol, that's fine. But be sure to always do it. Be sure to always do it responsibly, and be sure to not mix your alcohols. By that I mean don't mix beer with clear liquors, and don't mix those clear liquors with dark liquors, and don't mix dark liquors with beer. Just don't mix anything. If you're gonna stick to something, just stick to it again. I'm never gonna do drugs or drink. Hey, listen, man, I thought the same thing, and then I tried weed once, and that shit was great. But besides that, I was like, yeah, you know what, that's fine. I'm sure you already knew this before, but you came, but you're a wanted criminal. Insolent fool, you shall feel my power of my wrath. Ordeal of string, cacaw, okay, Shandians, gorillas, hidden cloud village. Guys, look, it's the hidden village in the sands. Sorry, the clouds. It's the hidden cloud village. Vine and cooked vine is fire. Have you ever been... Where have you been, Isa? Oh, it's you, Kamakiri. Upper yard again, you have Verth in your bag, don't you? You should be careful. That game could cost your life. Tuh, that's my problem. Anyway, it's not like you'll ever beat an L. Yeah, damn. These kids talking their shit. God damn. You in your 40s, Eon? Genuine question? No, I'm in my 20s. I'm still in my 20s, dude. Alcohol just tastes bad. It's people mixing it with other drink to drink it, yeah. You know Kakegurui? No, I don't, actually. Can you explain a little bit more? So the giant sovereignty thing is like the 6 powers, energy generation based on martial arts. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the Hakoku sovereignty. I don't really consider it like the 6 powers. It's more so just a shockwave. He's saying you sound mature as fuck. Maybe. I'm in my 20s still. For some reason, Ganfall has returned to the upper yard. The old man still believes that he can bring peace to this entire floating island. He's wrong. Our only options are victory or defeat. Yeah. The great warrior Kalgura's final orders were bring back the light of Shandora. That's what we're gonna do. Wiper. Okay. I don't care if it's that old codger Gonfall or his usurper Enel. Those who rule in the title of God and their followers are our sworn enemies. Each and every one of them must be destroyed. Wiper, someone on Angel Island, has defied Enel. It's the first time since Enel took power 6 years ago. And what of it? Ganfall saved the girl from judgment, and for his intervention, he was branded a criminal by Enel. As Knight of the Sky, Ganfall never hurt any of us. Granted, he never tried to confront Enel directly, but now this very person has set foot in the upper yard. If Ganfall and one of the priests ends up killing each other, so much better. Are you suggesting that Ganfall should be considered an enemy? Or are you suggesting that Ganfall should not be considered an enemy because we share common foe doesn't make us allies? If you have a problem with that, stay out of the battle. Do I make myself clear, Rocky? You'll only be in the way. Is there someone in the group that ruined the character for you? Is there someone or a group of people that ruined the character for you? Are you 4'11"? I'm not 4'11 inches. No. I'm not that short. I'm closer to 6 feet than I am to even 5 feet. Our fearless leader Kalgura's descendant is seething mad. Wiper, he's scary, scarier than a god. What the fuck does he have in his mouth? Oh, he's eating jerky or something. You know, because Elfruit can redirect Taki attacks. What's up with Devil Fruit with her fruits scaling? Is it like really powerful paramecia like Ope no Mi? Maybe. You find that so well, don't you? Look at the underneath the tree. Look at it. It's underneath the tree. Chad, Uri, Sakura, and all MHA ruin a group for me. Let me think. Is there a character that was ruined by a group of people? Itachi was kind of ruined to me for a couple years by like Itachi Glazers. Admirals are kind of ruined because of Admiral Glazers. Oh, Saitama. I hate this. I hate. I genuinely hate One Punch Man scaling, and not because of any reason other than like Saitama fans think that like he curb stomps all of fiction or whatever. I guess stuff like that. I think that stuff's fun. I think yeah, it's annoying. When I learned that 6 feet is 180 centimeters, dudes be self-conscious about 1.8 meters. Man, dudes. Yeah, dude, some people really do get disappointed about just not being over 6 feet or over 6 feet. Honestly, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. Like, there might be like a couple of advantages, maybe in terms of like people finding you attractive or whatever, or intimidation or whatever. But it's like it really doesn't matter. I thought 6 feet was like 2 meters. No, it's 180 meters. It's not. 3 feet do not inherently scale to a meter. I think 3 feet are still under a meter, based on how people talk about it. Yeah, no. They're not that tall. I'm only a little bit under 6 feet. You find that well so strange. You find that well so strange. Don't you think underneath the tree, natural civilizations are totally out of whack? Nature and civilization are totally out of whack. In any case, we should get back to the following. The Cloud River. We'll never get back anywhere wandering around this forest. So much for finding God. Whoever built this couldn't have known that a tree would grow like this. I'd never seen anything like it. Nami, what do you see from up there? Yeah. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you short people. Us above 6 guys are loving it. Yeah. You enjoy the fact that you're 6 foot fucking 12. That you're 7 foot 13. That you're 5 foot 7 inches. To be in the 6 foot club is a special thing. With me being a part of it. Mwahahaha. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. You guys look above all our heads, and you guys have a completely different sense of weather. You know what I'm saying? How's the weather up there? I'm 5'4" at 16. I'm cooked. Oh shit, you're 6'1". 5'4". I mean, hey, you still got a little bit of growth. You still got to your like. I didn't stop growing until I was like 18, 19. So you still got a couple of years. You might probably end up getting like 5'8", 5'6". You know, you never know. Stretching and doing exercise also helps with height, Jake. So I don't know. Maybe still time to. Your body's still growing, so it might be time to like try that out if you want to just get a little bit taller. It's fine either way. Like height makes you the man. Y'all ain't trying to fight like Mike Tyson though. Yeah, that's also true. I'm 6 foot exact. Nice. I'm 6 foot on the dot. I'm barely blessed. I mean, yeah, I guess. Weather is nice up here. Smells like 6 feet. Type shit. I remember a friend of mine. She was 6'1", and I remember we were like waiting at the bus stop of our at a bus stop for our when we were like heading out of college. And I looked at her once, and she looked like she was stressed about something. And I looked at her once, and she was like, I looked up, and I was like, so how's the weather up there? And she almost smacked the shit out of me. She was like, do you know what it's like for a tall woman to like? She was something along the lines of like, do you know what it's like for a tall woman to like hear something like that, and so on and so forth. And I'm like, I mean, you're tall. What's the big deal? She's like, you were like the guys usually are attracted to tall women, and I'm like, I mean, some guys like tall women. I'm not saying me per se, but I'm saying some guys do. Shit, who gives a shit? And now she's with her 5'6" king or 5'8" king. I don't know. I think I'm taller than her. No, she's I think she does have a fiance. She does have a fiance whom she loves very much. I met the guy. He's cool people, and I'm like, yeah. Now she's got her short king. See? Who was right now? Who was right? I love being right about shit like that. If that is good, we good. Type shit. Are you guys more into the front end or the back end, right? Whether it's guys or girls, are you guys more top heavy enjoyers or are you guys bottom heavy enjoyers? Like, do you guys like ass or tits? If you're into guys, are you into more like stronger builds or more into skinny guys? Are you guys into like people of larger weights? Are you guys into people that are skinnier or shorter? I don't know. I feel like preferences are usually one of those things that you're like, ideally I would like XYZ, but like you could still settle for other things. Both, but thick thighs save lives. I like thick thighs as well. I'm definitely more into like I like proportion balance. You like a proportional balance. I think that's always great. You know, specifically for like guys, I know that like I know that like it's always hard to like find a girl that, you know, has both like a large top and a large bottom that are both consistent with one another. Yes, that's my answer. Yes. I remember growing up, I really liked. I've always been more like a thick thighs, large butt kind of guy. Personally, I never really cared about like big boobs, personally. But hey, you never know where you end up, right? Hear me out, Elastigirl. Ooh, Elastigirl is crazy. Elastigirl is crazy. You like muscle mommies? Dude, I like muscle mommies. I like skinny mommies. I like thick mommies. The only thing I don't like is like objectively like obese people in general. Like I'm talking about like the type of like obese where you're just like, dude, you really need to like you're really gonna like kill yourself. Like there was a guy I was checking out on a YouTube channel. There was like a commentary channel that was talking about this person that eats like over what was like 20,000 calories a day, and I was just like, dude, how do you get to that point? How do you fucking ever get to that point? A Dami mommy, not a Dami reverse eye mommy. No, not a Dami reverse eye mommy. Don't like a woman for her physical attraction value, but you'll be insecure about it later. That and what you need is a woman who loves you. Oh, I 100% agree with that. I 100%. The person I'm with right now, she loves me for who I am, and I love her for who she is. It's basically a match made in heaven. But I'm just talking about in terms of physical attraction. I mean, you can be with the person that you're with. You can love it, but you can also have like a certain like a certain preference in terms of attraction. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like attraction. I feel like attraction and intimacy go both hand in hand because you're not necessarily going to be with somebody whom you're not attracted with whatsoever, and you're also not going to be with somebody who doesn't mean anything to you in terms of an emotional spectrum, right? Like if you're just with somebody for the emotional level of it, or you're just with somebody because of the physical aspect of it, it'll never work out. In general, you should find a balance of both, and that should be what you go for, right? If you go for somebody who you're not physically attracted with whatsoever, you might never be able to be truly intimate with them. Therefore, it creates a situation of, it therefore creates a situation of like, you can't do it, bro. Bro is laying his heart would explode. Bro is dying. Bro, you need to see it. No. Behind the scenes much? BTSM? Or are you talking about BDSM? What is BTSM? Behind the scenes much? BDSM? I'm not really into BDSM. I don't really hate love, relationships, make children anyway. Crazy world. Yeah, that's what I'm asking too. What is it? August the Duck. This video was crazy. Let me show you. I don't think that this person was lying. It was like 20,000 calories a day. This person is crazy. This is what I mean when I say that like this is the type of person I'm just not attracted to. Like a woman of like this kind of size. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not to say that I wouldn't be able to say that they're pretty or whatever, but I just don't know, man. It's just. So when it comes to like a certain extent where I'm like when it comes to me to like a certain extent where like a person is at a size that it is like objectively just unhealthy and eating an objectively unhealthy amount of calories every single day, that's when I'm like, yo, I can't understand people who like BBWs. I think it kind of comes into like an idea of like, how should I put it? Extreme ends. Some people have attractions towards extreme ends of things. There are people out there who legitimately are attracted to people who are also super anorexic. Seeing like a person's bones and stuff is also a turn on for some people. Not me per se, but what I mean is that like there are people who genuinely like get off of like sending food and like feeding these kind of people because there is some psychological reason for it. I can't tell you what the psychological reason is, but I've noticed that there are people out there in the internet, especially when you look at like the darker sides of it, in terms of like the hanky-panky stuff, the rated 18 stuff, corn, where like if you look hard enough, you'll find like real extreme ends of everything, right? You'll find people who are really tall, you'll find people who are really fat, you'll find people who do like really weird shit, right? It all comes from like, I guess it all comes from like a psychological perspective, obviously, but I don't know, man. I feel like people who are like way too fucking thin and people who are like way too fucking big, I just don't understand what the attractive appeal is, right? Obesity is ugly. When fat makes you look overall unisex in appearance, bruh. Yeah. But doesn't even like really come in. Yeah. You need to leave. I don't know. No. Zora and Brooke got crazy upscale this chapter. Maybe the rest of it. There's no way. There's no way. No, that's a dude. That's not a chick. That's a dude. That was it. That was a dude. I know it didn't look like it, but that was a dude. August the Duck. Fuck. It was one of the more recent videos. This person that's a dude. That was a dude, by the way. This is not a chick. This is a dude. To be honest, One Piece made sure I'm straight into made sure I'm straight into tall women. I mean, listen, dude, tall women need love too. There are a lot of people that don't like women being taller than them. I remember once I was having a discussion with an old friend, and they were telling me that like they genuinely just didn't like their girls being taller than them. You never know. Hey, Mosey, thank you for the 199. Yo, how long will this video be? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. Don't even ask me. I just know that I've already started writing the script. I'll work on the script after, since there are parts of the script that I don't want to spoil for you guys. There's a certain way that I want to write the script that I don't want to outright, like, you know, spoil, so I'm not going to, but, like, it will be long. As long as his meat. Alright, and then you put the pause emoji. Nice. See, motherfuckers can't even tell the difference. The fat's so crazy. Akainu fans made me hate Akainu. Yeah. To be honest, One Piece, no one got upscaled this chapter. Y'all care way too much about powers. That's what I'm saying, bruh. You're not ready. Which food in fiction looks so good you crave it? Bruh, Winter, you asked the right question right there. Let me show you something crazy. Let me show you something absolutely crazy. Let's go all the way fucking back. Right before all these assholes. Bruh, listen, I'm not that into seafood. I don't usually go out of my way to eat seafood. Personally speaking. Not because I don't like it, just because, like, I don't know. It's just not one of those types of foods that, like, I would lose myself over. But, like, man, give me 1 second right here. Give me 1 second. Obviously, the Krabby Patty. I think everyone can say the Krabby Patty. But, like, bruh, please, where is it? Where is it? Come on. Bruh. It's gotta be here. Somewhere. Here. Somewhere. Come on. No way I didn't fucking download it. Brother. There was, earlier on the stream, there was a piece of, like, sky lobster that they cooked up. That they completely, like, boiled up and cooked. Bro, that shit looks so good. A 12-hour video. I'd love to have a partner who is equal or even taller than me. I actually like tall girls. I do like tall girls myself. Like, a girl, like, you ever seen that? SpongeBob underwear meme? What was it? It was like SpongeBob underwear meme? Let me see. SpongeBob scared meme. He was like scared. In bed. No. Yo, this is crazy. SpongeBob. Fuck, I can't find out what the backing up. Dude, SpongeBob is way too fucking memeable for starters. The giant lobster in Skypiea that was taking the ship away. No. They cooked up another lobster. I'll pull it up in a second. SpongeBob underwear scared meme. Fuck, I can't find it. It was from an old episode where, like, SpongeBob is, like, lying back in his underwear and stuff like that. And he's, like, looking at somebody scared. There was the reason why I wanted to bring up the meme specifically was because that's there's a meme about that from like a long time ago where it was like when you said you wanted a strong girl, when you said you wanted a strong-willed woman, and now she's picking you up and throwing you in bed. Dude, that right there, that's what I told everybody when I was like, yo, that's exactly what I mean when I say I wanted to pick me up and just launch me. Anyway, it was like what, chapter 241, right? It was like chapter 241, yeah, something like that. Right here. This is the top. Let me just download this for the sake of the purposes, right? Does it have anything to do with power scaling? No. But just for a second, look at how good this fucking lobster looks. With the little lime on the side, you can tell that it's been cooked in butter. Bruh, it's just opened up completely. That shit is just all fucking meat in there, bruh. Yo, nah. Man, oh man. There's the rice in the background. Oh, man. All this stuff looks so fucking fresh. It's just, It's just face to plate. No, not even utensils. Fuck a fork and a knife, dude. I'm not sharing all that. I'm fighting for it. Oh, no, 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 no. We're fighting for that shit. No, no, no. We're fighting for that. At that point, there is going to be a kumite. SpongeBob, it has too many classic meme frames. That's what I'm saying. I think Zero will be Admiral level next arc. Zoro. If I ever get picked up by my tall girlfriend and thrown in bed, man, I'm swearing I'm not freaking that way. Bro, nah, we're fighting at that point. Yen is a man of culture and don't hit women instantly. Sanji level APDC. Bruh, I don't get the idea. Listen, here's the thing. I've watched Konosuba. To an extent, I do agree with Kazuma about the equal treatment of men and women, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, I don't think I could hit a girl, bro. I don't think I could do it. Like, I really don't. Like, I'm a pacifist by nature. I don't even like getting into fights myself. Dude, I'm at the age where I'm like, dude, fighting anybody, especially like even a chick, dude, I'm just like, nah. I'm just calling the cops at that point, bruh. We're too old for this shit. We're getting too old for this shit. It's 2026. It's not that type of time. Thick thighs saves lives. SpongeBob insecure fapping will get you the image you want. I am not typing in SpongeBob insecure fapping into my fucking search engine, dude. Sabo has no feats on par with Ashura, keeping up with Hybrid Kaido and scaring him. Yamato introduced me to tall women. Yeah, no, tall women are great. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we like? Here's the thing. Whether you like tall women, big women, fat women, whether you like skinny women, whether you like big dudes, fat dudes, strong dudes, dad bods, bodybuilders, short guys, it doesn't fucking matter. Just like what you like, bro. There's always somebody out there for everybody. Like, everybody has an inherent value that they offer to the world and each other, bro. Just by the simple fact that people exist, they're already offering some level of value to others. If she's a fighter, I'm the hands. Alright. Foolish girl. What was she thinking? How dare risk almighty Naruto? Yeah. Okay. Save them, that's right. Let us do our best to help those people escape. What's this body? My body feels heavy. Gotcha. Okay. What's wrong? Scoundrel, what did you do? I can't move my body. Why? Please come back, God. The dying man needs no answer. The sacred land, I believe. Oh, shit. The mysterious ordeal of strings. Even a withered old has-been like you can enter upper yard, but don't think for a moment that you can overcome the priest's trials. And El is all-powerful. You never reach his heights. Knight of the Sky. Okay. He gets fucked up by this dude and lit of flames. Not everyone has attraction value. I'm not saying that not everyone has to have attraction value, though. But the person still has some value to offer in terms of who they are as a person. It's not always about attraction value either. A lot of the times it's just about simply just being a person. No kink shaming, even if you're into cricket shoes and cars. For example, I happen to fuck with peanut butter at the moment. For eating, right? For eating, right? Yeah, totally for eating. You know what? I'll just believe that it's for eating. I'll just interpret that as you enjoying peanut butter in the moment. I liked orange juice at one point. I remember when I was like 14, I would just love drinking orange juice for like a couple of weeks, and then I just never went back to it. You think Roger was the strongest, like, actually? Not really. I also don't care to really ask if Rogers is the strongest, though. Like, I don't know if I would necessarily argue that Rogers is, to be fair, right? Like, does it really matter if he was? I mean, maybe. The King of the Pirates is the freest man, but... Alright. You have to prove that Emu partially manifested is as strong as the real Emu? Yeah. Oh, you guys are just having a back and forth. I have to save him. The sky sharks are there. Wow, Knight of the Sea. What is the wrath of an almighty Enel? Knight of the Sky, you're a Zoan? You're a Zoan, aren't you? You're crazy. Is this chapter 250? Yeah. That's right, you're a Zoan too. Pierre. What a waste. Join your master. Boom. All too easy. Such unworthy foes are a waste of my time. If the river were bottomless, perhaps they'd stand a chance of surviving. Unfortunately, this river does have a bottom. Now, I wonder where the escapees have been captured yet. Ho ho, playtime is over. You might as well give up. I am a priest. I know no rival. Huff huff huff. I can go on. I've had too many scares. My heart won't hold up. You're out of options. Soon your precious ship will be out of the forest, and then it will all be over. Unless you can fly like birds, you will never leave this place. Wander the forest until you die. Exhaust your strength and waste away. What is Oda doing? Brook out here blocking an ACOC attack. Do we know for sure if Enel's got ACOC? Sorry, if Emu's got ACOC? Merc is going to become another character who victimizes Katakuri. Amazing. Arrow the Shonen stated to be the strongest on the planet by far. That's not going to happen. Oh, yes, it will. Surprise ball attack. Ball dragon. Uh-huh. Ho ho, which one is the fireball? How exciting. My ball dragon is made up of surprise clouds that are filled with blades, other explosives, and one is a special fireball. Burst the fireball and it'll set off a fiery chain reaction. Now's my chance. I'm leaving it up to Luffy. Luffy goes around. Oh, I get it. This thing's being controlled with a string. Let's see how tough he is when I cut off his lifeline. Okay. Come over here. Whoa, yo, let go of the rope. Okay, and then he causes a chain reaction that completely covers the forests. Yeah. Okay. Ganfall is relative to Shura and gets pierced by his flaming spear. Luffy and the others are in bad condition when we return. We return to their fight. He manages to get Satori with his own ball dragon that has explosives, weapons, and a special fiery ball that can cause a massive you think all of us in Chad could take on current Usopp no weapon? Fuck no, you guys are all getting curb stomped. You guys are all getting curb stomped, including me. Is it crazy to say Skypea lacked condoms? I mean, I don't know how popular contraceptives are in One Piece. I guess. I guess so, yeah. Isn't as weak as we believe. Yeah, no, he's not as weak. How many Gipters does it take to bring down Usopp? You can take Usopp? I don't think you can. I don't know about that. Usopp fell from a large tree on his head. He also falls from these massive trees on his head. Luffy that can cause a massive fiery chain reaction. Action that completely dwarves the upper yard and leaves a burnt hole and a large hole with singed trees. Dwarfs. Singed trees. I keep forgetting it's up here. That was close. That idiot's dead. Almost took me with him. Perhaps that was his plan all along. I'll have to do better lest I lose control of the situation. Things like that interfere. If things get like that, if I let things like this get to me, it'll interfere with my mantra. Manages to bring get Satori's ball dragon that has explosives. To go off. It completely dwarves. Yeah. Satori and Luffy both evaded the explosion. Is Arlong acing the tuning exams? Oh yeah, no, Arlong's getting through the tuning exams. I don't know what any of those kids are doing. He is 100% getting through the tuning exams. Found it. I knew it. That's the exit, right? Well, I don't figure it out sooner. We fell from high up, so naturally the exit's going to be at the same altitude. Now that I found a way to the exit, the ship's route doesn't matter. Usa isn't the weakest as you think. Maybe something to do this. Yeah, something to definitely do later this year. I'm definitely down for it. Actually, let me write that down. Let me write that down on my personal notes. Where are the other video ideas that you guys are helping me out with? Onesie noodles versus Mama's grubs. Usopp isn't as weak as you think. You mean the same Arlong that got bitten by his own teeth? Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, he got bitten by his own teeth. What about it? It's Helgo Man. Ah, you're back. What's up, dude? Are you here to distract me by bringing up terrible arguments that aren't based on actual evidence and are just based on your own opinion? Considering you're collecting so many feats for the crew, you might as well put the information. Yeah, I do think I might want to make some videos for the rest of the Straw Hat crew later. I think it'd be interesting to maybe have a video with Nami in it. Hang on to him, Luffy. Do you think Conqueror's Haki coating would resist the infinite Tsukuyomi? Nope, I have no reason to believe that. I mean, you don't need to resist it anyway. You don't have a chakra network to begin with. At that point, we're talking about a mutual amalgamation of, like, One Piece and Naruto character with, like... And I don't know what to tell you about that, dude. Blue Haki, Arlong, Souls, Naruto, and all of Shippuden? Yeah. Don't let the lumpy loser out of your grip. Sanji, you're alive, barely. Oh. Like, I don't see him pulling out, like, Zoro at his worst scared him. I don't see him pulling it off. Okay. Pulling off what? The tuning exams? What about the tuning exams are so dangerous for Arlong? There's, like, nothing in the tuning exams that would take down Arlong unless you just threw him in front of Orochimaru. Evaded the explosions. Satori says if he lets something like this affect him, it'll mess with his mantra. Yeah. Never proving unless you have Kizaru actually kick him with the full force, and even durability doesn't matter against Emma. I mean, Zoro can clear the exams. Yeah, Zoro is easily walking through the exams. The tuning exams would not be an issue for any of the Straw Hat Pirates. Barely, you almost killed me with that explosion. Think before you act. Okay. One Piece characters have Toon Force durability and comedic timing. Is this debatable? I wouldn't say they have Toon Force durability. And I don't know what comedic timing exactly means. Yeah, the tuning exams are kind of easy, all things considered. It's like, what? You have to survive 5 days in a forest? You just have to walk like 5 kilometers. Versus Vivi to the death. Who wins? Jinbei versus Vivi. Yeah, alright. Anyway, Dumpling Guy, you keep harping about trial this and trial that. Frankly, I could care less about your stupid rules. Trial this, trial that. How about you try and get all of these bitches? Bars! Trial this, trial that. Kid Luffy was surviving in a forest for a week by himself at like 6. That's what I'm saying. But considering that there are a couple of damsels waiting for me to rescue them, I also accept the priest's trial, so you should know. There's also a cheating test. I mean, not really. You just have to sit in the test and not do anything. You know that the forest is dangerous, right? What's so dangerous about that forest? Care to tell me what's so dangerous about the forest? What's so dangerous about the Forest of Death? A bunch of shinobi that scale below these guys? A bunch of what, Genin that scale below them? The Genin are the most dangerous things. What are you gonna do? Bring up the giant snake? The giant snake that Orochimaru summoned? What's so dangerous about this Forest of Death, dude? The most dangerous things in the forest were unironically Orochimaru and Gaara. The letter 6, I think someone is talking about me unconsciously. The letter 6? 6 is a word. Buggy is clearing the exams. That's what I'm saying. Weakest One Piece characters clear the Forest of Death. That's what I'm saying, bruh. What exactly is so dangerous about the Forest of Death on its own? Unless you're throwing in, like, actual characters in there that could cause them problems. There's really... Not really. You're talking about a letter. That's a number. That's a mistake on an online thing. You know what I know, 6. I know. I have my own trial. A love trial. Is he crazy, too? Yeah. Hey, guys. Not fair. Cowards, it's 2 against 1. You kidnapped my friend without warning, made the cute angels cry, and then tried to kill them. So, you tell me who's the coward. The snake alone would just eat them. No, it wouldn't. The snake alone got stopped by Kid Naruto. There's no way it would even beat them. And the snake was a summon of Orochimaru, so it wouldn't even be in the Forest of Death on its own. Oh, God. Yo, don't you just love it when people make up things that don't actually fucking appear in the Forest of Death? Man. They wouldn't even notice it at all. The sheer size would overwhelm them? No, not really. Let me show you something really funny. Let me show you something really fucking funny. You see this cow? Let me show you something really freaking funny, right? Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't go anywhere. I got you right now. You see this giant cow? Let me show you the giant cow. Guys, it's the time of day when we have to bring up and talk about Momu. Let's see. You know what? I'll bring up a different scan of Momu. Let's see. Where is a different scan of... Oh, you see this giant cow? You see this giant cow? Yeah, it's twice as big as Gamabunta canonically. Like, canonically speaking? Yeah. All these guys, yeah. This giant cow, this giant sea beast, it's twice as large as Gamabunta. Why would any of them be afraid of? Why would any of them? Look at what Luffy did. Look at what Luffy did. Look at what Sanji did. You're telling me Zoro and Arlong are not going to deal with a fucking giant snake? Come on. Don't pull that up. Why not? Why not? If you're going to bring up some random ass giant snake that isn't even... Mind you, the giant snake that you're trying to talk about isn't even a part of the Forest of Death. Like, the thing doesn't actually exist in the Forest of Death. It was summoned. It was summoned by Orochimaru. This is one of his fucking snakes, dude. Orochimaru literally controls the snakes. You're really going to tell me that a snake that is this big in comparison to Kid Naruto, is not going to be, any more dangerous than a giant sea cow over twice the size of a giant toad bigger than the snake? Come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on. The forest that Kid Luffy was in was unironically worse than the Dark Continent in Hunter x Hunter? Probably. I don't know. Yeah, we're back on this combo. Anyway, if the only thing you're going to say is you're going to bring that up, yeah, I'm going to bring it up, because if you're going to bring up bullshit, I'm going to bring up objective feats and objective statements. Because the way I argue is that I bring up feats and statements, I use actual comparisons instead of just saying, do you really think that they're going to be able to survive a snake? Yes, I do. This is why I don't deal with these scalers. Bye. Because you don't know how to argue. You don't want to deal with the scalers because you don't want to simply have an honest conversation. People like you never want to have an honest conversation. People like you, Gentra, and what the fuck? What was the other dude's name? Helgo, man. People like you guys, all you like to do is basically say you think that the guys will win. You think that Naruto things are way too powerful, and then when you bring up examples that would prove that that is not necessarily the same, you say, I don't want to talk about this again. I'm not crashing out. Honestly, I'm not. There being no supervision is basically makes the forest of death dangerous. There's no one to call off Gaara. Okay? But is Gaara a part of the forest of death? No. The argument was Zoro, Arlong, and everyone else would be able to clear the forest of death. Gaara is not a part of the forest of death. He was an entrant like everyone else, and he was out of the way within the first few hours. Why would I sit here, and why would I believe that anything inside the forest of death is too dangerous for anyone in One Piece to deal with, when the only things in the forest of death that were dangerous to deal with in the first place were Orochimaru and Gaara? Stop, you fools! You don't know what you're doing. I'm a priest of God. Hey, are you listening? No, not submitting to the judgment of God's priest is a class 1 offense. And I say, if you so much as lay a hand on me, yeah. Shut your mouth before the flavor escapes. For example, to get the ultimate flavor of pepper and mignonette, it's not the size of the coarseness that matters, but how you crack it. Do it right, and the sealed-in flavors will burst into exquisite taste. You idiot, stop! So the trick is to release it all at once. Stop! I'm not good with pain. What a bitch. Satori's a bit of a bitch. Their preconceived notions on One Piece scaling is why you get delusional takes like that. Yep. Yo, Sanji broke his fucking tooth off. Yo, he broke 2 teeth off. Hidachi, your friend Sokotsuya, the anime voice of Karu, is actually Hiroki Hirata, who does Sanji, right? Quack, yes, the voice of Hirata also does Sanji. Cool. 1 toy equals 50 berry. Omnivorous hurrah, using toys to make daily pittance. Alright. Luffy holds on to Satori until he... But Sukuna was in the Forest of Death. I don't know about Sukuna himself, but Lord Frieza was in the Forest of Death. Let me rant real quick. I'm so serious of crashing out. Like, we aren't humans and we aren't allowed to be emotional. Your mama gave birth to a robot. Damn. Igaram was not caught in that explosion. Usopp surviving the Forest of Death. The tuning exams and other gettings trying to get your scroll to points would likely fail by getting lost anyway. Okay. Okay. Sure. Holds on to Satsuri until he gets kicked. Sure. I'll agree. Zoro might not make it through the Forest of Death because he wouldn't be able to find the exit. Arlong probably would. Luffy, Usopp, Nami, all of them probably would. Anyway. Is he even fast enough to stop them? They won't they just blitz everything and just get to the end faster than everyone? Probably. Depends on how fast you think they run. Remember that chapter where Griffith showed up and soloed Gaara in the Forest of Death? That's what I'm saying. Igaram blitzed the explosion. Dude, that's funny. I love that. Yeah, dude, Igaram totally blitzed the explosion. I love that. I'm gonna use that in the video. And gets kicked once by Sanji. Actually, gets kicked once by Sanji. Once by Sanji. He ends up losing 2 teeth. It's rage bait, don't Igaram blitz the explosion is funny as fuck, dude. Sanji, Luffy, I found the boat. Dude, I don't want to. I really wish that when they downloaded these pages, they would have just. Oh man, I'm gonna have to just go through it all on my own, am I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to just go through it all. Like, I just wish that like the. I like to go through it to just get everything, and then I've noticed that there are a couple of things that are just consistently missing. So it, like it kind of brings up a problem here where I'm like, do I have to just read through the entirety of Skypiea again? Fuck me, dude. Mahoraga could solo Naruto if he was let loose to adapt forever in the verse for the most part. This has been my TikTok. Yep. 50. What do we have here for 250 and onward? Yeah, we have the 250 stuff. Okay, Luffy and them run into one another. He shoots YU. Luffy balloons it back. Paramecia, Wiper, do we go after them? No, leave them. Those are the same guys that we saw in the White Sea, but what's their big idea? You don't want to mess with us. Eek. Okay. Wiper sets out. Let me read through this chapter and see if there's anything that I might need. 251. Sanji, Luffy, I found the thing. Well, if it isn't Usopp still alive, he disappeared after the explosion. So it was one. I mean, it's tuning exams. You gotta have fun with the full scenario. Do you think the Pacifista could be taken down by any group in Naruto? I think the Kage can take down a Pacifista. I think that. I mean, do I think that Kakashi and Guy can take out a Pacifista? I think Guy and Kakashi can take out a Pacifista via like Kamui and probably like the Sixth Gate of Joy onward. There's probably an argument to be made for them. You can argue the Kage at the time. You can argue the Living Kage. You can argue probably most of the Kage, depending on what you think their speed scaling is like. If Kakashi goes for like a snipe to the head with Kamui, even though he rarely ever does that, maybe, but you'd also have to argue that Kakashi can dodge a beam of light if it just chose to use it, and I think at that point you'd have to argue that Kakashi has to like Kamui away a beam of light, but he never Kamui's away anything that's light speed, anything that's traveling at light speed. So maybe not Kakashi, maybe Guy, the Akatsuki. I don't know if many of the Akatsuki are I don't think Sasori is taking down a Pacifista. I don't think Sasori. Maybe Conan if you just throw the Akatsuki down to like if you throw like the Pacifista down like to the bottom of like the 6 billion paper bombs, you might be able to argue that like the Pacifista might take damage from that. I mean, 6 billion paper bombs is quite a large 600 billion paper bombs or some shit. It's like a really fucking large number. Deidara's the attack that like destroys something from the inside out, I don't think will damage them because I don't think that the Pacifista breathe. I don't think that they actually breathe. They are just plain cyborgs, although they are stated to be humans too. So maybe. Let's see. But then again, like Sasuke also doesn't have any internal durability, so him like weathering away because of the internal explosions, I don't know if it would be the same. Since you'd have to also argue that like his explosions are powerful enough to blow up One Piece characters from the inside who take explosions on the inside, more consistently than Naruto characters. Maybe the C0 bomb can blow up a Pacifista, but even then, that might be like... I don't know if the C0 bomb is doing it. That's the thing. I don't know if I would believe that. Just because like it covers 10 kilometers, but it's like, does that really matter? How much Madras would you need for Loki? A lot of them. You need a lot of fucking Madras for Loki. Holy shit. Like, I would be so honest, even at like the largest, you'd have to unironically like massively upscale Kurama's size to like over 80 meters just to get him. You'd have to actually upscale Kurama's size to either 3 times or 4 times his full size in order his half size. So let me rephrase that. Kurama's size when he is split down in half, which is the same size as all the other tailed beasts, you would have to genuinely believe that he is 3 or 4 times larger when he is in his full form in order to believe that he would even be as large or larger than Loki. And even then, Loki just... How many night rains does night rain on a night rain when night raining it vigorously? I don't know, 4 night rains. At this point, do you think Brook has a shot at Madara? He could probably speed bullets him if I'm going to be honest with you. Were you scaling Loki right now? No, I'm not scaling Loki right now. I'm just saying Madara Susanoo would unironically have to be at least 60 meters tall in order to believe that he is at the very least as big as Loki with the Susanoo. Considering we are only seeing tired and wounded. As a matter of fact, you can unironically argue that Brook might be able to pull Madara right out of his soul. Right out of the Edo Tensei's soul. You might be able to make it like a stupid argument around it. I don't think he could, but he might. If Brook manipulates souls, you might be able to argue they could just rip Madara right out of the Edo Tensei body. How far do you think S-Hawk gets into Naruto? Very fucking far. Very far. You know he ain't that big, right? The throne room and the Gorosei were ankle sized with Herald, so Loki isn't that big in retrospective. That's a bit of a size discrepancy. As I've mentioned before, you cannot even remotely argue that Oda or any other manga artist is capable of drawing everything perfectly to scale, because while you are right about that, he's also much smaller as well. They're also much smaller as well in a later clip. It's after the Roxy Zebek thing. Let me show you. Okay, Harold gave up his horns. Yeah. Harold gives up on his horns. He begs to the Gorosei and all this shit. Yeah. He's attacking them. He's attacking ships. Yeah. See, look how small they are in comparison to him here. Look how small they are in comparison to him here. So don't try to be disingenuous here by saying because in one panel he is that big, that means that now they are all that big. Because yes, you are right. In a panel he did look that big. But also look at him from this panel right here, where he absolutely dwarves them to the point where he has to literally sit down and they're not even reaching up to like his chest at that point. Let's not do that. Come on now. How do you think Brook is after this chapter? I have no idea because I'm not scaling Brook yet. I'd rather hold off on that. But why is that a continental feat any different? Why is that what continental feat are you talking about? What continental feat are you talking about exactly? Like, look at him right here. Right here? Like, as a matter of fact, just look at the page before it. Right here, they're up to his ankles. And right here, they're not even up to his fucking boot. Come on, dude. You can't sit here and expect an author or an artist to draw everything exactly the same. And I'm pretty sure the reason why they had to basically throw Harold to be this small was because he had to be smaller. They basically didn't want Harold to, like, look down on Emu, who's supposed to sit at the top of the fucking throne. Come on, man. As a matter of fact, the Gorosei, unironically, especially if you go by this panel right here. 1 second. The Gorosei would unironically be like this fucking small. The Gorosei would look this small by comparison. So what's the next argument? So what? What continental feat are you referring to? Leon, could we see the Pacifista chapter to see how durable they are? Sure, I could do that. Here. When the SHH pulled up on... Which version are you talking about? Are you talking about like the Pacifista that they fought the first time, or are you talking about the Pacifista that they fight later on? When the Straw Hats pulled up on one? What was it, like chapter 510, right? The pinhead guy who broke the continent didn't correlate with what was said. What do you mean it didn't correlate with what was said? What didn't correlate with what was said? Because the guy you're talking about, quite literally says you have to focus a monumental amount of force. You have to focus a monumental amount of force in order to even pull off such a feat, which means they manipulate their attack potency. They manipulate it. They can literally control how far their attacks reach, and he only needs to open up the thing. It's also stated on 2 separate instances, you have, in order to split the continent of ice, and then once again when he says you have to split the continent of ice. You can now split the continent of ice. I'm gonna need to move this one, by the way. 1 second. SBS. I'm gonna move this one. The guy's a crying loser, though? Yeah, and that crying loser is continental. So, what does it matter if he's a crying loser? Who gives a shit? Still did the feat. Still performed the feat. Who gives a shit? The guy could be crying. The guy could be a pee-pee poo-poo baby. I don't give a fuck who he is. He still split the continent of ice. This continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires monumental amounts of force. There we go. There you go. Directed at a single point. There, he focuses his attack potency. Cracking it requires a monumental amount of force directed at a single point. It wouldn't be an Eon stream if I didn't have to bring that up. Anyway, you proved to me that they're not a continental. Anyway, give me an anti-feat. So, Jake, you were bringing up the Pacifista, right? Okay. The Pacifista, let's see. Actually, we might need to go to the one before that. We might need to go to the one before. A dinosaur head bit into it. A dinosaur, I don't think it's K, but yeah. So what exactly did you want me to show, Jake? Oh, yeah. It took a 600-pound Phoenix Cannon Muton Jet. Yeah. It took one of these out. Yeah, it took one of these attacks. And what was it? That's the most damage that they did? Yeah, that was like the most damage that they did so far. All they did was like rip out like part of its outward clothing. As a continent verbatim, but how do you know it was a continent? Yeah. How do we know it was a continent? Like, it was stated to be a continent, but it's also just an island. Straw Hats versus Pacifista. So, like, this one right here, then, right? What page are you looking for specifically? I might be able to, like, just go straight to it if you let me know, Jake. I don't even have any anti-feats, but I can get, but all there's to be said is bring that guy down to Rock Lee's level equally, and I promise you Taijutsu's... Okay, so now you just said I have to bring him down, so I have to weaken a character in order for Rock Lee to beat him. You just admitted that Rock Lee's not even as strong as this guy. Why would I bring him down? Why would I care to bring him down? Why would I want to do that? Let me ask you this. Why do I have to weaken a character, downplay them, and essentially equalize them to a weaker character just for you to say that the weaker character would win in a fight? Just the whole okay, to see how many attacks it banks. Okay, I can do that. If that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. I don't mind that. Okay, so the Pacifista shows up here, blasts Luffy with a beam of light. Frankie pushes it away with a coup de vent, which is the same attack he used to one-shot Kumadori. Wait, I didn't mean that, so now you didn't mean that, right? So now you didn't mean that. Keep pushing the goalpost. Here's what you can mean, though. I'm going to time you out, because I don't feel like dealing with your disingenuous arguments. I don't feel like dealing with your bad logic. If you want to actually have a conversation, do yourself a favor, learn some actual statements and feats, then come back to me, or find an anti-feat that says that the characters aren't continental. FYI, they aren't. I know, because I've read the book. But anyway, so while we do that, so it takes a coup de vent from Frankie, which one-shot Fukuro, who has a body of steel. It tanks an attack from Sanji, specifically a Diable Jamba, 3 sword style, and a jet attack from Luffy. Mind you, the jet this was jet cannon. We were talking about jet bazooka. One of these pacifistas can also tank punches from Urouge, who makes himself stronger. Okay, let's see. They take attacks in the head from a biting attack from a Carnosaurus. I think he's a Carnosaurus, a rare ancient Zoan type. Let's see. It blasts right through them. Kizaru took down Urouge, who was at least dealing with the Pacifista somewhat. Let's move on. Then we have, let's see. It gets up from their attack. It got up from their attack. As a matter of fact, it seems like it... okay, I'm just gonna assume that Oda fucked up right here, and he didn't, like, continue showing the... So, let's just go back real quick. Right here, the Pacifista, after taking their attack, should have some ripped up clothes, but I guess either the clothes fixed or it was just a mistake on Oda's end. I'm willing to believe that it is the latter, so I'm willing to believe that Oda made a mistake on that. They attack it consistently. Chopper's arm point. Let's see. Frankie punches it away with a strong hammer, and Frankie boxing. It knocks him away. Brook tries to stab it. It can rip through the outer end of its clothing, but it can't avoid the attack. Several explosions from Usopp. Let's see. It takes a beam of light. It takes its own beam of light, which explodes, and it takes an actual bolt of lightning from behind through its midsection. It starts to go haywire. It goes berserk because they must have started fucking up like its internals. At least at this point. They attack it with a Diablo Jamba straight to the flambe shoot. Zoro attacks it with the Asura, which split the entirety of Enies Lobby. Well, the entirety of the largest tower in Enies Lobby. Let's see. Luffy punches it with a Gum Gum giant rifle, which would be stronger than the giant pistol that Luffy hit it with. By the way, I don't agree with these being country and continental level attacks, but sure. I'm just getting Jake all the feats that they're having. I'm not here to like debate whether or not these are actually continental. I'm just telling you how many of the attacks it actually took down, and that was what it took to take down a single pacifista. And then there was a second one which they just did not stand a chance against. Yeah, they didn't stand a chance against the second one. They were all too tired. Yeah. Okay, so that was that. Yeah, there you go. All right. I'm just going to take this chapter then. So Tsatori is falling, his mantra slip, he was weak. Naruto slams personally. I mean, if you believe that, that's fine. If you believe that Naruto slams, you're okay. Temari Mac. Welcome to the stream, dude. There are no ordinary intruders. It seems that things are hitting up the sacrificial altar. I can't ignore. We'll go on. Nobody's getting off this island right now. Should be continental since Oars is faster than Thriller Bark Zoro, who is as fast as second gear, making his KE over a petaton. I just don't think he slams at KCM2 since Luffy at Moon. I think 6 of 6 paths would win. I can tell you right now, even Baryon mode Naruto doesn't win. Even if I give Naruto every benefit of doubt and give him Baryon mode, he still doesn't win. Naruto just doesn't make up the strength or speed difference. He just does not make it up. Like, you have to give Naruto every benefit of doubt, downplay Luffy, upscale Naruto, and even then, even if you give, like, Naruto every benefit of doubt, it's like Luffy just has to land a single punch to the heart because Naruto does not have a chakra network in his heart. That's just basically my line of logic. I mean, it's your opinion, personally. There's some scaling I use, but it's your opinion. Yeah, same. I'm happy we could both be respectful about it. Lovely. Personally, for me, it's just the fact that Luffy has internal destruction. And, I mean, my argument goes through regardless of, like, what scaling anybody uses. You could give Naruto universal scaling. Luffy still wins because Naruto's heart does not have a chakra network in it, and he does not have a way of healing an internal destruction punch straight to the heart. He has no way of healing it and no way of tanking it. Someone please tell me what Naruto does about the whole Toon Force situation. Wapol looks so sad. I almost want to feel bad for him. Wait, does anything here even remotely matter for scaling? Okay. So, there's a route. Grab onto my body. Hurry up your body. I won't let you go, Kurasumaru. Usopp. Alright. It's amazing. Usopp, did you see that? Oh, yeah. They bunked their heads through multiple trees. Okay. Hey Nami, speak up. What are you looking at? Please be quiet. We have to get to Seaside, but first, how do I get down? You're the leader. You figure it out. Luffy has low-level Toon Force. I don't believe that there is such a thing as low-level Toon Force. I think you either have it or you don't, and it's completely dependent on the context of what story we're talking about. If you think Naruto has Jiranek, he should win with that. So when we reach the shore, you'll tell us what you saw. I have to verify this up close. I'm not sure of what I saw. Satori has fallen. Do you hear the lamentations of the fallen, of the holy? So many challengers, and yet the outcome is always the same. Sure, it took out Ganfall, a win for us. But on the other hand, the intruders overcame Satori's ordeal of Ball. A lot of things are happening today, and now the guerrillas are hoping to take advantage of this with an all-out assault. Assault. Universe, I agree. It's weird. I agree. It's weird. They hope to confront God. At its best, I do give Naruto planetary scaling easily. I do give him just easy planetary scaling based on that one data book from Boruto. But I'll confront them. I'll cut them down before they're anywhere near him. The sun is about to set, and the enemies of Enel will be. There will be no dawn. Yeah. Okay. There are names on the Epstein files I am reading. Big names. Okay. Which big names are there? Are there any of the big names we? I can't say we. Can I just say I know of? Because I've been keeping up with it. Braham, Kamakiri, Gembo, Ui, Roger, Rocky, yeah. Everyone comes back alive. Now break. Swear by the soul of the great warrior of Kalgara, we will bring back the light of Shandora. The Shandians are here. Okay. The Shandians move out. The Shandians move out. And assault the upper yard. Okay. I've seen Orochimaru on the Epstein files. Was in there. Eon was in there. How strange. Don't even remotely do that. Please don't even remotely do that. Listen, the Epstein files is some crazy shit filled up with extremely evil people. I don't even want to remotely be associated with that whatsoever, besides just randomly talking about it with you guys. I do not even want to remotely be compared with that shit, man. That shit is fucking disgusting. Okay, this one gets to get deleted because I already have a copy of it. I have time for that. I have to time you for that. You don't have to time anybody for that. You don't have to time anybody for that. You can untime them. You can untime them. I'm sorry about that, brown pants. That's why I stopped calling you Elon. Yeah, I appreciate that. I kind of noticed. I appreciate that because, like, the Elon Musk shit was also kind of fucking crazy, and I really don't even want to be remotely considered. Like, the guy was really out here talking about, oh, I'm on the but I might be on the Epstein files, but I'm also the only one that wanted them to come out to light. Yeah, okay, but you also wanted to go to Epstein's Island, bro. Anything about planetary is really just, if you believe you scale to chakra, which in some cases may be opinion-wise, that's just completely up to your opinion. I agree with that, Tamari. I do agree with that. Here's the thing, right? I don't think that, like, characters per se scale to their actual chakra quantity. Jutsu in general seem to have, like, limitations based on, like, how much chakra you're gonna put into them in general, and even then, like, I can agree with the notion just because it's stated that Naruto can blow up the earth with a tailed beast bomb. But granted, he just doesn't have any feats on his own that necessarily, like, mark up for it. I think that, like, anything above, like, planetary Naruto, etc. is just a little too much. I mean, I'd be even willing to give, like, large planetary to, like, what's his face? Ishiki and stuff like that. Like, just an extra tier above Naruto and Sasuke, etc. Even for, like, the Boruto stuff. But I don't know, man. It's just weird. You just have to go with you just have to give so much benefit of doubt and just assume that things are very hyper literally. I hope that at least my argument will make sense for you if you end up watching my video. I don't know about them being Satanists, but I do know that, like, hey, they're just terrible people. I don't know if, like, my video is gonna, like, change your opinion on any of this, but, like, I do think that I have a pretty solid argument through and through for the entirety of the thing. I really think it just comes down to, especially for, like, the stronger version of Naruto, even if you think he's stronger, I think it just comes down to speed and Luffy punching Naruto once either on the head or in the chest. He has no way of recovering from that. He can't train his organs, there's no way of improving upon them, and if Luffy punches him with a punch that has the force to split a continent in his heart, I just don't think Naruto can come back from that, especially with that chakra network in his heart. Hey, take a look at this. Doesn't it look familiar? What's going on? How can something... It's kind of the same with domain expansion. Domains may be created out of cursed energy of the character, but we have no proof that they use as much cursed energy for a punch. Yeah, like, you don't necessarily, like, objectively have the same power as your domain expansion, right? That's, like, the issue. It comes in from a situation where it's, like, a domain expansion also increases disingenuous power scalars when it's time to actually have a conversation about the evidence. Yeah. Are you referring to me or are you referring to somebody else? I feel like I've seen you before here, Blazikins. Are you one of the people? I'm sorry. I've seen you here before. I just don't remember if you're like one of the people that come here with disingenuous arguments, or you're chill. I don't remember. If you're chill, sorry for the confusion. The DC KO comics is so buns, man. How is Homelander keeping up with Superman? Oh, someone else. All right. Hope you're having a good one, Blaziken. By the way. What's going on with the ground? The same fragment. In other words, no, this is a fragment of what we saw on the ground. In other words, this island was once on the ground. That also explains why the island isn't made of clouds like all the other floating islands. I thought there was something about the building. Hey, it had a second story but no stairs. And how did it look? That's the cliff. Oh, it's plywood. What of it? What? There's only one half of the island. The rest is fake. To be honest, I don't have a problem with people saying Naruto over Luffy or Luffy over Naruto. It's just some people sometimes piss me off over saying things like 5 Kage can solo One Piece, which I don't believe is true since Kuzan, yeah. That's the thing. It's like, I'm willing to have a discussion about it, and like, if you were to say that, like, okay, well, I respectfully disagree because of, XYZ, just my train of thought, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I don't, like, that's the thing. I don't personally care about who's actually stronger between Naruto and Luffy. I'm only saying, I'm not scaling John Dragon Ball, fuck you. Sorry, Six, that was a bit mean. I'm not saying that. It's just that, like, I don't really care either. Like, if the result of this was Naruto still beats Luffy after all the reading I've done and all the scaling I've done for, like, even, like, the later parts, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, Naruto does beat Luffy. I can 100% agree with this. I just think it's an issue of, like, some people just don't like the idea that a character or a series that they thought were as strong as they believe that it is because people interpreted things in a certain way isn't actually that strong because there is room for interpretation and there is room to argue that the characters are just not that strong. I think it's just an issue of people not liking change and just not liking breaking like their status quo. Sometimes there are people out there, he hashtag keep it 1000, how can you not scale him? John Dragon Ball from Jujutsu Piece is the strongest ninja ever. No debate over it, especially since he became the king of games, yeah. John Dragon Ball became the king of games after he defeated, after he defeated Jeff Sailor Moon. I get mad a lot when people say Naruto over Luffy, Naruto over Naruto, which is objectively true. That's the thing, it's not. As a matter of fact, I am planning in the video, I am planning on saying this is just my opinion. I don't really care if anyone disagrees, and more so, I really, really, really do not care if my argument, no matter how sound it is or no matter how much evidence it is, doesn't change people's minds. It's just an opinion at the end of the day. My opinion matters about as much as someone who says Naruto solo's the verse, yada yada yada, get good, get negative, TSO solo, all that shit. Like, it just matters about as much. Like, who gives a shit? At the end of the day, it's just us debating about stupid power scaling anime characters. Like, it doesn't matter. Have you seen John Dragon Ball's fit? That shit is tough. I remember being gaslit into thinking Naruto was star level. I've seen the whole show and I never alluded to it. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, there is some scaling for it if you want to believe it, but hey, I mean, you can believe it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to. In the same way that people believe in their religions and their gods and all this shit, and I don't personally believe in religion or God or anything like that, I'm going to tell them the same thing. Believe in whatever makes you happy. If believing that Naruto absolutely curb stomps Luffy negative difficulty is what makes you truly happy and it brings you a certain sense of fulfillment, happiness, and whatever the fuck, I mean, dude, believe it. I'm not here to tell you you're objectively wrong. I don't personally give a fuck. To be honest, I don't think any anime matchups like it can be someone like Rimuru versus Tanjiro and say it's I'll still say it's subjective, true, even if people think it's one-sided. That's the thing. I think it's subjective as well. That's the thing. We're trying to compare characters from different fucking verses and things. Now, could you argue that a character is hypothetically more powerful based on what the author's written? Yeah, sure, whatever. But if you want to do Rimuru versus Tanjiro and you want to make up some stupid-ass scaling that might give Tanjiro a chance, I mean, go ahead and do it. It's all a part of the fun of it. It's part of just the thought experiments, right? And if it just requires you, to like really like bend your own mental gymnastics to like try to do it, I mean, hey, look it up, dude. I think it'll be funny. It's at least a funny thought process to think about. Like, come on now. It's at least a funny thought process to like consider. It's nothing crazy. Nobody's gonna die. Nobody's gonna explode. People aren't going to lose their lives over this. So why bother, right? Like, why should it bother anyone that much? That's basically just my take on that. Are objectively stronger than others? I mean, yeah. Yeah? Does it matter at the end of the day? It really doesn't. I'm up past the forest. I believe in the invisible flying spaghetti god. Good for you, man. We went through so much to get to Skypiea, and it turns out to be El Dorado. This is my reward for always doing what's right, isn't it, God? Hey, I thought you were afraid of the island's god. God, who cares about him? I mean, is there anything more valuable than gold? But you just said thank you, God. Half the time, I don't think she knows what she's saying. Yeah, I love Nami. Nami gaslights herself. Nami gaslights herself as much as I do. In order to gaslight others, you must first gaslight yourself, ladies and gentlemen. It's the only way. Okay, so you're the ones from the Blue Sea. If you value your lives, go back to the Blue Sea. Use fist on interfering. Also, another thing which I hate is when people are saying Cope Naruto / Luffy wins without actually proving they win. Yes, it's their opinion because it's going to be rude about it. At least prove it. Yeah, but at least prove it. I agree with you. Man, you would probably fit really well into this community, dude. Like, we don't really like doing that stuff, and even when we do, like, sometimes people like to rage bait a little bit, but it never gets to the point where, like, it's ever actually, I feel like, where at least I hope so, it's never actually toxic for people. Yeah, we got a couple of rage baiters here that just like to mess around, because they just like to talk about power scaling and, like, upscaling their characters, but, like, it's fine. I just think that power scaling is one of those things where it's, like, just, it's basically, like, a battle of, like, just present your evidence, do it. If you can't, it's fine. And if you don't want to like just debate from an evidence perspective, you want to say I scaled them to be this strong because I like them, I mean that's also fine. Like I'm not here to be some kind of elitist about power scaling, saying you have to power scale XYZ way. There's like so many different ways. There are like so many different ways you can get characters to like different levels of scaling, whether you use real world physics, real world science, whether you just go based on what's written and implied in the story. If you want to go with like pixel scaling, like there's a bunch of different ways. Everybody here does something different. I just think both characters are amazing and strong in their own ways. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. John Naruto is very funny. John Naruto is a funny ass character. You guys remember the time that John Naruto became a magic girl with the powers of the Lord of Death? Yeah. Death gave them the power of a magic girl, and then they decided to write it on the on the death piece. They decided to write people's names on the death piece. They write people's names through their special books and shit and stuff and all that crap. Anyway, Chopper, where are you? Did something happen to Chopper? The Mary's mast is missing. There's no time to redecorate the ship. He wouldn't do that. He was attacked. Chopper, sorry we're late. You're here, aren't you? Answer me, Chopper. Maybe he was torn limb from limb. Don't even joke about that. Yo, I'm crying. Hey, Chopper, aren't you here? Did something happen? Nothing scary happened. Nope, it was business as usual. Chopper, we know you're a tough one. It's okay, you can tell. I love Chopper so much, dude. Hey, look, it's the the going Mary, that's the altar. Mary, I love the press trial. Yeah. The Straw Hats reunite. The mess is gone. Usopp, I'm sorry. I tried to stop him, but there was a big fire. I did what I could. Did you take care of your wounds, huh? A burning spear is serious business. I'm just glad you didn't get burnt to a crisp. A mast can always be replaced, but we can't replace you. Oh. I'm gonna become strong and reliable man. Hey, Chopper, where's the weird old guy? Didn't you say he was badly injured? Yeah, the Sky Knight. It's because he gave us the whistle. There was something I wanted to ask late last night. The ship's returning. Let's go into the forest and we set up the campfire. Should anything be easier? It'll be easier to fight out there. Yes, we're going camping. Fun times. Now just wait. Camping. We're in the enemy's territory. We can't. Attention, everyone. Thank you for all the report. Many things are becoming clear thanks to the data. Do you think more so the Strong Hats will unlock Conqueror's Haki to combat the Holy Knights? Because they're pretty much useless. I kind of hope that they don't, actually. I kind of hope that they don't find their way around it. You think Maharaga's fighting Kaido? No, Kaido is unironically off the first club swing killing Maharaga. Kaido is, from the first fucking blast breath, wiping out Maharaga, dude. What's this mantra thing about? Alright, let's do it. Let's find that gold. Gold in the city. That's the spirit. You catch on quickly. Luffy, don't tell me you've forgotten the warning the gorilla guy gave us. The god will be very angry. Very valuable. She wears when she's bathing. I checked out the whole volume. She's out since she left Kokoyashi Village before. Nojiko and Shirley, the tearful sister. The bracelet is one in the morning for the parting. It's no longer Nojiko's wrist. And on her shoulder are the tattoos representing their foster parents, Tangerine, Belmere, and the pinwheel for Genzo. And on her left wrist is the bracelet from her big sister. Although they aren't related by blood, Nami's family is always close, even across the Great Blue Sea. This is out of the blue, but I love your coloring. Oda, please do more color pages of the 7 main characters. Lots and lots, please. Oh, you like color? Sure. It's like the second time the Mary's mask got ripped out. That's what I'm saying, dude. Wiper, Kamakari's down, huh? I think Joy Boy's Heart Knot concept will come into play in order to defeat the Holy Knights, like Luffy could infuse Haki into Usopp's slingshot. I think that would be a really cool concept, Noel. Actually, that's a very interesting concept that you brought up. I think that's actually a very interesting concept. I would actually be okay with that. I think that would actually be really interesting. I think it would be a way for Luffy and his crew to be able to fight using like kind of his power, so to speak. I actually like that concept more than them just getting Conqueror's Haki, because it just feels like at that point then we're just making Conqueror's Haki too easy to access. You know what I mean? Okay, let me bring up these chapters because this is what 250. Okay, page 3. So then page 12. This is so boring. Give my swords a break, aren't made. Give my sword a break, they aren't made for this. Oh, shut up and do it. Beautify the chef, you'll starve to death. Plunk. Alright. Yo, Nami looks so cute! Ah! Fuck! I love Nami. Her and her glasses. Oh, fuck, man. Damn. A little fun fact for everyone. Statements do not equal feats. Do not believe someone who says that it is not true. Statements do not equal feats. Do not believe who says that it is not true. I think it depends on whether or not you consider... Real quick, Flicker Goon. Statements don't equal feats? I think it depends. I think it depends, Tamari. I think there's an argument to be made that statements, feats, and narrative all play into one another. I would actually like to throw in a third thing in there, and it's called narrative. I've been working on a concept. I'm not going to bring it up for this video, but I might bring it up for later. Wait, you have the SBS? I don't see them. What SBS? Which SBS are you referring to? Oh, wait, what the fuck? No, there's one right there. I thought that was an SBS. Eon has taste. Pre-time skip Nami with glasses was actually a 9 out of 10. That's what I'm saying. Statements equals feats greater than narrative. I think that narrative is the most important thing because the narrative implies author's intent. I think that it implies author's intent. Therefore, you have what I like to call the trilogy of power, the trinity of power scaling. Statements, feats, and narrative are extremely important because your statements and your feats help create an idea for how powerful the characters can be, and then you have narrative that helps keep it all together by not going in, by not having the statements or the feats be completely taken out of proportion. For example, if characters in One Piece are consistently increasing in power, you go from characters being able to take on beings that take on towns, small towns to large buildings, then to cities, so on and so forth, and you can get a consistent scale that things in One Piece constantly go up in terms of not just... things in One Piece go up in scale in terms of not just, you know, AP or DC or whatever, but they kind of also go in terms of stakes. You can kind of come to this conclusion that, like, it is a narrative implication that the characters should be about this strong, so on and so forth. Water 7 Nami with the tie is one of the best underrated fits. Oh, I love Nami with the blue shirt, the tie, and the white skirt, dude. I love Nami's fits. I need to make like a one of those like copy pastas for Nami. Man, I love Nami. I would sail around this world I would sail around the world just to be able to take an even in order to get an even like a picture of her or some shit. We need to make a copy pasta. We need more goon scaling. No, we don't. We really don't need more goon scaling. Anyway, back to this. Hard to imagine insanely huge forests. Hard to imagine this insanely huge forest was the same forest we saw in Jaya. Taking this one. You should do a Nami outfit tier list. Just indulge on that. Yeah, I'll do that for like a special. I'll do that for like a special stream. Imagine not liking Nami's happiness punch. Honestly, if you don't like Nami's happiness punch, there's just no whimsy in you. There's just no happiness or whimsy in you. That just doesn't exist. There's just nothing in your life that could ever bring you more joy than that. That's crazy to me. Like, really? Crazy. Stampede Boa lives rent-free in my head. Yeah, Stampede Boa is kind of peak too, I'm not gonna lie. That's probably due to the difference between Sea Cloud and the Island Cloud. It seems something about the environment Skypiea would power rapidly speed up the process, the growth of the fauna and flora. That would explain why all the remainings of the Jaya civilization were swallowed up by the forest. The Southbird, which shaved us, were huge too. What about that? Why did the Southbirds save you guys? I don't know. Maybe it's related to everyone calling the Night of the Sky God. So we don't need to beat up the old man? Of course we don't. I know people criticize Otis for his style on females, but I think one of the best things about 330 is putting on women different clothes in each arc, especially Nami and Robin. I like that idea. It also gives the characters like a sense that they're a little bit more alive and that they're not just like these... Because here's the thing, right? Like, I mean, I have homo hacks, so I neg. True. It's genuinely sad we had like a woman in chat once ever since 2024 lock-in. I mean, the gooning and stuff probably drives them away, but hey, what am I supposed to tell you? Power scaling is a field that is primarily male-dominated, fellas. I don't know what to tell you. There was a woman in the chat. I think so, maybe. I have to check out my analytics for that. I remember one time somebody called me out for it, and I was like, I'll check out my fucking analytics, and then I found out I had like 6% women in my fucking in my analytics. I thought that shit was funny as all hell. Think back to what was written in Nolan's ship logs all about El Dorado. It said it was full of gold. It's obvious, you idiot. He also mentions gold ingots shaped like a bell, Southbirds. Yeah, supposedly. I saw gold in the skull's right eye. That's it. Look at this. I rescaled the map of Jaya that Robin built up and paired it with the old map of Skypiea. It's an approximation when you line up this house and see. Yeah. This is the shape of Jaya 400 years ago. Wow, it looks like a skull. Never mind, I see the SBS. But guys, Luffy is only moon level because with the Bajrang gun he could destroy Wano. Terrible scale. Yeah. I can't remember when did Eon go mainstream 2024, right? I didn't really go mainstream 2024. Never mind, I see the SBS. What are you talking about? Regard, Barry. Yeah, I read like 100 chapters. I thought Barry was a guy. Eon, do you think base rocks is above Herald? I don't know about that. I don't know if I would agree with that. I don't know yet. I don't know if I would put him above Herald. They were definitely close in power. They were definitely at least relative to one another. I don't really care about like which character is necessarily stronger than the other. I'm just trying to. I just like to like work my way through seeing what the entire context of the story is like. I care more about like the actual lore of the series rather than the actual scaling. The right eye of the skull is right here. Nolan was talking about the shape of the entire island, but there's only half of the island is left, so it's no wonder that the mystery couldn't be solved. It all makes sense now, I see. Tomorrow we could head straight for this point. We can't abandon ship. Okay. I mean, looks like every student-teacher crush. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, when I was trying to become a teacher, I ain't gonna lie, yeah. I too dressed with little tails. What do you call these? Ponytails, pigtails, twin tails. I too had twin tails and glasses when I was working at a school. I too wore this. This is the student teacher. This is the student teacher fit. Seraphim versus Naruto and Sasuke. Who do you think wins? They can't really hurt the Seraphim. They can't really hurt the Seraphim, and they can't really catch him off guard with observation hockey. I guess Future Sight maybe. But the Seraphim should be faster. Like, as long as the Seraphim have their flames on their back on, there's basically nothing Naruto and Sasuke can do. At least to hurt them. And I don't think they can make up the speed difference to force the Seraphim to turn off their flames. Because at that point, they would just... Even if they were, like, somewhat relative, you could still say that they speed blitz. I think base God Valley Rocks is stronger because of the clash. I was thinking 8 years before God Valley and Rocks was just getting into the pirate life. Yeah, that's fair. You could definitely say that Rocks was getting stronger as he... You could probably make the argument that, like, Rocks gets stronger as the, as he's developing his crew and as he's taking over Hachinosu. A delicious feast tonight, tomorrow gold. I hope it's a clear day. We are above the clouds. It should be late. Let's see that. That's ridiculous. Did you hear? Put out the fire. Give the girl a break. Luffy, Robin's left in the dark. She wouldn't know. What do you mean? What do you mean? When you go camping, it's natural to have a campfire. At camp, at night, a camp at night, even if your life is about to end, you've got to have a campfire. That's just the way that it is. You guys are total idiots. Will you cut it out? You should know how dangerous this forest is. Those god priests and gorillas are out there. We have no idea what else is lurking out there in the shadows. There might be giant beasts or even monsters for all we know. Monsters? How is this for a bonfire? Not you guys too. It'll be alright, Nami. The beasts are afire. Uh-huh, they light the things on fire. Uh-huh. You guys are so funny. Woo, 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 woo. And then they do the thing. What are you guys talking about? I think, yeah. Deep sea contract over Herald. Yeah. Concludes. It's a pretty bounty. Even if the Cloud Wolves are joining in, no one else would dare frolic like this in the land of Enel. Oh, so you're awake. I came here to end up, but I ended up a burden. I came here to help, and I ended up a burden. Okay, we're talking about. We owe you many thanks. There's still some stew left. Would you like some? No thanks. I can't eat right now. Hey, old man, let's dance. Join us, Knight of the Sky. Aren't you his doctor? House Conus, is she well? She and her father are at my house, rest assured. Oh yeah, that's good work. I was worried about them. I overheard your meeting earlier. I understand this island was once called Giant Skypia. This place was called the Sacred Ground. Do you know why? For you all, this land's something you take for granted. Yeah. But in here in Skypia, this shouldn't exist. Things can grow on island clouds, but they can't be born there. Greenery and soil normally don't exist in the sky. We call this Verth. To those who live in the sky, this embodies our eternal hope. Well, you're distracted. Kamakiri, yada yada yada. It's your fault. I admit it. It's my fault. Just give it back. It's Aiza's treasure. I made her a rash promise that I'd collect Verth for her silence. This is not the cost of victory. I can still fight. Like I said, to conquer Upper Yard. Emerge a bag full of Verth will be insignificant. A mere bag full of... Let us return Shandia to the state that it was 400 years ago. Okay, let's move to this. Let's move to that. D4, I couldn't see it. I'm going to take the Clawbotterman stuff. I'm going to take the Clawbotterman. Imagine if Luffy and Nami ended up together at the end of the series. I don't know. I feel like Boa Hancock would literally fucking crash the fuck out. You realize, Gadatsu, we can't understand a word when you bite your lip like that. He's trying to say that Enel has summoned us because you let Wiper get away. Almighty, your priests are here. Open the door. Ching. Not again. Yeah. Let's just double check. What was it? 254? Do we have 254? No, we go straight into... We skip all of 254 and we just go straight to 255. So I'll take 254. What are you doing? Not again. What are you doing there? You're hopeless. Be quiet. These guys dragged me down. Thanks. I couldn't unleash my full power. If you let me patrol the island alone, I could do a much better job. You sure are big top, Shura. You're happy just how worthless your powers are against my unbeatable ordeal of iron. Child's play, you lesser trials leave too much to be desired. My ordeal of the swamp is the ultimate trial. Care to try? Master Gadatsu, you're not doing it right. To cross your arms, you must have your elbows out. Silence, you all. You're in the presence of the Almighty God. Yeah. What are you playing? His throne is empty. Where is Mr. High and Mighty? Gotcha. Chung. Okay. Enel blitzes his guys. Okay. Enel finally makes his appearance. Enel finally makes his appearance. He blitzes his own priests. Blitzes his own priests. It's funny how Gadatsu gets quite the zany cover story. Yeah, I agree with that. It's a higher chance that Luffy and Nami end up together than Boa, and to be honest, if you feel that way. Yeah, if you feel that way, I think that's fine. Did someone say, God? I'm right here. There's no need. I agree with King over Cot. This just isn't the way to do it. Slim Shady right there. You three need some serious training. Pathetic. You don't want to end up like Satori? What the fuck was that for? Please don't poke fun at us. You summoned us here. Just tell us that. Ha ha ha. I was bored anyway. Sit down. I get the impression that you three aren't taking our little blue sea guests very seriously. They're after the gold. Gold? How did you find out about it? Where originally was some gold in the blue seas. It's only natural the blue people would know about it. Tomorrow there will be no doubt that we will begin the search, and meanwhile the Shandians, they will try to make their move and launch another attack. This is why, as of tomorrow, I am opening all of Upper Yard to you three. You are free to use any trial at any location. No rules, no limits. Why the sudden change? We cannot allow anything to interfere with our plans. Maximum is almost complete, and when it is, the island won't matter anymore. Let us set out on a journey to welcome to the world of our dreams. Look, I told you someone was there. The Clawbotterman. I saw him. It wasn't a dream after all. The Mary has been repaired. He's right. Even the broken mask was fixed. I hate to say this, but this works pretty shoddy. Someone's looking out for us. I thought it was a ghost. But who would fix a ship for us in a place like this? In the Upper Yard, everyone's been nothing but hostile. It's no longer a flying ship, huh, Usopp? It's what I think about it, right? How did the guy who fixed our ship know the Going Merry originally looked like? That it didn't have a crest or wings or tail at all. Hey, get to work, everyone. Escape team. I'm going to divide up the food. You're the last person I trust with that. Besides, we have to lower the ship. Oh yeah, bring me that. I wish you could talk. Mary, you could tell me who did this. Yeah. Keep these just for me. Do you think Dabarov and DBS Broly would be friends? Probably. Probably. I think it'd be. I think they really hit like this idea of like someone who is depicted as the strongest, who also doesn't really, not so much have a need to fight, but more so fights because that's basically like the only thing that they know how to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, Cat does get one shot by King. I agree with that. Hope you guys are making yourselves comfortable. Because I'm about to end the stream. I'm kind of done with it. I'm kind of done for the day. Guys, I am done for today. I am done for the stream for today. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your evening or day, depending on what time of the world you guys are from. Please take care of yourselves. Night Rain. Nah, dude. I probably need to chat with my girlfriend tonight. I've kind of spent I did see her yesterday, but I've also spent, like, the last few days without, like, really chatting with her. We kind of just had dinner together and did nothing else, and I know that she wants to, like, hang out. Sorry, Six. Tomorrow's not good for me. Friday, she's spending the day over. I have to still clean up the house for Friday, and then, Saturday, we're gonna be out all day. Maybe Sunday. Hit me up Sunday, Six. Hit me up Sunday. I might be able to do something. I'll be having some SBS. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, it probably has around 90 hours of live research. It's insane. Yeah. 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 I'd definitely be able. I'd likely be able to do Sunday. But anyway, catch you guys later. Take care of yourselves. Drink some water. Treat people with kindness and respect, even if you don't agree with them. And take care of yourselves. And don't forget to take care of yourselves too. Peace out, guys.